Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 350, Fort 1, Chapter 595, Zero Wings Capability. 70%? Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in astonishment. It was unquestionably absurd to demand a 70% cut. Even though she was aware that Zero Wing could utilize divine engravings to help many of the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, she still found it very difficult to stomach this price. For an official member of the Night Watch Legion to join an ace battle group, not only would they need to undergo a combat assessment, but they would also need to undergo a test for their technical standards. They couldn't just rely on powerful weapons and equipment. After all, for the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers members seeking to join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, acquiring quality weapons and equipment wasn't difficult. What a bold statement, Mu Huangwu stated as he looked at Shi Feng with a hint of rage in his eyes. You think all those geniuses I have nurtured can get into an ace battle group simply by having Zero Wing's help? Aren't you looking down on the Night Watch Legion a little too much? Do you think the Night Watch Legion is the same as the Star Lake Legion? Mu Huangwu had devoted all his efforts to nurturing a batch of geniuses to join the Night Watch Legion. He had even invested all the resources he had acquired from the Night Watch Legion into this endeavor, but even with all that, he had only managed to get a little under 20 people into the Night Watch Legion. And out of these people, only 3 had a chance of getting into an ace battle group. As for those 3 people in question, every one of them was capable of becoming a third-tier City Legion's commander. Yet now, Shi Feng spoke as if anyone could qualify for the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. If you are skeptical of Zero Wing's strength, how about we make a bet, Elder Mu? Shi Feng smiled as he looked at the furious man seated next to Xia Qingying. If I lose, Zero Wing will raise the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard for free. That means they'll have basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. Conversely, if Elder Mu loses, you will have to help Zero Wing in cultivating some geniuses. How about it? Do you dare accept this bet, Elder Mu? Mu Huangwu was very reputable in Shi Feng's previous life. Many conglomerates even tried to invite him to nurture their talents. Unfortunately, after Mu Huangwu helped the Green God Corporation produce a new generation of 3-star Grandmasters, he abruptly retired and stopped training people completely. Even when Zero Wing offered to compensate him handsomely, Mu Huangwu still refused. Later down the line, all traces of Mu Huangwu even vanished from the greater world. Now that Mu Huangwu was right before his eyes, Shi Feng naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. If he could get Mu Huangwu to nurture Zero Wing's talents, it would absolutely allow Zero Wing to progress further in this life. Raise their basic attributes to the legendary standard? Mu Huangwu had his interest piqued by Shi Feng's words. Are you serious? The Green God Corporation might have quite a few legendary weapons and equipment, but there was no way it could afford to invest all of these items into the Night Watch Legion. As for increasing the basic attributes to the legendary standard, it was similarly a distant and unachievable dream. However, if Shi Feng was telling the truth and Zero Wing had a way to increase the basic attributes of all of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard, the number of people capable of joining the Legion's ace battle groups would definitely skyrocket. Vice President Xia can vouch for me on this point, Shi Feng said as he turned to look at Xia Qingying. I can indeed vouch for this point, Xia Qingying said, nodding. But she still couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion, failing to comprehend where Shi Feng was going with his proposition. If that's the case, I can take you up on your wager, Mu Huangwu said, nodding after hearing Xia Qingying's assurance. Then he looked at Shi Feng and asked, So, what do you want to bet on? Please come with me. Seeing that Mu Huangwu had taken the bait, Shi Feng smiled and stepped out of the lounge. What is he trying to do? Xia Qingying wondered as she looked at Shi Feng's departing figure in confusion. Initially, she thought Shi Feng would set the topic of his wager as whether Zero Wing could help improve the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members, join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. Then he would handily win the bet by using his divine engravings to enhance the weapons and equipment of those members. But Shi Feng didn't intend to make such a one-sided wager by the looks of things. Moreover, he seemed incredibly confident in whatever he had planned. Zero Wing Training Center, top-floor advanced combat simulation room. Currently, 19 of Zero Wing's battle group members were training in the simulation room, half the size of a sports stadium. Among them, some were formerly members of the Silver Frost Legion, such as Fire Dance and Jun Luosha. Now, though, they were officially members of the Star Lake Legion thanks to Red Frost's authorization. "What do you think of Zero Wing's battle group, Elder Mu?" Shi Feng asked as he pointed at the individuals training in the room. "Do you think they can win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities later on?" Mu Huangwu started to scrutinize the Zero Wing battle group members training in the room. "Not a chance," Mu Huangwu stated without hesitation. Then he pointed at two women and continued. "Apart from Fire Dance and Jun Luosha, only that Assassin and Berserker are adequate. Everyone else's standard is abysmal. None of them are even one-star Grandmasters. They might do fine if they only have to go against one of the 15 cities, but against all 15 cities simultaneously, they might as well not even show up for the match." "Guild leader Shi Feng, you can't be thinking of?" At this time, Zia Qingying started to have an idea where Shi Feng was going with his bet, and she couldn't help but be surprised. "You guessed correctly, Vice President Zia. Since Elder Mu doubts Zero Wing's ability to nurture talents, I naturally have to bet on it with Elder Mu," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he looked at Mu Huangwu and continued. "Seeing as Elder Mu doesn't think Zero Wing's battle group can win against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match, I will bet on Zero Wing's battle group winning the Tier 5 match. Deal. I accept your bet. You best not regret it," Mu Huangwu said, elated by Shi Feng's words. Although he didn't know what kind of capabilities Zero Wing possessed, even if Zero Wing managed to fully equip all of its battle group's members with legendary weapons and equipment, it still wouldn't be possible for them to win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities. Before coming to Star Lake City, he had already learned about the 15 cities' situation. So Mu Huangwu knew that the son of Silver Frost City's city lord was behind all of this. He also knew that Xiao Quan had hired at least 10 Tier 5 fifth-floor experts. In comparison, Zero Wing's battle group had at most 5 fifth-floor experts. Not to mention, apart from having a numerical advantage in fifth-floor experts, the 15 cities could also afford to utilize large-scale magic barriers and battle arrays. "In that case, we'll have Vice President Xie serve as our witness," Shi Feng said before tapping on his quantum watch and hashing out a betting agreement. According to the agreement, so long as Zero Wing's battle group won against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match, Mu Huangwu would do his best to help Zero Wing train its talents. Conversely, if Zero Wing's battle group lost the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing would assist the Green God Corporation establish a foothold in Nightwatch City at no cost. "Is your guild leader crazy, Luosha?" Fire Dance couldn't help but be confused when she saw Shi Feng and Mu Huangwu signing a betting agreement with each other. Elder Mu's insight and information network are extraordinary. Since Elder Mu dares to take the bet, the 15 cities must have a numerical advantage over us in terms of fifth-floor experts. Yet your guild leader, Shi, doesn't plan to call for Zero Wing's other experts to help and only plans to have our group fight. After training with some of Zero Wing's members in the advanced combat simulation room, Fire Dance learned that Zero Wing had many fifth-floor experts under its command. Moreover, this number exceeded 100. It was just that the people of Star Lake City were unaware of this fact. Now that the 15 cities would soon arrive, Shi Feng could have easily called upon these fifth-floor experts to win the upcoming city battle. Yet, instead of doing so, he intended to rely only on Zero Wing's battle group to fight. His actions were simply incomprehensible. "I don't know," nonchalantly Jun Luosha said, "but I'm sure Guild Leader Shi has a solution." "Solution? What solution?" "That's a force of 3,000 we are talking about." "Fire Dance!" exclaimed, exasperated by Jun Luosha's response. After Mu Huangwu's group left, Shi Feng turned around and walked over to Fire Dance and the others. Then he pulled up a file on his quantum watch and shared it with everyone present. The file was a detailed report on mana purification techniques. Upon reading the report, Fire Dance and the others promptly fell silent. We still have a little more than 10 hours before the battle with the 15 cities begins. I have already sent each of you a bronze mana purification technique, so try to learn as much as you can within this time. I will also reward anyone who succeeds in learning it with an even better mana purification technique, Shi Feng said. Then he swept his gaze across the stunned individuals in the room before leaving. Chapter 322, Chapter 596, Cities Gather. Chapter 322, Chapter 596, Cities Gather. Chapter 596, Cities Gather. What? I thought only special weapons and equipment could increase mana strength. I must be seeing things, according to the instructions. So long as I master this bronze mana purification technique, my Tier 5 mana can be strengthened to the standard of Tier 6 NPCs. This is crazy. Where did guild leader Shi even get something like this? If news of this gets out, the various Apex powers will definitely lose their minds. Apart from Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Jun Luosha, everyone else in the room fell into a frenzied state after reading the detailed report on bronze mana purification techniques. Aside from feeling ecstatic, they also couldn't help but find the report hard to believe. Fire Dance, in particular, couldn't help but suspect Shi Feng was playing a joke on them when she finished reading the information on the bronze mana purification technique. Normally, the strength of players' mana would only increase with their tier. It was common knowledge in God's domain, and no power or player had ever broken this norm. Even the mighty Apex powers were no exception. However, the mana purification technique described in the report shattered this notion. So long as players successfully learned a bronze mana purification technique, they could elevate the strength of their mana by up to 1 tier, which was simply unbelievable. It should be known that the improvement of one's mana wouldn't lead to just an improvement in strength. It would also reduce the difficulty of constructing mana bodies and divine bodies. What was even more unbelievable was that according to Shi Feng, once they learned the bronze mana purification technique he sent them, he would reward them with an even better mana purification technique. Why do you seem unsurprised by all this, Luosha? Fire Dance asked when she noticed the girl beside her looking as cool as a cucumber. We are dealing with a technique that can increase the strength of our mana here. It is probably unique in the entire God's domain. Don't tell me you already knew about it long ago? In response, Jun Luosha frankly nodded and said, The guild leader previously said that this was information classified to core members and above, so I never told you about it, Big Sis Fire. Core members already knew about this secret previously. Fire Dance couldn't help but look at Jun Luosha in astonishment. Previously, she hadn't thought much about becoming a core member of Zero Wing. After all, in her opinion, she already knew everything there was to know about Zero Wing. But now she realized that she knew nothing about Zero Wing. The mana purification technique's existence could shake the entire Greater God's domain. If the various powers got their hands on it, they would probably ensure only their core executives knew about it. Yet now, Zero Wing had not only shared this secret with elite members like her and the others in the room, but it had also allowed them to learn this precious technique. Unless Zero Wing was led by fools, there could only be one reason the guild would do such a thing. It had secrets far more valuable and important than the mana purification technique. However, no matter how Fire Dance racked her mind, she simply couldn't imagine what secrets Zero Wing could have that surpassed the mana purification technique. While Zero Wing's battle group members began studying the bronze purification techniques, Shi Feng promptly sent a copy of the bronze purification technique to Red Frost and logged back into God's domain. Xie, Xing, Ying, Ing, Ying had already sent him 200 God crystals, so he intended to utilize the Nameless City's superior environment to start learning how to inscribe an intermediate divine engraving. Fortunately, as Shi Feng expected, the dense eternal energy that filled the Nameless City created an excellent learning environment. Even though he had yet to learn a mana purification technique, he only had to spend 150 God crystals, which was equivalent to 3 learning attempts, to grasp the intermediate enhancement engraving. The cost of learning an intermediate divine engraving is truly extravagant. Shi Feng winced in pain when he inspected his bag space. The expenditure of God crystals was only to let him experience the inscription process. Besides that, he also had to expend 7 luminaries crystals to put his knowledge into practice. Previously, when he was learning how to draw the basic enhancement engraving, he had expended tens of thousands of units worth of 7 luminaries crystals to expedite the learning process. Now, in order to learn how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving quickly, he had expended over 500,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The learning cost had increased by nearly tenfold. Fortunately, he had entrusted the development of divine engravers to Shia Qingying. If it were left to Zero Wing alone, it would have been impossible with the guild's lack of foundation in the greater god's domain. Even so, with how costly it was to nurture divine engravers, the best the Green God Corporation could do was nurture a batch of apprentice divine engravers. After all, the cost of inscribing an intermediate divine engraving was on a completely different level than that of a basic divine engraving. The basic enhancement engraving was only composed of 3 divine patterns. Although the cost of inscribing divine patterns would double with each additional divine pattern inscribed, with the first pattern costing 10 units, the second pattern costing 20 units, and the third pattern costing 40 units, it would only cost 70 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe all 3 divine patterns. In comparison, the intermediate enhancement engraving required the inscription of 6 divine patterns. The 6th divine pattern alone cost 320 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe. This simply wasn't an expenditure an ordinary power could afford on a large scale. Thank goodness I found a treasure like this, nameless city. Otherwise it would be impossible to nurture divine engravers in the future. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated when he saw nearly half of his stockpile of 7 luminaries crystals had disappeared. Players needed to expend 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings because their mana lacked purity. Unless players had mana nearing the standard of Tier 6 gods, they could not use their mana to inscribe divine engravings. They could only rely on external mana sources such as 7 luminaries crystals to do so. In a way, one could say that the art of inscribing divine engravings was not something players of the current era could learn. Fortunately, he had discovered mana purification techniques. With the help of mana purification techniques, players could achieve the mana of Tier 6 gods with relative ease. At that time, players would no longer have to rely on 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings. Instead, they could accomplish the task using their own mana, even if it was just barely. At the same time, Shi Feng also had to admit that, while intermediate enhancement engraving was costly to produce, its effects were leagues above the basic enhancement engraving. The basic enhancement engraving only increased the basic attributes of the inscribed weapon or equipment by 10%, whereas the intermediate enhancement engraving increased basic attributes by 30%. It should be known that this increase wasn't simply included in the modifiers that came with the inscribed item. Instead, it directly enhanced the basic attributes of the inscribed item. Later on, the inscribed item's inherent modifiers could further improve these additional basic attributes. If a player were to be fully equipped with fragmented legendary items inscribed with the intermediate enhancement engraving, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were fully equipped with legendary items. At this point, Shi Feng couldn't even imagine how much of an improvement an advanced divine engraving could bring. Regardless, now that Shi Feng had learned how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving, he had officially graduated as an apprentice divine engraver and was now a true divine engraver. So, he promptly began producing intermediate enhancement engraving scrolls. Each production attempt cost 630 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and Shi Feng's failure rate was about 50%. In other words, the cost of each intermediate enhancement engraving scroll he produced was a whopping 1,260 units of 7 luminaries crystal. At this price, it would cost him about 15,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to fully inscribe a player's equipment. And if he were to translate that into a 20-man team, the total cost would be roughly 300,000 units. Subsequently, time quickly passed. Before Shi Feng knew it, he had already finished making enough intermediate enhancement, engraving scrolls to inscribe two 20-man teams fully. Although he managed to raise his success rate as his proficiency grew, he still spent most of his 7 luminaries crystals. Now he was only left with a little over 50,000 units, which wasn't even enough to create a Tier 6 divine body. Just when Shi Feng was planning to use his remaining time to learn the advanced bronze mana purification technique, he suddenly received an emergency notification from his virtual gaming cabin. At the same time as Shi Feng received the emergency notification, an alarm blared throughout Star Lake City, causing everyone in the city to stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. At this time, 15 enormous holographic screens appeared above Star Lake City. Each screen displayed a different mobile city approaching Star Lake City, and these 15 cities had Star Lake City completely surrounded. Faintly, everyone also saw numerous individuals standing atop the walls of these mobile cities, and all of these individuals revealed excited expressions as their respective cities neared Star Lake City. Shortly afterward, the entirety of Star Lake City started to get virtualized, and a holographic timer covering half of the city's sky began counting toward the start of the imminent city battle. Chapter 3523, Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 3523, Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 597, Divine Glory Expert. They're here. The 15 cities still came in the end. What is the City Lord thinking? So many of the city's powers have already stated that we won't have to fight the 15 cities, so long as he removes Zero Wing from the city. The City Lord must have lost his mind. What benefits did Zero Wing offer for him to go to such lengths? Is he really not worried Star Lake City might cease to exist? Despair and frustration filled the inhabitants of Star Lake City when they saw the countdown timer above the city. Star Lake City had just secured its 5th set of power furnace fuel not long ago, so it was the perfect opportunity for development. And if everything went well, they, the inhabitants of Star Lake City, could expect to see a rise in their status and living standards in the greater world. But now, rather than an improvement in living standards, they should be expecting a drastic degradation instead, as Star Lake City was effectively doomed. Fighting against one city and multiple cities in a city battle were two entirely different matters. If a city lost a city battle against multiple cities, it wouldn't lose just one set of fuel. Instead, the number it lost would depend on the number of cities it lost to in points. So long as Star Lake City's total points was lower than one of the 15 cities, it would have to compensate the other party with one set of fuel. This also meant that Star Lake City could potentially lose all of its fuel. And if Star Lake City didn't have enough fuel to settle its debt, it would be forced to dissolve and its remains divided by the cities that did not receive any fuel. At that time, Star Lake City would also cease to exist. Different from Star Lake City's general populace, the city's various powers and influential families reacted in excitement and joy when they saw the countdown timer in the sky. As per our agreement with Xiao Quan, he will leave us with all of Star Lake City's fuel after the city battle, and we will all have a chance to vie for the position of City Lord. Our family will be the one to rule over Star Lake City. We really have to thank Zero Wing for this. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wait for our corporation to have a chance at competing for the City Lord position. When the executives of Star Lake City's various corporations and influential families saw less than 1/3 of the Star Lake Legion's usual members gathered atop Star Lake City's city wall, they couldn't help but reveal delighted smiles. Typically, it was very rare for third-tier mobile cities to see a change in ownership. After all, the city legions of the various third-tier mobile cities were roughly equal in strength, so the chances of a third-tier city winning or losing in a city battle were usually 50-50. Because of this, most third-tier cities could usually maintain their fuel at a certain volume. Not to mention, if a city was lucky, it might even come across a newly born fuel source to blanket its losses. But it was a different story now that Xiao Quan, the son of Silver Frost City's city lord, was spearheading an attack on Star Lake City. Under normal circumstances, third-tier mobile cities would never join forces. The 15 cities had only agreed to do so to please Xiao Quan. Meanwhile, the result of this collaboration was that the 15 cities would be able to easily overwhelm Star Lake City with their numbers and deprive Star Lake City of all its fuel in one fell swoop, forcing it into dissolution. and once Star Lake City dissolved, the position of Star Lake City's city lord would naturally cease to exist, and the city's future would be determined by the 15 cities that had conquered it. Currently, fewer than 1,000 people could be seen standing atop Star Lake City's city wall, and although these people were members of the Star Lake Legion, most of them didn't officially belong to a battle group. It was just that the Legion's personnel shortage was so severe that it had no choice but to include its reserve members to fill the numbers. After all, unlike in God's domain, players needed to expend their mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in a city battle. Moreover, the better the weapon and equipment a participant materialized, the greater the toll on their mental strength would be. Hence, in a city battle, the addition of every participant could bring about a significant impact. While the Star Lake Legion's participants were preparing their respective simulation cabins, an elderly man exuding a dignified aura arrived atop the city wall with a group of young men and women. Following the arrival of this elderly man, both the various powers' executives and the city's inhabitants couldn't help but be surprised. The elderly man was Feng Yiqing, the city lord of Star Lake City. It had already been several decades since he had taken on the position of the Feng family's head and Star Lake City's city lord. It had also been several decades since he had become a 3-star grandmaster. At present, it was rumored that he was already a pseudo-great grandmaster, and he was only one step away from reaching the great grandmaster standard, for him to bring his family guards. It seems even Feng Yiqing is unnerved by this situation. Mu Huangwu, who was quietly sipping tea on Star Lake City's spectator stands, commented when he saw Feng Yiqing arriving atop the city wall. "All 20 of those youngsters are 1-star grandmasters. One of them has even reached the 5th floor standard, as expected of the family that has ruled over Star Lake City for so many years. They're also equipped with the Feng family's family heirloom, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match," Jia Jingying commented when they saw that all 20 of the youths were equipped in standardized equipment sets. She also couldn't help but admire the Feng family's foundations. It was an incredibly difficult task to nurture a young 5th-floor expert, even for upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the greater gods domain. For a family in the greater world, the difficulty would only be greater. As for the equipment sets the 20 youths wore, they were fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets that could be used to form a small battle array. Fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets were exceedingly rare. They were so rare that players were more likely to encounter a player fully equipped with legendary items than a player equipped in a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. And although the bonuses the battle array provided could not even match the bonuses provided by one legendary weapon, a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set was easily worth as much as 20 legendary weapons. The reason for this lay in the effects fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets had on real-world city battles. Unlike legendary weapons and equipment, fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets placed very little burden on the wearer's mental strength. On top of that, they also allowed their wearers to form a battle array, which would increase their wearer's basic attributes by 1 piece of legendary equipment's worth and allow the sharing of senses between wearers. Because of these effects, should the Feng family's family guards stick together during the city battle, they would be akin to an impregnable fortress. Not even a 20-man team equipped with legendary weapons could take them down. "That's not necessarily true," Mu Huangwu said, shaking his head. Then he pointed toward Myriad Forest City, which vaguely looked like it was the leading force of the 15 cities, and continued, "Do you see that masked giant standing on the Myriad Forest City's side? Don't you find him familiar? Masked giant?" Jia Jingying followed Mu Huangwu's finger and focused her gaze on the Myriad Forest City. Then her eyes quickly widened as she gasped and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did Zhao Quan enlist the help of the 100-armed giant?" The masked giant, Mu Huangwu pointed out, was a 3-meter-tall masked man. Even with the man's face being hidden, Jia Jingying still recognized him at first glance. 100-armed giant, the 92nd ranked player on the Divine Glory list. Unlike the Luminous Glory and the Sacred Glory lists, the Divine Glory list was a powerhouse ranking list recognized by all, while experts ranked on the Divine Glory list were experts standing at the apex of the various realms. The Divine Glory list had 1,000 spots. Among them, the top 100 spots served as a major dividing line. Every expert in the top 100 of the Divine Glory list had mastered at least 2 or more gold combat techniques. Additionally, each of them was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. In the presence of these individuals, the average fifth-floor expert couldn't even compare. Chapter 3524, Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 598, Red Frost's Peak Condition. Mr. 100. Arm, as per our agreement. We will leave Feng Yiqing's family guards to you. Myriad Sky, the Myriad Forest Legion's commander, calmly said to the resting 3-meter-tall giant before her in an alluring tone. However, despite her calm manner of speech, hints of fear and awe could be seen in her eyes. Of the 15 cities attacking Star Lake City this time, Myriad Forest City could be said to be the strongest. It was also the closest to becoming a second-tier city out of all third-tier cities operating in this region. Currently, not only did Myriad Forest City have enough fuel to operate 17 power furnaces, but its size was also close to matching that of second-tier cities. There were even 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers based in the city. Normally, Myriad Forest City would have never entertained Xiao Quan's willful demand to attack Star Lake City. However, when Xiao Quan showed up in Myriad Forest City with a 100-armed giant in tow, the city had no choice but to reevaluate its opinion of the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Anyone capable of ranking on the Divine Glory list was, without a doubt, an apex existence in the greater god's domain. As for those ranked within the Divine Glory list's top 100, they were monsters capable of bringing about the doom of an upper-ranking hegemonic power so long as they desired. Sure, leave them to me, 100-armed giant said, nodding as he glanced at the holographic screen above Myriad Forest City. Myriad Skies breathed a sigh of relief when she heard 100-armed giant's response. For a moment, she was honestly worried the Divine Glory expert might refuse to listen to commands. When it came to the Star Lake Legion, it was of little significance in the eyes of Myriad Forest City and its city legion. However, it was a different story for Feng Yiqing. After all, Feng Yiqing was rumored to be a half-step great-grandmaster who was close to crossing the final threshold. The family guards he nurtured naturally wouldn't be pushovers. If it was only a matter of defeating Star Lake City in a city battle, Myriad Forest City could easily complete its part. However, the 15 cities' goal this time was the destruction of Star Lake City. They needed to ensure Zero Wing did not have a place to call home. Currently, there were 2 major threats in the Star Lake Legion. The first threat was the Legion's commander, Red Frost. The second threat was Feng Yiqing's family guards. Star Lake Legion would have 10 capture points it needed to defend. If it managed to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match, there was a chance it could continue to exist. This was not an outcome Myriad Forest City wished to see. After all, Myriad Forest City had already agreed with Xiao Quan that as long as Star Lake City perished, 100-armed giant would offer his help to Myriad Forest City once. If Myriad Forest City could gain the help of the 92nd-ranked Divine Glory expert when competing for its 20th set of fuel in the future, its victory would be assured, and it would finally become a second-tier mobile city. Preparations on Moontrail City's side are complete. We can move out whenever, Commander Sky. Hidden Leaf City is ready as well. We only await your command, Commander Sky. When the countdown timer for the City Battle's Tier 6 match reached 0, the various city legions surrounding Star Lake City promptly expressed their readiness to attack Star Lake City. Good, everyone. Move according to plan. Each city's battle groups will be responsible for 1 capture point. Do not give the enemy any chance to group up. Myriad Sky commanded when she saw that the other 14 cities' city legions were ready to move. Immediately, 150 battle groups consisting of 3,000 individuals began surging out of the 15 cities. Then, each city's battle groups gathered under one command before quickly making their way toward Star Lake City. Each of the 15 cities had 10 battle groups consisting of 200 Tier 6 experts. Even if one of these cities was unfortunate enough to encounter the entirety of the Star Lake Legion shortly after entering Star Lake City, it was unlikely to suffer destruction within a short time. On the contrary, as the battle dragged out, more and more of the other cities' battle groups would gather, making it even more impossible for the Star Lake Legion to accomplish anything. The Star Lake Legion would even suffer annihilation once enough reinforcements arrived. As for the possibility of the Star Lake Legion fleeing into the 15 cities, it wouldn't matter even if that happened. Whether the Star Lake Legion decided to split up and attack multiple cities or concentrate all of its forces into one city, the Star Lake Legion's battle groups were bound to come across the battle groups of the cities they decided to attack. Ultimately, they still couldn't avoid being surrounded and annihilated. Meanwhile, when Star Lake City's inhabitants saw this sight through the holographic screens above the city, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the Star Lake Legion's veteran members felt their scalps going numb at this sight. It was obvious that the 15 cities intended to bring ruin to Star Lake City without giving it any opportunities to resist. Less than 10 minutes later, the 15 cities' battle groups entered Star Lake City from multiple directions. Then they began searching for the Star Lake Legion's members and capture points. We've arrived at Capture Point 3. We discovered nobody here. Capture Point 1 is undefended as well. Same with Capture Point 8. When the various cities' battle groups started to occupy Star Lake City's capture points one after another, the various cities were surprised to discover that the Star Lake Legion was defending none of these capture points. Sure enough, they've chosen to concentrate their forces. Myriad Sky muttered when she heard the reports from the various city legions. However, she wasn't surprised by this development. She would have made a similar decision if she had been in charge of the Star Lake Legion. A 20-man battle group is approaching us from the front, Commander Sky, the Tier 6 Ranger beside Myriad Sky suddenly reported. They're still over a kilometer away, and we'll encounter them in 20 seconds. Are you sure it's just one battle group? Myriad Sky was a little surprised by this situation. A full battle group of 20 participants might be an adequate force in a city battle between two cities, but it was far from sufficient when the opponent consisted of 15 cities, not to mention, with the 15 cities' current distribution of forces, even if the Star Lake Legion had only split its forces into two teams of 100 participants, it would still be a very foolish decision. That's right. It's just one battle group of 20, the Ranger affirmed. They look like they are deliberately coming to us, and the person leading the battle group seems to be the Star Lake Legion's commander, Red Frost. The Sky Piercer is coming? 100-armed giant, who was walking alongside the Myriad Forest Legion, suddenly revealed a look of interest. I heard rumors saying she had the potential to enter the top 100 during her peak. Do you think this might be a trap of the Star Lake Legion, mister? 100 Air Myriad Sky asked. She couldn't help but feel something was amiss when she heard her subordinate's report. Less than 1,000 meters separated both sides currently. At this distance, Tier 6 players using scouting skills could easily discover each other. So, it shouldn't be a mistake to say that Red Frost had already discovered the Myriad Forest Legion. But with only 20 participants on her side, why would Red Frost take the initiative to approach the Myriad Forest Legion's 200-man team? So what if it's a trap? 100-armed giant said in disdain. Setting aside the fact that Red Frost is no longer at the peak, even in her prime, she only had a chance to break into the top 100. Even with the support of Feng Yiqing's family guards, what can they do against me? Hearing this, Myriad Sky couldn't help but agree with 100-armed giant. 100-armed giant was an expert currently ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 100, whereas Red Frost, the Sky Piercer, only had a chance of breaking into the top 100 during her peak. The two were on completely different levels. Not to mention, the Myriad Forest Legion had a massive numerical advantage over Red Frost's battle group. About 20 seconds after the Tier 6 Ranger reported his findings, a group of participants appeared before the Myriad Forest Legion. The group consisted of 20 participants, and it was led by a long-haired woman clad in white holy armor and armed with a crimson spear. At the same time as this battle group appeared, Myriad Sky couldn't help but shudder. It was especially so when she felt the presence of the goddess-like woman. It felt as if she was standing before a Tier 6 god, and this realization filled her mind with doubts. Was the red frost before them still not in her peak form? Chapter 3525, Chapter 5099, Divine Downfall. Chapter 3525, Chapter 5099, Divine Downfall. Chapter 5925, Chapter 5099, Divine Downfall. Chapter 5099, Divine Downfall. What kind of terrible luck does Commander Red Frost have? Why did she have to come across 100-armed giant right off the bat? 100-armed giant came in 92nd on the latest Divine Glory list. I recall the last time he took action was when he stole from the Red Dragon Nation. At the time, the Flame Dragon Legion, led by the Red Dragon Nation's first Vice Guild leader, was raiding a world boss called the Evil Void Dragon. The raid had proceeded smoothly from start to finish, but as soon as the boss died, 100-armed giants suddenly appeared and snatched the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact that dropped. I also heard about that incident. Although the Flame Dragon Legion tried to hunt him down, 100-armed giant ultimately got away after killing several dozen of the Flame Dragon Legion's experts. Also, strangely enough, the Red Dragon Nation didn't try to escalate the matter afterward. When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the encounter between Red Frost's battle group and 100-armed giant, they couldn't help but grow anxious. Even the Star Lake Legion's spectating vice commanders were no exception. 100-armed giant was incredibly famous in the Greater God's domain, and it would be rare to find somebody who hadn't heard about him and his recent achievement. The Flame Dragon Legion was the pseudo-Apex Power Red Dragon Nation's trump card legion. It consisted of 1,000 Tier 6 experts, and all of its team leaders were 5th floor experts, while its vice commanders were Saint-ranked experts. Under the effects of the Legion's battle array, they were a force that was beyond the comprehension of anyone in Star Lake City. The Flame Dragon Legion was so powerful that even if the 15 city legions currently attacking Star Lake City were to band together, these 15 legions still wouldn't fare any better than a baby would in a fight against an adult. Yet 100-armed giant had not only successfully escaped from the pursuit of the Flame Dragon Legion, but he had even killed dozens of the Legion's experts in the process. His strength was already beyond description. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 100-armed giant alone was more challenging of an opponent than the entirety of the 15 cities' 3,000-man army. Ha ha ha! Wonderful. Let's see how our mighty commander can continue acting arrogantly in Star Lake City after this. Chen Qilin, a former Star Lake Legion vice commander, reacted in joy and excitement when he saw Red Frost meeting 100-armed giant. In the past, be it in prestige or strength, nobody in Star Lake City could challenge Red Frost. She held so much influence in the city that she could deprive him of his position as a vice commander with only a few words, turning him into an absolute joke in the city. Moreover, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation, as there was nothing he could do against a pseudo-great grandmaster like Red Frost. But now he would finally get to see Red Frost suffering defeat. The current Star Lake Legion was a far cry from before. Because of many experts withdrawing, the Legion couldn't even field 10 full Tier 6 battle groups for the city battle. And although the City Lord had included his family guards at the last minute, the Star Lake Legion still only managed to field a little over 60 participants for the Tier 6 match, of which nearly 1/3 were with Red Frost. Normally, had Red Frost managed to flee into one of the other mobile cities with the City Lord's family guards and conducted guerrilla warfare, it would have still been possible for Star Lake City to earn some points from the Tier 6 match. However, now that Red Frost had encountered Armed Giant, the Tier 6 match was as good as over. While Red Frost might be a Divine Glory expert in the past, it should be known that 100-armed giant was currently ranked 92nd on the Divine Glory list. Ignoring the fact that Red Frost was no longer at her peak, even if she were still in her prime, she still wouldn't be a match for 100-armed giant. Meanwhile, as Red Frost's battle group moved closer and closer to the Myriad Forest Legion, to everyone's surprise, Red Frost suddenly charged ahead of her battle group. It did not look like she intended to work with her allies to break the Myriad Forest Legion's defensive line. Not bad, as expected of someone who had the potential to enter the top 100. When 100-armed giant saw Red Frost charging ahead with her crimson spear, a look of interest surfaced on his face. Then he commanded, "Leave her to me. You guys get rid of the others. We'll have to trouble you with that then, Mr. Hundred Arm." Myriad Sky said, sighing in relief. In Myriad Sky's opinion, the current Red Frost felt no different than a Tier 6 god, and she highly doubted the Myriad Forest Legion could take Red Frost on. Without Hundred-Armed Giant's assistance, the 15 cities would have to concentrate all of their forces and erect magic barriers to be able to kill Red Frost. So it was naturally good news that Hundred-Armed Giant was willing to take action. Following Myriad Sky's response, Hundred-Armed Giant's 3-meter-tall frame suddenly vanished. Then, he reappeared within 20 yards of Red Frost, his speed stunning many of the Tier 6 experts present. He's so fast. Is this the famous space-crossing steps? Didn't they say that even 3-star Grandmasters would have difficulty executing gold combat techniques in simulation warfare? How did he manage it so easily? Is this the strength of the top 100 Divine Glory experts? Many gasped when they saw Hundred-Armed Giant's lightning-quick maneuvers. Even Myriad Sky couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Unlike in God's domain, players would have their physical strength heavily suppressed in simulation warfare. Not to mention, players also needed to expend mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in simulation warfare. Because of these two factors, it was incredibly challenging for players to execute complex maneuvers such as gold combat techniques. Yet, Hundred-Armed Giant had executed space-crossing steps, which was a gold combat technique in his trademark move, with little to no stress. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the same time as Hundred-Armed Giant appeared before Red Frost, a dark gray axe appeared in his hand. The instant the axe appeared, the intensity of the aura Hundred-Armed Giant radiated increased substantially, causing many of the Tier 6 experts present to shudder involuntarily. Is that the Void Axe? Mu Huangwu, who was spectating the match from inside the city, couldn't help but marvel at the dark gray axe decorated by electric arcs. With that fragmented divine axe in hand, Hundred-Armed Giant can probably trade blows with the various pseudo-apex powers taboos. Even if that madwoman is still at her peak right now, I doubt she can last more than 5 moves against him. Sitting next to Mu Huangwu, Jia Qingying revealed a grim look when she saw Hundred-Armed Giant taking out the Void Axe. The Tier 6 match took up a significant portion of the city battle's points. If Star Lake City lost the Tier 6 match to a miserable extent, it wouldn't matter how well the city did in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches. There would be no salvaging the situation anymore. While everyone was distracted by the Void Axe, Hundred-Armed Giant attacked Red Frost without hesitation, executing his other trademark move, the gold combat technique Meteoric Laceration. In only an instant, Hundred-Armed Giant had executed over 100 slashes from various angles, creating a web of rapid attacks that gave Red Frost neither time nor space to evade. He was fully committed to eliminating the Star Lake Legion's commander as quickly as possible. At this moment, even though they weren't the actual target of Hundred-Armed Giant's Meteoric Laceration, everyone present could feel the threat of death descending looming over them. Good. You'll serve as a good test subject for the fruits of my research. Red Frost did not grow flustered in the face of Hundred-Armed Giant's attack. On the contrary, she revealed a look of excitement as she entered a stance and gathered the surrounding mana to the tip of her spear. Then she charged forward and executed the forbidden technique she had spent years studying. Forbidden technique? God's Return. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout Star Lake City time and again as axe and spear clashed, the intensity of the collisions creating shock waves that spread over 1,000 yards. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly shot out from the epicenter of the shock waves and crashed into a nearby metal building, the HP bar above the figure's head shrinking 1/3 in size. Then, upon getting a clear look at this figure, everyone's jaws fell wide open. This was because the figure in question belonged to none other than the 92nd-ranked Divine Glory expert, Hundred-Armed Giant. TL notes. Forbidden Technique. I have no idea if Forbidden Technique Jinzi Jantfa is an extension of the Combat Technique Janti category, Mana Technique Moli Jantfa category, or if it's something entirely new. For the time being, it looks like it is either an extension of the Mana Technique category or something entirely new? Chapter 3526, Chapter 600, Complete Victory. Chapter 3526, Chapter 600, Complete Victory. Chapter 600, Complete Victory. 100 armed giant lost. When Myriad Sky saw the familiar figure embedded in the nearby building, she revealed a bewildered look. Her mind failed to process what had just happened. It should be known that 100 armed giant had executed meteoric laceration, a gold combat technique. Moreover, he had done so using the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact. Even a Tier 6 god of the same level wouldn't be able to withstand his attack head-on and take evasive measures. Yet, Red Frost, the Sky Piercer who was no longer in her prime, had managed to overpower 100 armed giant in a direct confrontation. I must be hallucinating. How can that 100 armed giant lose? At this moment, Myriad Sky and the Myriad Forest Legion's members weren't the only ones in disbelief. This development similarly dumbfounded the spectators of Star Lake City and the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers, Chen Qilin, and the other former Star Lake Legion members. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While none of them had ever seen Red Frost fighting with her full strength, Chen Qilin and the others still had a general idea of her strength. In their opinions, Red Frost was, at most, close to the standard of Tier 6 gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need for her to retire in a measly third-tier city. So, how exactly did she manage to defeat 100 armed giant in one exchange? Impossible. Even if Red Frost is still at her peak, she only has the potential to enter the Divine Glory List's top 100, whereas 100 armed giant is a genuine top 100 expert. How could he have lost to her after just one exchange? Chen Qilin jumped out of his seat when he saw the scene displayed above the city. No matter the place. Experts ranked among the Divine Glory List's top 100 were existences capable of single-handedly turning the tides of battle. If Red Frost had the strength to topple the 92nd-ranked Divine Glory expert in just one exchange, then the course of the entire city battle would change because of Red Frost. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after 100 armed giant fell out of the dent he created in the metal building, he couldn't help but look at Red Frost with a tinge of fear in his eyes. It seems all of those rumors of you getting cursed in a sanctuary and losing your strength were nonsense. You did acquire that ruin's legacy, 100 armed giant said as he drank a Grandmaster regeneration potion. Then, after recollecting himself, he continued, "But even if that move of yours has already reached the level of taboos, you still have a long way to go if you want to win this match." After saying so, 100 armed giant turned his gaze toward Myriad Sky. "Commander Sky, have all your healers assist me in distracting Red Frost. That move she used expends a lot of mental strength, so she cannot sustain it for long," 100 armed giant commanded without caring for his reputation. "While I'm distracting her, the rest of you take care of the others. Also, have all other cities' battle groups gather toward us. Even if Red Frost is already at the standard of taboos, we can still wear her down." If he had encountered Red Frost in the Greater God's domain, he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. But now that he had a force of 3,000 to work with, defeating Red Frost wasn't out of the question. "Okay," Myriad Sky agreed. After snapping out of her daze, her unsettled heart quickly calmed down. As 100 armed giant stated, even if Red Frost was strong enough to rival Taboos existences who were equipped with divine artifacts, there was a limit to her strength in a city battle environment. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, they could most certainly whittle her down. Not to mention, they had 100 armed giant, an existence capable of trading blows with Red Frost on their side. Immediately, the Myriad Forest Legion split into two groups under Myriad Sky's arrangement. Among them, one group consisted of 26 healers responsible for supporting 100 armed giant. Red Frost shouldn't think of killing 100 armed giant now unless she could kill him within an instant. As for the remaining 172 players, Myriad Sky led them into a charge against the 19 other members of Red Frost's battle group. If they could eliminate these 19 players before the City Lord's family guards arrived, it would reduce the amount of support Red Frost could receive. "How decisive of you," When Red Frost saw a 100-armed giant seeking help from the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but admire the other party. I thought a solo expert like yourself would refuse to work with others no matter what. There were countless experts in the greater God's domain. Among them, solo experts capable of entering the Divine Glory list typically disliked cooperating with others in a fight. It was especially so when they were facing lone opponents. In such scenarios, solo experts would prefer a one-on-one fight and forbid others from interfering. Firstly, it was because one-on-one battles allowed for better honing of their skills. Secondly, it was rare for solo experts to find opportunities to fight equally skilled opponents in a one-on-one scenario, so every opportunity had to be cherished. I don't have a choice. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to do this either. 100-armed giant calmly replied when he saw Red Frost showing no signs of resuming their fight right away. Don't go saying that I'm despicable for relying on numbers either. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked. While 100-armed giant was speaking, Myriad Sky and the players she led had already started to attack the members of Red Frost's battle group. The 172 players Myriad Sky led were all titled experts fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. For the sake of this city battle, Myriad Forest City had even loaned a legendary weapon to every team leader of the Myriad Forest Legion. When facing titled experts without legendary weapons, it would be a piece of cake for these team leaders to go 1-on-10 while relying on their advantage in basic attributes. Only fifth-floor experts could possibly defeat them. Despicable? Red Frost laughed when she heard 100-Armed's words. Why would I? On the contrary, I should be the one saying those words to you. What? 100-Armed Giant couldn't help but be puzzled by Red Frost's words. It was especially so when he saw that Red Frost still had no intentions of moving and was simply watching Myriad Sky's group take action against her battle group members. Admittedly, Red Frost's battle group members were strong, each being a 1-star Grandmaster or higher. However, none of them were fifth-floor experts, so there was no way they could win against Myriad Sky's group. I originally planned to mess with you for a bit, but now it seems that won't be possible, Red Frost said. Then she looked toward the confidants she led and calmly said, You guys can stop suppressing yourselves. It's time to show these people what happens when they provoke the wrong person. As soon as Red Frost said so, a mighty aura that closely rivaled Red Frost's started to spread from the 19 members of her battle group. Suddenly, it felt as if 19 Tier 6 gods had descended upon the battlefield. Chapter 3527, Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 3527, Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 601, First Tier Mobile City, Impossible. When Red Frost's battle group members unleashed their auras, everyone from the Myriad Forest Legion was dumbfounded. Even 100-Armed Giant's jaw had fallen a little. Setting aside Red Frost's combat standards, it should be known that in terms of basic attributes alone, she already rivaled Tier 6 gods. So the fact that Red Frost's battle group members radiated an aura closely matching that of Red Frost meant that aside from Red Frost, there were 19 other Tier 6 gods in Red Frost's battle group. Tier 6 gods. 19 Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 gods were already considered apex existences throughout the entire Greater God's domain. Even the existence of just one Tier 6 god was enough to warrant great caution from an upper-ranking hegemonic power. If Tier 6 players weren't fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, they would have difficulty putting up any form of meaningful resistance. As for a force of 19 Tier 6 gods, that was more than enough to destroy an empire in the Greater God's domain, let alone the 15 cities' city legions. At this time, even the Star Lake Legion's spectating members couldn't help but be stunned by this unexpected revelation. They never thought their legion would have kept such strength hidden. Damn it! Everyone retreat, Myriad Sky instinctively commanded after sensing the auras of the 19 players before her exploding in intensity. In the face of players with basic attributes nearing Tier 6 gods, even the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, who were each equipped with a legendary weapon, could last no more than a few exchanges before getting killed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one of Red Frost's battle group members was enough to take on all of the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders. Needless to say, the members without legendary weapons would fare even worse. In that case, how were they supposed to go up against Red Frost's 19 battle group members? Unfortunately, Myriad Sky's command was of little use, as Red Frost's battle group members had already started attacking the Myriad Forest Legion's members as soon as they stopped suppressing themselves. Even without the use of powerful gold combat techniques, Tier 6 curses, or Tier 6 taboo skills, Red Frost's battle group members could easily claim the lives of several Myriad Forest Legion members with every bronze combat technique, Tier 6 skill, or Tier 6 spell they used. Only the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, equipped with legendary weapons, could barely resist. Even so, they would still get sent flying and lose a significant portion of their HP. In no time at all. The Myriad Forest Legion had already lost more than 50 members. How is this possible? 100-Armed Giant couldn't help but look at Red Frost's battle group members in confusion. Even if Star Lake City managed to find a backer and acquire a large number of legendary items, only 3-star Grandmasters could materialize a full set of legendary items. Where did Star Lake City find so many young 3-star Grandmasters? 3-star mental strength Grandmasters were incredibly rare, and it was even more so for 3-star Grandmasters of such a young age. Even conglomerates would only have a handful of such talented individuals. In order to gather so many young 3-star Grandmasters, the full support of a pseudo-apex power would be required at the very least. However, before 100-Armed Giant could figure out the situation, Red Frost had already raised her spear and thrust the weapon at him. In a situation where the Star Lake Legion didn't even have 100 members participating in the Tier 6 match, the first thing the Legion needed to accomplish to ensure its victory would be to eliminate the greatest threat, 100-Armed Giant. Then the Star Lake Legion would have to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions one after another before they managed to respond. Otherwise, with the 15 city legions' numerical advantage, they could easily have half of their forces keep the Star Lake Legion pinned with magic barriers, while the rest of their forces occupied Star Lake City's capture points. The 15 city legions could even opt to conduct guerrilla warfare since, with the disparity in numbers, it would be impossible for the Star Lake Legion to occupy too many capture points. Regardless of which option the 15 cities chose, Star Lake City would ultimately lose. Meanwhile, 100-Armed Giant quickly realized this point and tried to escape. Unfortunately, Red Frost didn't give him such an opportunity and repeatedly executed God's Return with her spear. Even with more than 20 healers healing him, 100-Armed Giant had no choice but to commit everything to defense. Otherwise, if he allowed Red Frost's attacks to connect with his body, not even a force of 20-plus healers could keep him alive. It's over. When the 15 cities' spectators saw Red Frost picking off 100-Armed Giant's healers one after another, and ultimately finishing off the 92nd-ranked Divine Glory expert, their hearts could no longer remain calm. They couldn't find any words to comment on the situation either, as none of them had expected such an outcome. Even so, with 100-Armed Giant's death and the Myriad Forest Legion's annihilation, even if the remaining 14 city legions managed to group up to a certain extent afterward, it was unlikely they could put up any meaningful resistance against Red Frost's battle group. Indeed, as everyone expected, in the following 2 hours, Red Frost's battle group swiftly annihilated or crippled 11 out of the 15 city legions before they managed to react. Then, the 20-man battle group split up and took independent action as the remaining 4 city legions could no longer pose a significant threat to them. Even though the remaining 4 city legions eventually chose to conduct guerrilla warfare, the Star Lake Legion still managed to occupy over 50 capture points. Moreover, the Star Lake Legion occupied at least 3 capture points from each city. So, unless the 15 cities could annihilate the Star Lake Legion in the subsequent Tier 5 and Tier 4 matches, all 15 cities would have to lose 1 set of power furnace fuel. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the Tier 6 match, all of Star Lake City's inhabitants celebrated in joy. With the Star Lake Legion's massive victory in the Tier 6 match, so long as the Legion didn't lose too miserably in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches, Star Lake City could acquire several more sets of fuel. This would undoubtedly propel Star Lake City's development to the next level. At the same time, though many who had withdrawn from the Star Lake Legion couldn't help but regret their decisions. Myriad Forest City, in a viewing room situated on the top floor of the city's tallest building, the city lords of the 15 cities and the executives of numerous powers were currently gathered here. However, be it the 15 city lords or the various powers' executives, everyone wore cautious looks as they sat around a gloomy young man, their behavior making it seem like the young man was the top figure in the room. Apart from the gloomy young man, the 20 young men and women who sat around him were also targets of caution for the various city lords and executives. This was because half of these 20 youths were 2-star grandmasters, while the other half were 3-star grandmasters. Though, compared to the mental strength of these youths, what struck fear in everyone present was their status. They were members of a Tier 5 ace battle group from Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these 20 youths were far out of the reach of any of the city lords present. Normally, these city lords would only get to see these youths when they spectated first-tier city battles. At other times, they wouldn't be able to get acquainted with these youths, even if they wanted to. "It seems I will have to rely on you in the next match, Brother Tianhao," Xiao Quan said to the gloomy young man beside him. "No problem," the gloomy young man nonchalantly replied. "As per our agreement, it will cost you 4,000 eternal gold if we take action." "Naturally." Xiao Quan nodded. "So long as you can annihilate Zero Wing's members, I will send the money to you in no more than 2 days, Brother Tianhao." "All right, leave it to us," the gloomy young man said, smiling. "I kept hearing Frey talk about how formidable Zero Wing is. Let's see if Zero Wing really is as extraordinary as Frey claims." Chapter 3528, Chapter 602, Zero Wing Takes the Field. Chapter 3528, Chapter 602, Zero Wing Takes the Field. Chapter 3528, Chapter 602, Zero Wing Takes the Field inside the viewing room. When the gloomy young man going by the name of Luo Tianhao finished speaking, he left the room with his subordinates to participate in the upcoming Tier 5 match. Meanwhile, it was only after the youths from Skystar City had left did everyone in the room dare to start breathing normally. "What should we do next, young master Xiao Quan?" Myriad Forest City's city lord asked respectfully after approaching Xiao Quan. Hearing Myriad Forest City's city lord's question, the other city lords also respectfully looked toward Xiao Quan, none of them exuding the majesty and dignity of a city lord. Initially, the main reason they had agreed to go along with Xiao Quan's willfulness was so that they could get into Silver Frost City's good graces. But after seeing the forces Xiao Quan had brought with him to Silver Frost City, they no longer cared about buttering up to Silver Frost City. Instead, they felt that it would be much more worthwhile to gain the favor of Xiao Quan himself. First, it was 100-Armed Giant, the 92nd ranked expert on the Divine Glory list. Now, it was one of the Tier 5 ace battle groups of Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. Logically, whether it was 100-Armed Giant or Skystar City's ace battle group, neither should be within reach of the son of a second-tier city's city lord. The fact that Xiao Quan could get these two forces to work for him meant that there was more to his identity than meets the eye. "You don't have to be nervous. All you need to do is have your forces cooperate with Brother Tianhao in the Tier 5 match. Leave everything else to Brother Tianhao," Xiao Quan said, chuckling nonchalantly. "Understood." The various city lords responded unanimously. Then they promptly contacted the city legions under their command. Meanwhile, a smirk appeared on Xiao Quan's face as he looked at the distant Star Lake City and thought, "Qingying, you might think you have found yourself a powerful backer, but you simply have no idea what kind of existence Shi Feng has provoked." A few days ago, a development unbeknownst to him must have occurred, as his superior had abruptly allowed him to utilize Demon's Gate's forces on the Starlight continent. Meanwhile, the command he received was to permanently erase Zero Wing from the greater world. When he received this command, he decided to use this opportunity to thoroughly show Zhe Qingying the consequences of offending him. Although a minor accident had occurred with the arrangements he made for the Tier 6 match, What truly mattered was the upcoming Tier 5 match. To ensure Star Lake City's defeat in the Tier 5 match, he had even paid a heavy price to get one of Skystar City's Tier 5 ace battle groups to serve as reserve members for the Myriad Forest Legion. As for the battle group Luo Tianhao led, it stood among the apex of all Tier 5 battle groups on the Starlight continent. There was no way Zero Wing's recently established battle group could compete against it. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes after the Tier 6 match concluded, the Tier 5 participants of all 16 cities began entering their simulation cabins one after another. However, when the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants made their initial appearance, an uproar immediately occurred among the 16 third-tier mobile cities. Heavens! Why do those participants from the Myriad Forest Legion look like they're Skystar City's ace battle group members? They don't just look like them. They are them. They represented Skystar City in the most recent first-tier city battle. Everyone was surprised to see Luo Tianhao and his battle group appearing on Myriad Forest City's side. Even Mu Huangwu and Jia Qinying, who were spectating from Star Lake City's spectator stand, were shocked by this development. What did Xiao Quan do? How did he get one of Skystar City's ace battle groups to help him? Confusion filled Jia Qinying's eyes as she looked at the holographic screen displaying the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants. Since when did first-tier cities interfere with the struggles of second- and third-tier cities? On the Starlight continent, first-tier cities were essentially unattainable existences for the various second- and third-tier cities. Normally, first-tier cities would find it beneath themselves to even meddle with the struggles of top-ranking second-tier cities, let alone third-tier cities. After all, the two stood on completely different playing fields. Aside from a significant difference in equipment standards, there also existed a massive difference in mental strength standards. In a second-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were extremely rare. But in a first-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were very common. They were so common that every battle group would have a 3-star grandmaster leading it. As for ace battle groups, while not all members would be 3-star grandmasters, they would be, at the very least, 2-star limit grandmasters. Additionally, all of them were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they were even capable of materializing all of their equipment in battle. This was a stark contrast to the ace battle group members of second- and third-tier legions, where many of them couldn't materialize legendary items, even if they possessed some. As for the combat standards of a first-tier legion's ace battle group members, they were all at the 5th floor standard at the very least. At this moment, Jia Qinying wasn't the only one shocked by this development. Even Red Frost, who had relaxed after winning the Tier 6 match, couldn't help but look at Myriad Forest City's screen with twitching eyes. Exactly what kind of existence did our mighty guild leader of Zero Wing offend? Previously, Red Frost was still rather confident in Shi Feng's ability to win the Tier 5 match. However, after seeing one of Skystar City's ace battle groups appearing in the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but grow worried. Even if they were talking about the Tier 6 match, a battle group of Tier 5 5th-floor experts fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment could probably win against the 15 cities. Placing such a battle group in the Tier 5 match of a third-tier city battle was simply cheating. With such a frightening battle group present, how was Zero Wing supposed to win the Tier 5 match? Apart from Shi Feng, Zero Wing's battle group had, at most, 4 other 5th-floor experts. Even if they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items strengthened by intermediate divine engravings, their basic attributes would still be slightly inferior to players fully equipped with legendary items. Not to mention, they wouldn't have access to the other bonuses and abilities of legendary items. While everyone was discussing Skystar City's ace battle group, the bells signaling the start of the Tier 5 match sounded. Following the start of the Tier 5 match, the 15 city legions promptly gathered at one location as previously discussed. They did not give the Star Lake Legion any opportunities as their comrades did in the Tier 6 match. After gathering, the army of 3,000 marched toward Star Lake City. Then, after dedicating 1,000 players to constructing a magic barrier, the rest of the army began systematically searching for the Star Lake Legion's members. Xiao Quan is such a cautious person, leader. We can't even demonstrate our strength to Zero Wing with such a setup, a graceful female elementalist from Luo Tianhao's battle group said, frowning as she watched the 15 site's members erecting a large barrier that enveloped the entire army. Once this barrier is completed, I doubt we will get to even see Zero Wing's members. Once the large magic barrier constructed by 1,000 players took shape, it would encompass more than half of Star Lake City. And if it was settled in the heart of the city, it could cover at least 70% of the city. In such a situation, there was no way the Star Lake Legion or Zero Wing's battle group would think of contesting for the capture points covered by the barrier. Isn't that better? Luo Xiahao chuckled. Not only do we get to make a large sum of eternal coins without doing anything, but we can also let Frey know the Zero Wing she mentioned is an insignificant coward. If Zero Wing doesn't even dare to fight us, what qualifications does it have to partner with the Galaxy conglomerate? Someone's approaching us from in front, leader. A Tier 5 Ranger from the same battle group suddenly reported. They're very fast. They'll reach us in 10 seconds. It seems they're smart and know that this is their only chance to get close to us, Luo Tianhao said, unsurprised by the report. After all, once the barrier was completed, Star Lake City was as good as theirs. How many people do they have? There seems to be only 5, the Tier 5 Ranger awkwardly said. Chapter 3529, Chapter 603, Lunacy. Chapter 3529, Chapter 603, Lunacy. Chapter 603, Lunacy. Is he insane? Why did he send only 5 people? Over at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Xia Qingying stood up and exclaimed in a somewhat ear-piercing voice when she saw only 5 figures appearing before the 15 cities' army, confusion and disbelief filling her eyes. As Zero Wing's partner, Xia Qingying was more or less aware of Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing might have very few capable experts based in Star Lake City, it definitely wasn't so short on manpower that it could only have 5 people participate in the Tier 5 match. Not to mention, Shi Feng had even shown Zero Wing's battle group to Mu Huangwu previously. That was undoubtedly a full battle group. Moreover, Shi Feng always had the option of seeking reinforcements from Zero Wing's other members in God's domain. While external reinforcements might experience a delay in controlling their bodies, 5th floor experts could still display combat standards vastly superior to titled experts nonetheless. Combined with weapons and equipment enhanced by intermediate divine engravings, these 5th floor experts could put up a fight against even Ski Star City's ace battle group. Yet Shi Feng had chosen to participate in the Tier 5 match with just 5 people. Now, not only would it be impossible to defeat Ski Star City's ace battle group, but even winning against the 15 city legions would be an insurmountable challenge. At this time, Mu Huangwu also nodded in agreement with Xia Qingying. He felt that Shi Feng had already given up on the Tier 5 match. Otherwise, there would be no reason why he would have only 5 people participate. No matter how futile the Tier 5 match might seem, he should have mobilized at least 20 people. After all, every additional participant counted in a city battle. Are you all Zero Wing's members? Luo Tianhao asked out of curiosity as he looked at the 5 people approaching him. Luo Tianhao had only heard a little about the guild named Zero Wing, and most of it had come from Frey. However, based on Frey's description, Zero Wing was supposedly an amazing guild, so much so that she strongly recommended the Galaxy conglomerate to establish deeper ties with it. That's right, Shi Feng responded, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Luo Tianhao and his battle group. In his previous life, Luo Tianhao's battle group was considerably famous on the Starlight continent. The battle group had helped Sky Star City achieve consecutive victories and 0 defeats in the Tier 5 matches against other first-tier cities. Somewhere down the line, the battle group even won a match for a transcontinental special-tier city, instantly solidifying the Galaxy conglomerate's position in the city. However, despite Luo Tianhao's achievements and status as the Galaxy conglomerate's 6th successor, Shi Feng never really paid much attention to him. This was because most major struggles in the Greater God's domain only involved Tier 6 players, while Luo Tianhao and his battle group only focused on Tier 5 matches. Good. Luo Tianhao nodded as he looked at Shi Feng. Since you have the courage to stand before us, we won't bully you with numbers. Instead, we'll have a 5-on-5 match. If you win, my battle group will stay out of Star Lake City. If we win, you must personally tell Frey that Zero Wing isn't worthy of collaborating with Galaxy. How about it? Upon hearing Luo Tianhao's words, the 15 City Legion's members promptly grew anxious. In this Tier 5 match, Luo Tianhao's battle group was the main force for their side, while everyone else was only here as support. While they might be able to kill Shi Feng's group if they finished constructing their magic barrier, they would be in a bind if Shi Feng's group fled to another city. Even if the 15 cities were to ultimately win the Tier 5 match, so long as Shi Feng's group successfully occupied 1 or 2 capture points in another city, there was a chance the unlucky city might lose to Star Lake City in points. Not to mention, according to their intelligence, all 5 members of Shi Feng's group should be 5th-floor experts. That's a rather generous offer, Team Leader Luo. Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Luo Tianhao's confidence. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in it. Also, I'm afraid nobody present is qualified to discuss conditions with Zero Wing. As soon as Shi Feng's words fell, an uproar immediately occurred among the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City's spectators. Crap! Is that guy nuts? How dare he provoke Skystar City's ace battle group at this critical moment? Is he not worried City Lord Feng will kick him out of Star Lake City? Star Lake City's spectators couldn't help but look at Shi Feng as if he was a fool. After all, Luo Tianhao's offer allowed Zero Wing to have a fair fight. Yet not only did Shi Feng turn down such an opportunity, but he had even provoked Luo Tianhao while he was at it. We're not qualified to discuss conditions with you? Luo Tianhao laughed. At the same time, his expression gradually darkened. I would have assumed the guild that Frey has talked so much about would have some brains, but it seems Zero Wing is merely run by a bunch of irredeemable fools. Since you think we're unqualified, let me see how long you can last against my battle group. Immediately, Luo Tianhao and his battle group members materialized their legendary weapons and equipment. The appearance of the items bringing along with them an aura surpassing that of the average Tier 6 player, and when everyone saw their weapons and equipment, they couldn't help but be awed. It was very rare to see players fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater God's domain. Not even the executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers would necessarily have a full set of legendary items. Yet every member of Luo Tianhao's member group was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. With such an equipment standard, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Luo Tianhao's battle group could confront a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance felt the astonishing aura coming off of Luo Tianhao's battle group, she looked at Shi Feng with fiery eyes and asked, "Can I have this battle? Guild leader?" "Ah, not fair, big sis Fire," Jun Luosha pouted. "We already agreed to share before. Guild leader, as a vice guild leader, I think I should be the one to handle this fight," Gentle Snow interjected. "Fire Dance and the others can go after me if I fail." All of a sudden, 4 of Zero Wing's 5-man party could be seen contesting for the opportunity to take on Luo Tianhao's battle group by themselves. When everyone else saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and it was especially so for Luo Tianhao and his battle group members. Previously, it was already plenty ludicrous that Zero Wing had only dispatched 5 people to participate in the Tier 5 match. Yet it seems the women around Shi Feng had also lost their minds as they now argued for a chance to fight alone. At this time, even those familiar with Fire Dance, such as Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu, couldn't help but question whether they were hallucinating or Fire Dance and the others had truly gone insane. "Stop arguing," Shi Feng said with a wry smile. "If you all insist on soloing, we'll go by order of whoever mastered the advanced bronze purification technique first. That way, it'll be fair to everyone." Chapter 3530. Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Chapter 3530. Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Starth Lake City's spectator stand. When Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu saw only Fire Dance stepping forward to face Luo Tianhao's battle group, they couldn't help but gasp. Qingying! What did Shi Feng do to Fire Dance during this period? Mu Huangwu demanded with rage-filled eyes. How did she get so foolish and ignorant? Fire Dance was a genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. Hence, Mu Huangwu, as an elder of the Green God Corporation, had a good idea of what she was capable of. While Fire Dance might have been a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion in the past, whether in equipment standards or mental strength standards, she was still greatly inferior to the Ace Battle Group members of Skystar City, not to mention a 1-on-20 scenario. Even in a 1-on-1 scenario, Fire Dance wouldn't necessarily emerge victorious. Fire Dance would only be making a fool of herself in front of everyone by challenging Luo Tianhao's battle group alone. If news of her actions reached Nightwatch City, she would be promptly disqualified before she could even take the Nightwatch Legion's test. Unlike third-tier cities when second-tier cities recruited participants, they wouldn't just test the applicant's talent, they would also inspect the applicant's battle records. After all, each second-tier city ruled over upwards of 100 third-tier cities, so they did not lack talented individuals to choose from. It was especially so for Nightwatch City, a top-ranking second-tier city. Normally, only the most excellent individuals from third-tier cities could qualify for the Nightwatch Legion. If Nightwatch City was to find out about Fire Dance's foolish behavior in this city battle, she would probably get disqualified on the first round of the test. After all, strategies were crucial in city battles. Heroic actions would only put the rest of the Legion in danger. If guild leader Shi Feng has decided on this course of action, I'm sure he has his reasons. Xia Qingying responded to Mu Huangwu's questioning, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Although Xia Qingying knew Zero Wing had the trump card known as Intermediate Divine Engravings, she still couldn't help but be confused as to why Shi Feng had decided to let Fire Dance fight Luo Tianhao's battle group alone. No matter how she looked at it, it simply wasn't a wise decision. Myriad Forest City's spectator stand. Fire Dance. When Zhao Quan saw Fire Dance walking toward Luo Tianhao's battle group, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion himself. Zhao Quan naturally recognized Fire Dance and had a very good idea of her strength. However, while Fire Dance might not have trouble soloing any of the 15 cities' battle groups, it would be a completely different story if she tried to solo Luo Tianhao's battle group. She'd probably be killed in the first few exchanges. This wasn't to say that Fire Dance's combat standard was vastly inferior to the members of Luo Tianhao's battle group. It was just that there was a qualitative difference in the equipment standards of both sides. The gap in equipment standards was also one of the main factors contributing to the powerlessness of second-tier cities in the face of first-tier cities. Good, very good. If that's how you want to do it, I'll let Frey know how foolish and ignorant the guild she has been singing praises of is. Luo Tianhao coldly said when he saw only Fire Dance stepping forward. Lotus, I'll leave her to you. Following Luo Tianhao's words, a graceful and innocent-looking female elementalist stepped forward from behind him. And even though the elementalist looked to be only in her early 20s, none of the other youths in the battle group were dissatisfied with Luo Tianhao's decision. This was because the elementalist named Lotus was not only Luo Tianhao's close confidant, but she was also the battle group's vice team leader. Moreover, although it hadn't been long since Lotus joined, she already ranked among the top 5 of the group in strength. When Lotus initially joined the Galaxy conglomerate, Luo Tianhao and Frey, 2 of the conglomerate's successors, had fought over her. Ultimately, Luo Tianhao only managed to win her over after offering up a premium villa in Skystar City's city center. Skystar City was one of the few first-tier mobile cities operating on the Starlight continent. Hence, every inch of land in the city was worth its weight in gold. As for the city center's villas, they were so limited and valuable that even the Galaxy conglomerate's successors would only be assigned 1 premium villa each, and they couldn't obtain a second one without significant achievements. However, the price Luo Tianhao paid to recruit Lotus was undoubtedly worth it. Firstly, despite being only 22 this year, Lotus was already a 3-star mental strength Grandmaster. Even in the galaxy conglomerate, talents of her caliber were incredibly rare. Secondly, she was the owner of the Sky Saint Legacy, one of the Starlight Realm's 4 great saint legacies. So long as she got promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly be put onto the Divine Glory list. Understood. Lotus nodded. After Lotus responded, she could be seen briefly disappearing from the virtualized street before reappearing within 100 yards of Fire Dance. Then, she raised her staff toward the sky. Boom. All of a sudden, as if all of the air in the city had been sucked away, everyone in the city experienced a feeling of suffocation. Is this the strength of first-tier cities? When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the threefold magic array covering a small section of the city's sky, they all felt a deep fear. Tier 5, Super Spell, Sky Crash. The difficulty of casting a Tier 5 Super Spell exceeded that of Tier 6 spells, and its power was no less than that of Tier 6 spells. Meanwhile, simply being able to silent cast one Tier 5 Super Spell would already be considered a great achievement for Tier 5 titled experts. Yet, Lotus had managed to complete a triple silent cast. Not even veteran saint-ranked experts could necessarily accomplish such a feat. It's over. Mu Huangwu wryly smiled when he saw the threefold magic array in the sky. That little girl's mental strength is simply monstrous. Sky Crash was a super spell that covered a radius of 3,000 yards. It was a powerful spell that could bring forth devastating effects so long as it was completed. Normally, players could easily counter it by interrupting the caster before the spell was completed. This was also the case, even if it was silently cast. Although players who utilized silent casting might look as if they had instantly cast their spells, it was a fact that they needed to go through the standard procedure of constructing the spell's magic array. It was just that, in the case of silent casting, players would construct their spell's magic array in their minds. As for Sky Crash, it was an incomparably complex spell, so a considerable amount of time would be needed to finish its magic array. Meanwhile, this time gave melee players the perfect opportunity to interrupt the caster. But now, Lotus had successfully completed a threefold Sky Crash. Moreover, she had cast it while fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Should the super spell connect, it would instantly obliterate a small portion of Star Lake City, let alone Fire Dance. Disperse. While everyone in Star Lake City was terrified, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Immediately afterward, a wave of mana, several times denser than what was used to fuel Lotus's Sky Crash, abruptly struck Sky Crash's magic array, causing the fully formed magic array to disintegrate rapidly. At the same time, the same mana enveloped the 15 cities' participants, immobilizing them. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire made of steel, and they could move neither their bodies nor their mana in the slightest. What's happening? How can there be such a powerful mana domain? I've seen this mana before. This is a Tier 6 God's mana domain. Following this unexpected development, everyone couldn't help but look toward the center of the mana domain. Fire Dance. Chapter 3531, Chapter 605, Slaughtering Aces. Chapter 3531, Chapter 605, Slaughtering Aces. Tier 605 Slaughtering Aces, Tier 6 gods possessed immense power. They were so powerful that even a Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary items could only match a Tier 6 god in strength. Moreover, said Tier 6 god would have to be without weapons or equipment. As for resisting Tier 6 gods who were fully equipped with legendary items, only the legends among players could accomplish such a feat. Or more accurately, anyone capable of accomplishing this feat would be regarded as a legend, and their achievement would be recorded in the annals of the Greater God's Domain's history. Because of this, even for the various apex powers, Tier 6 gods remained formidable existences that mustn't be underestimated. As for weaker powers, unless they were confident in their strength, they would do their best to avoid confrontation with a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, what made Tier 6 gods such formidable opponents for players was their mana. God-ranked mana. So long as the Tier 6 god unleashed their mana domain, all players beneath Tier 6 would be rendered powerless. Any skill or spell they had learned would become utterly useless, and they could only battle while relying on their basic attributes. And needless to say, if any player beneath Tier 6 tried to fight a Tier 6 god with only their basic attributes, they would be severely overestimating themselves. A moment after Fire Dance unleashed her mana domain, silence fell over the street she stood on. Fire Dance was akin to a bona fide Tier 6 god at this time, while enveloped by Fire Dance's mana. Not even Lotus, a Sky Saint fully equipped with legendary items, could manipulate any of her surrounding mana, let alone the other Tier 5 experts present. A god-ranked domain. How can a Tier 5 assassin like her have such mana? Not even Tier 6 experts equipped with divine artifacts have such terrifying mana. Whether it was Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, or the 15 Cities experts, everyone couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in shock and horror. Could she have a divine artifact? The members of the Skystar battle group couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in astonishment. Aside from a divine artifact, they couldn't think of anything else that could let a Tier 5 assassin have a god-ranked mana domain. Or more specifically, apart from divine artifacts, no other item should be capable of giving a Tier 5 player the ability to contend against a Tier 6 god. But if Fire Dance truly did have a divine artifact in her possession, how were they supposed to fight her? Impossible? Luo Tianhao denied his teammates' speculation without hesitation. She isn't even a 3-star Grandmaster. You'd have to be a 1-star Great Grandmaster to materialize a divine artifact. How can such an existence be as young as her? Not to mention, would such an existence ever bother getting involved in such a trivial battle? Luo Tianhao's words instantly brought everyone back to their senses and lessened the fear in their eyes. Whether it was a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster, both were existences capable of shaking up the Starlight Continent's stability. On the other hand, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild and barely had any fame in the Greater God's domain. As for Fire Dance, she was merely a former vice-commander of a 2nd-tier city legion. No matter how they looked at it, neither Zero Wing nor Fire Dance could have anything to do with a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster. So what if you have a god-ranked mana domain? Returning his focus to Fire Dance, Luo Tianhao stubbornly said, "Even if none of us can use our surrounding mana, I refuse to believe you can block all of our attacks." Following Luo Tianhao's words, everyone in the Skystar battle group launched attacks on Fire Dance simultaneously. While none of them could utilize their surrounding mana to further enhance their skills and spells, the basic attributes of their legendary weapons and equipment allowed them to retain their mobility and strength. They could still exhibit the combat power of Tier 6 players nonetheless. Immediately, 3 tanks executed a combination combat technique and charged at Fire Dance in unison, their unified charge capable of sending even Tier 6 divine monsters flying. At the same time, 3 berserkers and 4 swordsmen separately executed their own combination combat techniques to cover Fire Dance's flanks, while 2 assassins circled behind Fire Dance, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to her. As for Lotus and the other ranged players, they rained numerous attacks from above. All 20 members of the battle group matched their assault perfectly, covering all possible areas that Fire Dance could use for evasion. Even if a Tier 6 expert were to be put in Fire Dance's position, they would quickly be overwhelmed and killed by all these attacks. Good. However, Fire Dance did not even flinch when she saw Luo Tianhao and the others attacking her together. Instead, she unsheathed the daggers she carried around her waist and executed a footwork, instantly splitting into several dozen copies of herself. Then, all her doppelgangers moved swiftly and unpredictably like a group of butterflies while brandishing their daggers. Fusion Combat Technique. Dance of Chaos. Dance of Chaos was a fusion combat technique Fire Dance had personally developed, and it was a pairing between the Tier 5 skill doppelganger space and the advanced silver combat technique Splitting Light. It was an ultimate technique that allowed her to spontaneously unleash a large number of attacks that far exceeded her usual limit. Originally, she had developed this technique with the goal of achieving victory through a high attack frequency. When it came to raw power, each attack was inferior to the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. But now, thanks to the enhancement of her god-ranked mana and the intermediate divine engravings, the power of her attacks were elevated tremendously, and they now surpassed the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. Meanwhile, as soon as Fire Dance executed Dance of Chaos, she transformed the area around her into a void and sent the 3 charging tanks stumbling back several steps. As for the berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins, they were sent flying by several dozen yards, their HPs falling by more than half. Impossible tier suppression? Don't tell me she is already a true Tier 6 player? Luo Tianhao, being a berserker, couldn't help but look at his trembling arms in confusion. It should be known that they were all roughly equal in basic attributes. Logically, even if he was rendered incapable of utilizing the mana around him, he would at most be slightly inferior to Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. It didn't make sense for him to fare so poorly against Fire Dance. Of course, if such a situation had happened in God's domain, he wouldn't have batted an eye at it. In fact, he had personally experienced such situations when fighting in God's domain, and that was when he had fought against true Tier 6 players. But they were in the Tier 5 match of a city battle right now. No player could be at Tier 6, so how did Fire Dance accomplish what she just did? Before Luo Tianhao could make sense of the situation, Fire Dance had already concluded her Dance of Chaos and made her way to the Skystar Battle Group rear line, where Lotus and 3 other magical class experts were in the middle of casting a Tier 5 curse together. When Lotus and the 3 other magical class experts saw Fire Dance approaching them, they promptly dropped their spellcasting and used advanced instantaneous movement to instantly move 600 yards away from their original position. Then they promptly activated the Tier 6 magic barriers that came with their legendary equipment. However, Fire Dance didn't mind the 4 magical class players' escape and simply executed Shadow Void Blade, a Tier 5 taboo skill, in their direction. Immediately, over 100 invisible blades cut through space and reached the 4 magical class players' location. Then they tore through the Tier 6 magic barriers as if they were made of paper and shredded the 4 players before they could even react. 4 of Skystar City's aces had fallen in the blink of an eye, and silence fell over the entire Star Lake City. Chapter 353, Chapter 606, Frightening. Chapter 353, Chapter 606, Frightening. They're dead. 4 of Skystar City's aces died just like that. Everyone was in disbelief when they saw Lotus and 3 other magical class experts from the Skystar Battle Group getting shredded into oblivion. They already understood that Fire Dance was strong. They had even accounted for the possibility that the entirety of the Skystar Battle Group might not be a match for her. After all, if Fire Dance could handily repel a joint rush executed by 3 tanks fully equipped with legendary items, what could the others possibly do against her once they were within her attack range? But to instantly kill 4 of Skystar City's aces, especially when all 4 players had activated their legendary equipment's life-saving skills, that was something they couldn't comprehend. The life-saving skills that came attached with legendary equipment were typically at the Tier 6 standard. Even if Tier 5 players activated them, they would still be strong enough to resist the attacks of Tier 6 divine monsters for a short time. Yet, the magic barriers summoned by the 4 players fared no differently than fragile paper against Fire Dance's attacks. How could they not feel shocked by this? What kind of strength must one have to break the Tier 6 life-saving skills of legendary equipment so easily? Shi Feng and Mu Huangwu, who were familiar with Fire Dance, were especially stunned by this development. Since when did Fire Dance become such a terrifying existence? Skystar's 4 magical class experts were by no means weak. Lotus, in particular, was a monstrous existence. Even if they were to meet in the Greater God's domain, Mu Huangwu doubted he could kill Lotus with absolute certainty, and it should be known that he was a genuine Tier 6 player equipped with a legendary weapon. Yet, Fire Dance had accomplished the feat with ease, making Tier 6 defensive skills and spells look no different than a joke. No wonder he dared to bet against Elder Mu. When Xia Qinjing saw Fire Dance beating Luo Tianhao's battle group without any help, she couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Originally, Xia Qingying still had trouble understanding why Shi Feng would refuse to call for reinforcements from the rest of Zero Wing and instead choose to participate with only the Zero Wing members based in Star Lake City. After all, She had long known that Zero Wing was capable of far more than what most people thought. But now it seemed that even though she was more knowledgeable regarding Zero Wing than others, Zero Wing still had many secrets she wasn't privy to. At the same time, she finally understood why Shi Feng could so confidently state that he could help her occupy Silver Frost City previously. While everyone was caught in shock and fear, Firedance turned toward the Sky Star's 2 clerics after finishing off the 4 magical class experts. So long as she eliminated these 2 clerics, Sky Star's melee experts would lose their infinite source of HP, and it would only be a matter of time before she could wear them down. Bastard. Don't get too full of yourself, Luo Tianhao bellowed when he saw Firedance targeting the 2 helpless clerics. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you? Everyone, activate your combination berserk skills. Skastar's members were briefly stunned when they heard Luo Tianhao's command. A moment later, though, they all grew ecstatic. Unlike the average berserk skill, a combination berserk skill could be activated together by multiple players to achieve stronger effects. The more players there were in the team with the same combination berserk skill, the greater the skill's effects would be when activated. The strongest combination berserk skill discovered to date was rumored to have a maximum capacity of 1,000 players, and when activated at maximum capacity, it could allow even ordinary Tier 6 players to contend against Tier 6 ancient gods. Meanwhile, their battle group was fortunate enough to also own a combination berserk skill. It was something Luo Tianhao had recently acquired through the Galaxy conglomerate after much effort, and while it only had a maximum capacity of 20 players, they still regarded it as their battle group's biggest trump card for the next first-tier city battle. Normally, even if they were to get annihilated in the city battle against Star Lake City, they would never make use of this trump card. It was why they hadn't used it until now, but now that Luo Tianhao had given the command, they were naturally more than willing to use it. Before Firedance's daggers could connect with the 2 clerics' necks, runes began appearing all over the 2 clerics. As soon as these runes appeared, they began rampantly draining the surrounding area of mana, instantly creating a manaless environment that weakened Firedance's attack. Clang. A sound resembling metal colliding reverberated throughout the area. The strength of their mana increased. Firedance couldn't help but be surprised as she looked at the holy shields that protected the 2 clerics from her daggers. After she learned the advanced bronze mana purification technique, her mana underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, not only was her mana's density significantly greater than before, but its purity was also on par with mana found in 7 Luminaries crystals. On top of that, the strength of her mana had also increased. Overall, her mana had already surpassed the mana of the average Tier 6 player in all aspects, and it was close to matching the mana of Tier 6 gods. Under the enhancement of such mana, she was no different than a genuine Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, under the effects of Tier suppression, most Tier 5 players should have great difficulty blocking her attacks. It was especially so when she attacked using skills. Each of her Tier 5 skills could exhibit the might of genuine Tier 6 skills, and they were vastly superior to the Tier 6 skills and spells launched by Tier 5 players. So, the fact that the 2 clerics' Tier 5 Holy Shield managed to stop her Tier 5 Shadow Edge meant that the strength of their mana had experienced a significant increase. Sure enough, it is only because of your mana that you could kill Lotus and the others, Luo Tianhao said, grinning when he saw Firedance's daggers getting stopped. Unfortunately, this is the end of the line for you. While our combination berserk skill isn't at full capacity, it is still enough to propel our mana close to the Tier 6 standard. With the current difference in our mana, your skills will no longer be as effective on us. Amazing, as expected of Sky Star City's ace battle group. When Xiao Quan saw Luo Tianhao's battle group activating a combination berserk skill, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of first-tier city battle groups. At lower tiers, players could achieve decent results with berserk skills. Some berserk skills could even enable players to transcend tiers. However, as players ascended to higher tiers, the effectiveness of berserk skills would also diminish. This reduction in effectiveness would become especially apparent for Tier 5 experts. Due to the increased accessibility of high-ranking equipment for high-tiered players, Tier 5 experts would usually have a few fragmented legendary items equipped. Some Tier 5 experts might even have a full set of fragmented legendary items or a legendary item. All of these fragmented legendary and legendary items provided significant basic attribute bonuses, and they served to dilute the impact of basic attribute bonuses provided by Berserk skills. Tier 5 experts would be fortunate if they could even get a 20% boost to their combat power from a Berserk skill. Yet despite being fully equipped with legendary items, Luo Tianhao and his teammates were able to elevate their mana's strength close to the Tier 6 standard with just a Berserk skill. Our combination Berserk skill's duration is limited, so use your Tier 5 taboo skills to eliminate her as quickly as possible. Luo Tianhao commanded when he saw Fire Dance, intending to create distance between them and drag out the fight. Once she's dead, Zero Wing will be powerless to turn the tide. However, as soon as Luo Tianhao gave his command, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the area. Although the volume of this voice wasn't loud, the words the voice conveyed sent a chill down the spines of Luo Tianhao and his companions. The rest of you can join the fight. Fire Dance might have trouble by herself. TL notes. Fui. High-ranking equipment provide two types of basic attributes. 1. Basic attributes. 2. Percentage-based basic attributes. Add to the base of players' basic attributes, while percentage-based basic attributes modify the basic attributes of players, e.g. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power 235% of strength attribute, attack speed 2, 3% of agility attribute. All attributes increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35 when equipped. Strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%, all effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. All attributes increases according to user's level. This line refers to basic attribute. Items with level ranges don't typically show the exact values. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%. This line refers to percentage-based basic attributes. The calculations should work out to something as follows. A character-based basic attributes, X equipment-based basic attributes, Y equipment percentage-based basic attributes, Z total basic attributes, Z equals a plus X, Y. As for how the total percentage-based basic attributes are calculated, it is just a simple addition of all the percentage-based basic attributes that a player has. For example, assuming that a player only has a weapon and a helmet equipped, and the weapon increases strength by 100%, while the helmet increases strength by 50%, Y equals 100% plus 50%. Going by this form of calculation, and the fact that Berserk skills also provide percentage-based basic attributes, the more percentage-based basic attributes a player receives from their equipment, the less effective Berserk skills would be. Chapter 3533, Chapter 607, Dark Moon, Chapter 3533, Chapter 607, Dark Moon, Chapter 607, Dark Moon, join the fight. Luo Tianhao fixated his gaze on Shi Feng when he heard the other party's words, a hint of solemnity adding to his expression. Likewise, the other members of the Ski Star battle team also couldn't help but look at Shi Feng, wondering if they had misheard him. If it was before they had fought Fire Dance, they wouldn't have cared whether Shi Feng had the rest of Zero Wing's battle group join the fight. On the contrary, they would have encouraged it, as that would let them save time and end the fight much more quickly. However, after witnessing Fire Dance's terrifying display of strength, they no longer dared to underestimate the 4 other members of Zero Wing's battle group. Not to mention, Shi Feng, the leader of Zero Wing's battle group, should have seen the effects of their combination Berserk skill and already gained a good idea of their combat capabilities. He should know that their fight wasn't one that ordinary Tier 5 players could interfere in. At the very least, one must be at the standard of genuine Tier 6 players to avoid getting killed instantly. If Shi Feng understood this and still chose to have the rest of his battle group members join the fight, it meant that the other 3 women in the battle group were likely to be just as strong as Fire Dance. "Finally," Hidden Soul exclaimed as she stretched her back. Then she lazily said, "I thought my chance would never come. Let's fight together then." Standing beside Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow and Jun Luosha nodded. Then the 3 of them began walking toward Luo Tianhao and the others, each step they took adding to the shock Luo Tianhao and the others experienced. Mana. Although the 3 women did not release any of their auras, the closer they got, the denser the mana surrounding Luo Tianhao and the others became. Even though they had just drained their surroundings of mana, the ambient mana that currently surrounded them was even denser than when Fire Dance initially released her mana. How is this possible? Luo Tianhao felt as if the end of the world had arrived as he looked at Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha. Dealing with Fire Dance alone had already given him a massive headache. Not only was Fire Dance a 5th-floor expert with basic attributes at the legendary standard, but she even possessed mana close to rivaling that of Tier 6 gods. She was such a monstrous existence that should she get promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly become an existence capable of upsetting the Starlight Realm's balance. Meanwhile, in the current battle, even though he and his teammates had already activated their combination Berserk skill, they would most certainly need to trade damage for damage and sacrifice a few players to kill her. Moreover, they would need to do so before their combination Berserk skill's duration ran out. Otherwise, only death would await them. However, before they could even defeat Fire Dance, they were now being told that Zero Wing had 3 more monsters of Fire Dance's caliber. Before Luo Tianhao could recover from his stupor, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha had already joined the battle. After joining the battlefield, the 3 women did not bother with any fancy combat techniques. Instead, they merely fought using their Tier 5 skills. Tier 5 skill, Splitting Shadows. Tier 5 skill, Blade Storm. Tier 5 skill, Sword Resonance. Suddenly, over a dozen doppelgangers of Hidden Soul appeared on the battlefield, each doppelganger carrying 150% of Hidden Soul's basic attributes. Enhanced by her god-ranked mana, her doppelgangers could easily repulse Skystar's tanks with their every attack. As for the rest of Skystar's members, they had no choice but to abandon their offensive against Fire Dance and focus solely on defense, lest they wish to get killed by Hidden Soul in a couple of moves. Immediately after Hidden Soul had single-handedly suppressed the entirety of the Skystar battle group, Gentle Snow and Jun Luosha followed up with a combination attack targeted toward Skystar's lone oracle. Gentle Snow's AoE attack forced the oracles to desperately erect defensive barriers on his teammates, while Jun Luosha used the opportunity to instantly end the oracle's life, reducing Skystar's healers by 1. Damn it! When Luo Tianhao saw his oracle getting killed, he knew that the fight was as good as over. Hence, he promptly turned toward the 15 cities experts and shouted, "Deploy the Star Cluster Barrier!" With his battle group's strength, the best they could do was deal with Fire Dance alone. If they wished to defeat Zero Wing's 4 members, they must rely on the Star Cluster Barrier. The Star Cluster Barrier was among the most commonly seen large-scale Great Grandmaster magic barriers in the Greater God's domain. It required 1,000 Grandmaster magicians to construct, and it could suppress the basic attributes, physique, and mana of even Tier 6 gods by a minimum of 30%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this battle would be as good as over once the Star Cluster Barrier was deployed. It was also why he detested the idea of utilizing it previously. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luo Tianhao's command, the 15 cities participants, who had been anxiously waiting for their turn all this time, promptly executed their orders and completed the Star Cluster Barrier. Sure enough, the disparity in numbers is simply too much for just a handful of powerhouses to manage. When Mu Huangwu saw the countless stars and magic arrays appearing across Star Lake City's sky, he couldn't help but sigh. Previously, Red Frost had only managed to win the Tier 6 match because of the 15 cities' conceited attitude. She had wisely taken advantage of this fact to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions one after another before they could group up and become a significant threat. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's battle group didn't have such a luxury in the Tier 5 match. Under the effects of the Star Cluster Barrier, even mighty Tier 6 gods would be at great risk of death. It was just that Tier 6 gods would normally never let players have any opportunities to catch them in a star cluster barrier out in the fields. But in a city battle, constructing a star cluster barrier over a handful of players was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, after the completion of the star cluster barrier, Fire Dance, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha were immediately subjected to a powerful suppression. Their mana was quickly weakened to the standard of ordinary Tier 6 players, while their basic attributes declined to the fragmented legendary standard. Now, they were merely a shadow of their former selves. When Luo Tianhao and his teammates sensed the effects of the star cluster barrier, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. They had very nearly sullied their reputation as one of Skystar City's ace battle groups in Star Lake City, a measly third-tier city. The star cluster barrier, is it? As it so happens, I have a move called Dark Moon. As soon as Luo Tianhao and his teammates breathed a sigh of relief, Shi Feng, who had been standing by idly all this time, suddenly unsheathed the shadow incinerator hanging by his waist and executed a horizontal cut at the sky. Dark Moon mana technique, Sword of Space. Dark Moon was a primordial god-ranked mana technique that placed stringent requirements on the user's concentration and mana. Previously, Shi Feng could only barely execute the mana technique, even after utilizing all of his power-up abilities. But after he grasped the advanced bronze mana purification technique and elevated the strength of his mana to the standard of Tier 6 gods, he could finally execute Dark Moon without relying on any skills, albeit just barely. Meanwhile, the moment Shi Feng swung the shadow incinerator, darkness enveloped the entirety of Star Lake City. However, this darkness lasted only for a brief moment before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the sky began to split into pieces and fall to the ground like falling snow. Then, what followed was the sound of the star cluster barrier shattering. TL notes. Basic attributes at the legendary standard. This expression refers to players with basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. I personally find it incredibly awkward to write this lengthy segment, so basic attributes at the legendary standard is the alternative I decided to go with. Chapter 3534, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 3534, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. What did he do? Wasn't the star cluster barrier said to be infallible even against Tier 6 gods? Luo Tianhao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw the fragmented stars and magic arrays in the sky. He simply couldn't comprehend what just happened. This was the star cluster barrier they were talking about. It was a great grandmaster barrier known for being effective against gods. Of all the past instances where the star cluster barrier had been deployed in a city battle, not once did it meet with failure. Yet now, less than 5 seconds after this supposedly infallible magic barrier was deployed, it had met its end at a swing of Shi Feng's sword. At this moment, Luo Tianhao wasn't the only one stupefied by this development. Seated at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Jia Chengying and Mu Huangwu similarly couldn't believe their eyes. The star cluster barrier might be commonly used in the greater god's domain, but it remained a trump card the various powers used to raid world bosses. So long as the star cluster barrier was deployed, even Tier 6 gods could be killed. Yet now this almighty barrier had failed to last even one move from Shi Feng. Guild leader? When Fire Dance, who had been having difficulty fending off the attacks of Skystar's aces, saw the shattered star cluster barrier, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with widened eyes. At this moment, she felt as if this was the first time she was getting to know Shi Feng, or, more specifically, Zero Wing. As a former vice commander of Silver Frost City, Fire Dance was very knowledgeable regarding the star cluster barrier's capabilities. She had also seen records of the barrier in action when browsing through Silver Frost City's archives. So long as the star cluster barrier was deployed in a city battle, the battle would become a one-sided slaughter unless the opponent could similarly deploy a great grandmaster barrier. Either that, or if the opposing side had a one-star great grandmaster capable of materializing a divine artifact, However, Fire Dance was certain that Shi Feng was neither in possession of a divine artifact, nor was he a one-star great Grand Master. Qingying. Who is he? After recovering his senses, Mu Huangwu promptly turned toward Zia Qingying, his eyes filled with excitement and desire. That mana usage, it's simply unheard of. That attack could probably rival the attacks of divine artifact-wielding taboos already. Ordinary experts might not be able to tell exactly how powerful Shi Feng's attack was, but as a 3-star mental strength grandmaster and a Tier 6 expert who had mastered 5 basic laws and 1 advanced law, Mu Huangwu knew exactly how frightening it was. Shi Feng's utilization of the law of space in his attack had reached an incredible extent. This, in turn, allowed his mana to experience a qualitative improvement, going beyond the standard of Tier 6 gods and rivaling the standard of ancient gods. Ancient gods. These were existences who had once coexisted with primordial gods before the latter disappeared in the ancient mythical era. They possessed strength that far surpassed the Tier 6 gods of modern times, and the various powers and many apex experts of the greater god's domain could only hope to chase after their footsteps. Only players wielding divine artifacts could hope to fight against ancient gods in the current age of God's domain. As for everyone else, they weren't even qualified to stand before an ancient god. Yet despite being in the body of a Tier 5 player, Shi Feng could exhibit the power of an ancient god. How could Mu Huangwu not find this exciting? Who is he? When Xia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's question, she couldn't help but wryly smile as she looked at Shi Feng as if she was looking at a stranger. I might have known him in the past, but now I truly have no idea who he is. If it was before today, she would have dared to say that she already knew everything there was to know about Shi Feng. After all, way back when she first established a partnership with Shi Feng, she had already conducted a thorough investigation into his background. Before establishing Zero Wing, Shi Feng was merely the dismissed guild leader of a second-rate guild called Shadow. Although he was somewhat famous in Jinhai City and known by others as the Sword Magician, he had only been a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King in God's domain during his peak. Even in their homeworld, Shi Feng would be considered a nobody in their homeworld, let alone the greater God's domain. Not even the executives of first-rate guilds would take a second look at him, much less individuals like herself and Mu Huangwu. Yet now, the nobody who used to be no more than a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King in their homeworld had become an expert capable of shattering the star cluster barrier with one attack. Even if she were to provide concrete evidence detailing Shi Feng's past, she highly doubted Mu Huangwu would believe a single word. "Are you trying to mess with me, Qingying?" Mu Huangwu refused to believe Xia Qingying's words. "I know he is most certainly of extraordinary origins, but I assure you I won't cross any boundaries. I simply want to know who he is." "You just want to know who he is?" "That's simple." In her sincerest tone, Xia Qingying said, "He is Zero Wing's acting guild leader." Looking at Xia Qingying, Mu Huangwu suddenly felt that the little girl was getting more and more mischievous. Mu Huangwu wasn't the only one curious about Shi Feng's identity. Whether it was the 15 cities or Luo Tianhao, they were all curious about it. Anyone capable of surviving in a third-tier city was not a fool, although many people failed to understand how Shi Feng's attack managed to accomplish what it did. They still understood that anyone capable of destroying a great Grand Master barrier in one attack couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. "Frost, you've been telling me to blindly trust our little friend without telling me his identity all this time? Can you tell me who he is now?" Feng Yiqing asked as he looked at Shi Feng's image, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. Initially, even when Red Frost continuously tried to persuade him and put her reputation on the line, he still had his doubts about clashing against the 15 cities. If not for Red Frost saying that there was a chance he could take a step forward and become a true great grandmaster, he would have never staked the entire Star Lake City on Shi Feng. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's mind-blowing sword strike, Feng Yiqing knew he had made the right decision, an ancient god. Shi Feng most definitely shared an intricate connection with the near-extinct ancient gods. Otherwise, there was no way he could exhibit the power of taboos. If he could master even a fraction of that power, It would no longer be a dream for him to become a great Grand Master in his lifetime. Him? Seeing Feng Yiqing's eager expression, Red Frost faintly smiled and said, "Isn't he Zero Wing's acting guild leader?" You little? Feng Yiqing couldn't help but be exasperated by Red Frost's response. Fine. Don't tell me, then. In any case, I'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know this young man. That's true. Red Frost smirked as she returned her gaze to Shi Feng's image. With the destruction of the Star Cluster barrier, the outcome of the city battle was as good as decided. Even the subsequent Tier 4 match was no longer of any consequence. This was because everyone knew that a new second-tier city would be born today, and that city would be none other than Star Lake City. Chapter 3535, Chapter 609, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 3535, Chapter 609, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 609, Shocking All Sides, following the sound of a bell. The city battle involving 16 third-tier cities officially ended. However, out of the 16 cities, only Star Lake City was filled with lively voices. As for the other 15 cities, they fell into a dead silence, unable to accept the outcome of the city battle. 3 consecutive defeats. It was originally supposed to be a one-sided domination of Star Lake City by the 15 mobile cities. Yet what ended up happening was the domination of the 15 cities instead. Like the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing had single-handedly annihilated the 15 cities' forces in the Tier 4 match. The outcome had dumbfounded everyone spectating the match, and it was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers. Crap. What's the deal with Zero Wing? I can accept the Tier 5 match's results, since the participants were Zero Wing's executives. But how did Zero Wing's newcomers become such monsters as well? Since when did Clayblade and Pace Angel become so amazing? Didn't they arrive at Star Lake City in the same period I did? Incredible. All 20 members of Zero Wing's Tier 4 battle group have strength rivaling Tier 5 players, that Clayblade and Pace Angel even have legendary standard basic attributes. Whether it was Shi Feng or Red Frost, they had long been famous in Star Lake City. So even though the two exhibited astonishing strength in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, the shock everyone experienced from seeing the two's performance was a little more subdued compared to the shock they experienced from watching the Tier 4 match that just concluded. It was especially so when everyone saw Clayblade and Pace Angel's performance. Due to Clayblade and Pace Angel's affiliation with Zero Wing, every power operating in Star Lake City had long possessed their detailed information. Meanwhile, everyone's evaluation of the two was that they were both at the standard of ordinary participants. Under normal circumstances, it would take them many years to meet the requirements to join an ace battle group in Star Lake City. There was even a possibility they might never qualify until they retired. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Clayblade and Pace Angel displayed strength that even the various powers of Star Lake City had to fear during the city battle. Meanwhile, the only explanation everyone could come up with was that Zero Wing had something to do with Clayblade and Pace Angel's astonishing growth, and anyone who said otherwise would be lying or delusional. For a time, many newcomers who had recently joined Star Lake City's various powers began to yearn for Zero Wing. Many also regretted their decision not to join Zero Wing. Otherwise, they might have obtained strength rivaling or even surpassing Clayblade and Pace Angel. Myriad Forest City's VIP viewing room. "What should we do now, City Lord?" Myriad Sky asked, her complexion a little pale as she looked toward Myriad Forest City's City Lord, sitting beside her. Star Lake City is bound to become a second-tier city after this. Originally, they thought that, after their defeat in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, they could rely on the Tier 4 match to temporarily hinder Star Lake City's promotion to a second-tier city. However, they did not expect such a devastating outcome. 3 consecutive victories after obtaining such a result against the 15 cities, Star Lake City would undoubtedly become a second-tier city. At that time, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers would seek to establish themselves in Star Lake City. So long as Star Lake City gave the word, these upper-ranking hegemonic powers seeking to join Star Lake City would be more than willing to bring Myriad Forest City to the brink of ruin. "There's nothing we can do," Myriad Forest City's City Lord said, sighing. Then he whispered, Get in touch with Zero Wing. So long as Zero Wing is willing to spare us, we will compensate with 20 drops of Stardew and 4,000 life potions." "Isn't that a little too much?" Myriad Sky quietly asked. A sum of 4,000 bottles was already equivalent to half a year's consumption for the Myriad Forest Legion. Moreover, although life potions had a price tag of 50,000 star coins per bottle, acquiring them in bulk wasn't easy. Even Myriad Forest City would have difficulty taking out so many bottles on such short notice. As for Stardew, it was even more precious a resource. 20 drops of Stardew were already equivalent to 1/3 of Myriad Forest City's current stockpile. If they were to give away 20 drops, it would take many years for Myriad Forest City to recover the loss. Even if that's the case, we still have to give it. We cannot afford to provoke Zero Wing. Haven't you seen that even Skistar City's ace battle group was defeated? In a sense, Zero Wing is even more terrifying than Silverfrost City, Myriad Forest Cities, City Lord said, shaking his head. Zero Wing has only recently started to develop, so it is probably lacking in cultivation resources. If we drag our feet until Zero Wing has fully grown, even if we offer to double the compensation at that time, Zero Wing might not bother to accept it. "I'll take care of it then," Myriad Sky said, no longer hesitating. No third-tier city could withstand the wrath of a second-tier city, much less Zero Wing, an existence capable of going up against a first-tier city's ace battle group. Myriad Forest City wasn't the only city to secretly contact Zero Wing. At the same time, the city lords of the other third-tier cities had similarly sent people to get in touch with Zero Wing, hoping to gain Zero Wing's forgiveness. While all this was happening, seated at the central position of the VIP viewing room, Xiao Quan wore an ashen look on his face. He had naturally noticed the actions of the city lords around him. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Others might not know the extent of Shi Feng's strength after seeing his attack during the Tier 5 match, but as an outer member of Demon's Gate, Xiao Quan understood it very well. Simply put, it was over. There was nothing more he could hope to accomplish against Zero Wing. Not to mention, Zero Wing's foundation far exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zero Wing's Tier 5 members perform astonishingly, but even the guild's relatively unknown Tier 4 members had shown themselves capable of transcending tiers. At this point in time, Zero Wing simply wasn't an existence he could afford to provoke. No wonder Xia Qianying supported him so strongly back then. When Xiao Quan rewatched Shi Feng's battle footage, a hint of regret and anger filled his eyes. It had always been his principle to befriend the strong. Had he known that Shi Feng possessed such strength earlier on, he would have chosen to discreetly resolve the issue with Silk Radish instead. But while I might have offended him after this, with the current strength of Zero Wing and Star Lake City, they still aren't a threat to my position in Silverfrost City. At worst, I'll just avoid having any dealings with them in the future. He honestly hadn't expected things to turn out this way when he belittled Shi Feng back during the Green God Corporation's recruitment event. However, as the son of Silverfrost City's city lord and an outer member of Demon's Gate, Xiao Quan did not have to fear Zero Wing and Star Lake City either. There were significant differences between second-tier and third-tier city battles. Firstly, the scale was different. Instead of just 200 participants per tier, cities would have to field 1,000 participants per tier. Secondly, the Tier 6 match was weighted even more heavily, making up 60% of the final score. In comparison, the Tier 6 match of third-tier city battles didn't make up even 50% of the final score. Lastly, due to the low number of second-tier cities on the Starlight continent, second-tier cities were only allowed to engage in a city battle with the same opponent once every 5 years. Because of these 3 points, very few second-tier cities would ever face the threat of demotion. What was more likely to happen was a change in rulership or a complete overhaul of City Legion members. Shortly after, Xiao Quan boarded a supersonic aircraft and returned to Silver Frost City less than half an hour after the city battle ended. Then, treating the city battle as nothing more than a trivial matter, he immersed himself in training, completely ignoring the matter of Star Lake City and Zero Wing. Meanwhile, an hour after Xiao Quan left, the 15 cities began transferring their power furnaces to Star Lake City one after another. At the same time, the Zero Wing Training Center became overcrowded with representatives and young geniuses who were either here to congratulate Zero Wing or join Zero Wing. All of a sudden, the training center had become the focal point of Star Lake City. Chapter 3536, Chapter 610, Promotion. Chapter 3536, Chapter 610, Promotion. Zero Wing Training Center, Guild Leader's Office. Guild Leader, the 15 cities' representatives have contacted me hoping to resolve the misunderstanding this time. They say they're willing to compensate us for our troubles, Hidden Soul said disgruntledly as she handed a list of reparations to Shi Feng. These people are utterly shameless. Do they take us for pushovers, calling all this as a misunderstanding? If not for Zero Wing turning the tables with its intermediate divine engravings and mana purification techniques, the consequences of this city battle would have been catastrophic for Zero Wing and Star Lake City. Don't take it too seriously, after all. Zhao Quan has gone to great lengths this time. If the 15 cities could get into the good graces of Silverfrost City, it would increase the overall strength of their city legions considerably, Shi Feng said before turning his focus toward the list he received. A moment later, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise, saying, "How generous of these cities. Are they actually willing to part with so many resources?" Each of the 15 cities was offered to compensate Zero Wing with 10 to 20 drops of Stardew in addition to several thousand bottles of life potions. For the average third-tier city, these resources should amount to close to half of their available stockpiles. The 15 cities would definitely have their development hampered after such a significant loss, and it would take them a minimum of 2 years to recover. It is indeed quite a lot. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. The total comes to 206 drops of Stardew and 50,000 bottles of life potions. Should we accept them? Of course, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. Then, smiling, he continued, Zero Wing is in desperate need of resources right now. The situation is so bad that we can't even afford to recruit more internal members, but if we have this batch of resources, Zero Wing will be able to quickly grow into a Class 2 guild. We'll also have an easier time recruiting the Eternal Realm's 5th floor experts and convincing them to settle down with Zero Wing. The benefits of life potions need not be mentioned. Life potions were a resource that all powers in the greater world needed to supply to their geniuses. Each developing genius would have to be allocated at least 1 bottle per year and up to 5 bottles per year, depending on their talent. The various powers also had to maintain a supply of life potions that their members could exchange for guild contribution points. If the various powers couldn't fulfill these 2 requirements, no genius or paragon would choose to join them. After all, mental strength was the basis of success in the greater world. Previously, Zero Wing didn't have many members in the greater world, so Shi Feng could more or less cover Zero Wing's life potion requirements by himself. However, once the number of geniuses Zero Wing needed to nurture reached the hundreds or thousands, he could no longer rely on himself. Hence, it was imperative Zero Wing accepted the 15 cities' compensation. With such a large batch of life potions, he might even be able to nurture some of Zero Wing's members in the miniature ancient world. Currently, the World Passage had already opened to a significant extent. In response, the Green God Corporation had eased the conditions for people of their homeworld to enter the greater world. Now, anyone who was a mental strength master could enter the greater world. With the life potions effects, he could bring more of Zero Wing's members over to the greater world before the World Passage fully opened, letting them settle down in the greater world's various cities ahead of others. As for Stardew, its effects were even more extraordinary. For example, even though it hadn't been long since Shi Feng became a 1-star Grand Master, after consuming just 1 of the 10 drops of Stardew, which he had previously acquired from billowing water, his mental strength was now close to reaching the 2-star Grand Master standard. Aside from Shi Feng, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul had also consumed 1 drop each, and they could propel their mental strength to the peak of the 3-star Master standard. Now they were only half a step away from becoming 1-star Grand Masters, and it should take no more than 1 more drop of Stardew for them to cross the final hurdle. Once both became 1-star Grand Masters, Zero Wing would be one step closer to becoming a Class 2 guild. In the greater world, a guild needed to achieve Class 2 status if it wanted to have anything to do with second-tier cities. If a guild did not meet the God's Domain Association's requirements to become a Class 2 guild, it would be forbidden to set up a base and recruit members on a large scale in a second-tier city. Hence, whether it was for personal growth or the growth of Zero Wing, Stardew was of extraordinary value. If it was before today, Shi Feng would have never thought Zero Wing could get its hands on over 200 drops of Stardew so soon. I understand. Hidden Soul nodded, finding Shi Feng's words reasonable. I'll negotiate more with them and try to have them cough up some more Stardew. I'll leave it to you, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the eager look on Hidden Soul's face. Of course, her excitement was understandable. Hidden Soul had benefited significantly from the drop of Stardew she consumed. Aside from the growth in her mental strength, her concentration in God's domain had also been elevated by 1 rank. Now it was already at the Tier 6 basic standard, and she could start attempting to create her Tier 6 divine body. If Hidden Soul could consume more Stardew and push her concentration to the Tier 6 intermediate standard, paired with the advanced bronze mana purification technique's effects, getting promoted to Tier 6 would be a piece of cake. At that time, the only concern she would have would be the quality of the divine body she could construct. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. Here's a compilation of the city contribution we earned. It also lists the bonus from City Lord Feng, Hidden Soul said as she took out another list and handed it to Shi Feng. Commander Frost says that it was quite difficult to calculate Zero Wing's contribution because we won 15 power furnaces this time. But considering Zero Wing's contribution, the city will reward each of Zero Wing's participating members with 10 million points and an additional 300 million to Zero Wing. They're giving us an extra 300 million? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the list of reward allocations. Previously, when he helped Star Lake City achieve an overwhelming victory against Riverlight City in the Tier 4 match, he had only received several million contribution points for his efforts. Not to mention, that was when Star Lake City was still a third-tier city. Now that Star Lake City was a second-tier city, its contribution points would become even more valuable. So, by logic, even if Zero Wing had contributed massively to the city battle, the rewards should still more or less be toned down. Yet, on top of awarding each of Zero Wing's participating members 10 million points, Star Lake City had separately awarded Zero Wing 300 million points. If it were in any other second-tier city, Zero Wing would have needed several years, or possibly more than a decade, to earn so many contribution points. Such a lucrative reward could make even upper-ranking hegemonic powers jealous. City Lord Feng is the truly generous one. He has permanently assigned an entire street in the city center to Zero Wing. As soon as Zero Wing becomes a Class 2 guild, we can immediately register the street under Zero Wing's name with the God's Domain Association, Hidden Soul said as she handed a deed to Shi Feng. I've already looked up the street's details. Going by the God's Domain Association's regulations, we can settle up to 10,000 members there. With this, we can freely recruit members without worrying about residential slots. It seems we'll have to turn Zero Wing into a Class 2 guild as soon as possible, Shi Feng stated as he looked at the deed passionately. Normally, even after a Class 2 guild rented a large guild building in a second-tier city, it would only receive 1,000 residential slots for its members. Moreover, it would also have to spend large sums of contribution points each year to ensure it didn't get outbid by other guilds over the property. However, it was a different story if a guild was gifted a parcel of land by the city lord. The guild would not have to worry about competing with other powers over the property, nor would it have to pay exorbitant annual fees to the city. Only, very few city lords would ever grant parts of their city to outsiders. After all, per the God's Domain Association's regulations, each city lord would only have the privilege of gifting up to 2 plots of land during their term. Normally, city lords would exercise this privilege for themselves, using one of the properties to nurture their own family and the other property to nurture their own powers. So, the fact that City Lord Feng was willing to give one of these 2 properties to Zero Wing showed how generous he was. Half a day later, a gigantic semi-translucent screen appeared above Star Lake City. Immediately afterward, an emergency announcement echoed throughout the entire city. Notice to all of Star Lake City's residents. Star Lake City has successfully equipped 20 power furnaces. As per the God's Domain Association's regulations and witness, Star Lake City will immediately be promoted into a second-tier mobile city once all 20 power furnaces are activated. All of Star Lake City's residents will also be promoted to second-tier city residents. All power furnaces will be activated in 10731, Chapter 357, Chapter 6-11, second-tier Star Lake City, Chapter 350-37, Chapter 6-11, second-tier Star Lake City. When the semi-translucent screen above the city displayed a countdown timer, Star Lake City's residents revealed expressions of joy and excitement. Many had even dropped what they were doing to stare at the sky, waiting for the countdown to end. The moment the timer reached 0, a layer of white mist rose from the center of Star Lake City, rising to an altitude of 6,000 meters before dispersing to the surroundings. Meanwhile, following the dispersal of this mist, everyone in Star Lake City experienced a comfortable feeling. At the same time, their minds and bodies felt much lighter and more invigorated than before. Is this a second-tier city's environment? It's incredible. Even if I don't consume any meditation or life potions, I feel that it's only a matter of time before I can become a 3-star master. If I have the aid of some meditation or life potions, it might even be possible for me to become a mental strength grandmaster. A second-tier mobile city. Our city has finally been promoted into a second-tier mobile city. Amazing. This is simply amazing. I never thought I would get to become a second-tier city's resident within my lifetime. If my friends living in other third-tier cities are to learn of this, they'll probably die from envy. Hooray for the City Lord! Hooray for the Commander! Hooray for Zero Wing! Star Lake City's residents grew ecstatic when they experienced the effects of Star Lake City's promotion. Although everyone had already known that Star Lake City would become a second-tier city following the conclusion of the city battle, they still couldn't help their excitement after personally experiencing Star Lake City's astonishing transformation. Apart from status, mental strength also played a significant role in determining a person's lifespan in the greater world. For example, mental strength masters living in a third-tier city could expect to live up to 500 years old easily, while mental strength grandmasters could expect to live past 800 years old. However, becoming a mental strength grandmaster was a nigh impossible feat for the average person. Not only did the process require an astronomical amount of resources, but a sufficiently good environment would also be necessary. If a person couldn't fulfill these two requirements, their chances of becoming a grandmaster would decrease drastically. In third-tier mobile cities, only those who had joined the City Legion would have a relatively easy time becoming a 1-star grandmaster. As for the civilians living in third-tier cities, most of them would hover around the 2-star or 3-star master standard, and their chances of becoming a mental strength grandmaster were less than 0.01%. On the other hand, in second-tier mobile cities, the average civilian had close to a 0.1% chance of becoming a mental strength grandmaster. This was a massive increase in probability. Not to mention, second-tier cities had access to more and better resources than third-tier cities. As for the 15 cities surrounding Star Lake City, they all remained in a silent state. As for the 15 cities' residents, they couldn't help but look at Star Lake City with envious gazes. Normally, if a person wasn't born in a second-tier city, they would have to become a mental strength grandmaster to secure a residential slot in a second-tier city. Either that, or they could purchase a residential slot from a local power at an astronomical price. There was also the possibility that a second-tier city's local power would offer a person a residential slot for free, but that privilege would only be limited to those with talent. Star Lake City's civilian residents were in an incredibly fortunate and enviable position. Although they would still be at risk of losing their residential status should Star Lake City need to make room for geniuses and paragons in the future. They were still in an enviable position nonetheless. After all, most civilians living in third-tier cities would never get to live in a second-tier city. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center. Although Star Lake City's singular energy is still inferior to veteran second-tier cities, its status as a second-tier city alone should make it much easier for Zero Wing to recruit fifth-floor experts as internal members Shi Feng thought when he felt the sudden increase in singular energy within the city. In the greater world, the God's Domain Association would recognize any guild as a major power so long as said guild could successfully establish itself in a third-tier city. After all, many parallel worlds were connected with the greater world, and more were getting connected by the day. In comparison, the number of third-tier cities in the greater world grew at a much slower rate. This disparity led to more than 90% of the powers operating in the greater world having no choice but to develop in towns with inferior environments. Hence, any power capable of establishing itself in a third-tier city definitely deserved to be considered a major power. Unfortunately, that was only the God's Domain Association's opinion. In the eyes of the Greater God's Domain's true experts, they only considered guilds established in second-tier cities as major powers. Many fifth-floor experts have also set second-tier cities as their baseline living standards. Due to this situation, unless a guild could establish itself in a second-tier city, no matter how lucrative of an offer it made, most fifth-floor experts would never agree to become an internal member of the guild and live long-term in the guild's headquarters in the greater world. At most, they would become outer members that could withdraw from the guild whenever they wanted. Firstly, these fifth-floor experts were doing so for the sake of their future. Any expert capable of reaching the fifth-floor standard in God's domain was bound to have excellent mental strength. Some of them might even be 3-star grandmasters. For individuals of such caliber, unless they were allowed to live in the city lord's mansion, which housed the densest singular energy in a third-tier city, and supplemented with a large amount of resources, their mental strength would regress over time and reduce their lifespans. This was also why so few 3-star grandmasters operated in third-tier mobile cities. Secondly, it was because of resources. While the God's Domain Association had a branch in all third-tier cities, the association placed a heavier emphasis on second-tier cities and above. Because of this, the resources and commissions available to third-tier cities were very limited. Not to mention, when most third-tier cities came across precious resources out in the wilds, they would typically bring these resources to trade for what they needed in second-tier cities. At this time, Gentle Snow suddenly entered Shi Feng's office and said, "Elder Mu and Co. are here, guild leader. They say they wish to revisit the partnership matter you've previously discussed. They're finally here." Shi Feng smiled when he heard Gentle Snow's report. "Sure, bring them here." Mu Huangwu was an expert at nurturing mental strength grandmasters. If Zero Wing's members could receive Mu Huangwu's training, Zero Wing's progression into a Class 2 guild could be accelerated significantly. At that time, Zero Wing could achieve a qualitative transformation in scale in the Crystal City of Secret, and it would no longer have to worry about its secrets getting out. Zero Wing also wouldn't have to worry about lacking manpower, and it would only be a matter of time before it became one of the Crystal City's dominant powers. Chapter 3538, Chapter 612, Help with Training. Chapter 3538, Chapter 612, Help with Training. Chapter 612, Help with Training. Zero Wing Training Center, top floor, Guild Leader's Office. Under Gentle Snow's lead, Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, and 17 youths entered Shi Feng's office, instantly making the spacious room a little crowded. Of the 17 youths following Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying, 4 wore suits, looking like bodyguards, while the remaining 13 wore black sportswear. The youths in sportswear wore the Starry Scythe emblem, a symbol denoting their official membership with the Night Watch City's Night Watch Legion. The 17 young men and women stood in 2 rows and wore stern expressions, the uniformity of their actions making them look like trained soldiers. The weakest among them was a 2-star Grandmaster, while 2 were even 2-star Limit Grandmasters. Even when these youths were just standing there, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow couldn't help but feel a strong pressure coming from them. Incredible. Sure enough, the Green God Corporation is vastly superior to the average corporation. Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed after looking at the 13 youths behind Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying. Typically, the young talents nurtured by powers operating in second-tier cities could, at best, become 1-star grandmasters before the age of 30. This wasn't simply due to a lack of talent, it was also due to a lack of resources. Yet, Of the 17 youths Mu Huangwu and Jia Qingying had brought with them, all of them were under 25. And among the 13 new faces, one of them, a young man with a short stature and a pretty face, even looked like he was no older than 16 or 17. When Shi Feng saw the young man, he quickly recognized the other party. The young man was none other than the White Emperor, Azure Shadow, in Shi Feng's previous life. Azure Shadow was one of the pseudo-great grandmasters nurtured by Mu Huangwu. At the same time, he was the youngest taboo under the Green God Corporation's command. Despite not owning a divine artifact, Azure Shadow could exhibit the power of taboos. During his peak, he even ranked among the 10 great rangers of the Greater God's domain. At the time, even without divine artifacts, he could still rival ancient gods, according to rumors. If the White Emperor could get his hands on a divine artifact, he could even compete for the top 3 spots among the 10 great rangers. However, following Mu Huangwu's retirement, Azure Shadow also vanished without a trace, his disappearance becoming a mystery in the Green God Corporation. After taking a seat, Mu Huangwu got straight to the point and asked, "May I know if our previous discussion of partnership is still valid, Guild Leader Shi?" "Are you talking about Zero Wing helping the Green God Corporation's members enter the Nightwatch Legion's ace battle groups?" Shi Feng asked, recalling Jia Qingying's previous business proposal after hearing Mu Huangwu's question. "That's right." Mu Huangwu nodded excitedly. Then he pointed at the 17 youths behind him and said, "So long as Zero Wing can help the Green God Corporation nurture them and help them join an ace battle group in the Nightwatch Legion, I can promise Zero Wing 70% of their city contribution on behalf of the Green God Corporation." "You want Zero Wing to train them?" Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little stunned as he turned to look at the equally stunned youths. "Are you sure you're not joking with me, Elder Mu?" The 17 youths behind Mu Huangwu were the Green God Corporation's core paragons. Moreover, each of them was a bona fide Tier 6 expert in God's domain. They were already regarded as executives in the Green God Corporation, and they were existences standing at the apex of God's domain. Yet Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing borrow their strength. Even if it was under the condition of training, it was still a ludicrous offer. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mu Huangwu's unique status, Shi Feng would have instantly written off Mu Huangwu's words as nonsense. After all, even in the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, only guild leaders and vice-guild leaders would have the authority to mobilize such a force. If Jia Qingying, a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation, were to try the same, the 17 youths wouldn't have heeded her orders at all, much less go under the wing of another power. "I'm not joking," Mu Huangwu stated definitively. "I have brought them all up from when they were still children. If any of them dare disobey your arrangements, just tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson." Hearing Mu Huangwu's words, the 17 youths shuddered and quickly retracted whatever words they originally intended to say. Meanwhile, Jia Qingying couldn't help but look at Mu Huangwu in disbelief. Originally, she thought Mu Huangwu had only come to agree to Shi Feng's conditions and have Shi Feng assist these 17 youths in getting into the Nightwatch Legion's ace battle groups. She never imagined Mu Huangwu would leave the training of these youths to Shi Feng. It should be known that these youths were paragons that the Green God Corporation had nurtured with the intention of sending them into conglomerates or pseudo-apex powers. They were meant to pave a smoother path for the Green God Corporation in the future. It was why the Green God Corporation had invested so heavily in developing these youths. Even if these youths failed to become core executives in the corporations or pseudo-apex powers they had joined, they would still become existences wielding a certain degree of authority. Yet, Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing, or more specifically, Shi Feng, instruct these youths. So long as this deal went through, these youths would effectively owe Shi Feng a favor. In that case, should Shi Feng encounter any trouble and require assistance in the future, he could call upon these youths, and they would be obligated to help him, lest they wish to be known as ungrateful. "If you truly wish for Zero Wing to train them, we can do that for you, Elder Mu," Shi Feng answered. Then he calmly looked toward the 2 rows of youths and continued, "But Zero Wing has a condition. Following Shi Feng's words, the 17 youths present couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look toward him. They would only be training under Zero Wing for several days. There was no way they could achieve any improvements in such a short time. This was simply a way for Mu Huangwu to sell Shi Feng a favor. Under such circumstances, Shi Feng should already be thanking his lucky stars if they were even willing to listen to his commands. Yet, despite being offered such a generous deal, Shi Feng still dared to ask for more. "Feel free to state your condition, Guild Leader Shi." Mu Huangwu did not get angry at Shi Feng's words. On the contrary, he smiled and said, not to mention one condition, even 10 conditions wouldn't be a problem. "Elder Mu?" Azure Shadow couldn't help but look toward Mu Huangwu anxiously. After all was said and done, the 17 of them were all Tier 6 players. Moreover, they were either pseudo 5th floor experts or experts who had mastered Saint-ranked mana techniques. Even alone, each of them could put up a good fight against 5th floor experts. Not to mention, they were all equipped with legendary weapons. In terms of combat power, they already stood at the apex of God's domain. Moreover, as individuals who had become 2-star grandmasters at such a young age, they had a limitless future ahead of them. Yet, Mu Huangwu was now making it seem as if they were the lucky ones for being able to train under Zero Wing. However, Mu Huangwu did not offer any explanations and simply sent a sharp glare at Azure Shadow, causing the youth to keep quiet. "You jest, Elder Mu," nonchalantly, Shi Feng said. "I only need them to sign a God's domain contract promising lifetime confidentiality and pay a training fee of 10 God crystals per person." Chapter 3539, Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. Chapter 3539, Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. Chapter 3539, Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. Chapter 613, Actual Tier 6 Players. 10 God Crystals. That's daylight robbery. Upon hearing Shi Feng's conditions, Azure Shadow could no longer hold himself back. Every power had its own systems when it came to developing geniuses, so it was normal for Shi Feng to wish to keep Zero Wing's training system a secret. So long as the conditions in the God's Domain contract weren't excessive, they would have no problem signing it. But it was a different story for the training fee of 10 God Crystals. God Crystals might not be as rare as fragmented legendary weapons, but they were still considered a strategic resource by the Greater God's Domain's various powers. They could be used to restore certain fragmented legendary items into legendary items. Most powers would keep a tight hold over their God Crystals. At present, the market value of a God Crystal was only slightly lower than that of a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. And as 10 God Crystals were enough to repair most fragmented legendary items, a sum of 10 God Crystals was essentially equivalent to one piece of legendary equipment. In other words, Shi Feng was asking to be paid 17 pieces of legendary equipment for training them for only several days. Not even Apex powers would dare make such an egregious demand. Even Xia Qingying, who favored Shi Feng training the Green God Corporation's talents, couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shi Feng's price. At this point, Shi Feng might as well ask if he could clean out the Green God Corporation's coffers. "Zero Wing won't insist on the matter," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "We can simply follow our previous agreement. In return for helping your members join the Nightwatch Legion's ace battle groups, Zero Wing will receive 70% of their city contributions. As for our bet, Elder Mu, you will need to help with training Zero Wing's members from time to time." Following Shi Feng's words, the 17 youths standing behind Mu Huangwu instantly exploded into an uproar. "Elder Mu, it's already enough for us to have your training. Even without Zero Wing's help, we can still become aces in the Nightwatch Legion." "I agree. With our strength and talent, even if we fail to become aces this year, we can definitely make it next year. We'll only miss out on, at most, 1 or 2 city battles. The loss of points won't affect the corporation's plans in the long run." The 17 youths spoke up one after another. Although none of them outright mentioned Zero Wing as being the crux of the problem, they clearly indicated that the transaction with Zero Wing wasn't worthwhile, and Shi Feng was merely taking them for fools. Okay, we'll go with your arrangement, Guild Leader Shi. I'll pay 10 God crystals for each of them, Mu Huangwu said after some hesitation. Once their training concludes, I will hand you all 170 God crystals. Can we sign the contract now? Elder Mu, that's 170 God crystals we are talking about, Jia Qingying worriedly said. She couldn't help but be astonished by Mu Huangwu's decision. A sum of 170 God crystals was by no means insignificant. Previously, even after Shi Feng was willing to part with an astronomical amount of wealth, she had only managed to collect 200 God crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Although Mu Huangwu had plenty of resources on hand due to him being one of the Green God Corporation's 3-star Grand Masters, it still wouldn't be easy for him to take out 170 God crystals. He might even have to make some sacrifices with regard to the Green God Corporation's branch in Night Watch City. No matter how Jia Qingying thought about it, she simply couldn't understand why Mu Huangwu was willing to go to such lengths. Don't worry, Vice President Xia. I've been saving for many years, so I can still afford to take out 170 God crystals, Mu Huangwu explained, understanding Jia Qingying's concerns. Since I suggested this partnership, I will shoulder the full payment. If you are willing to go that far, I won't be against it, Jia Qingying said, waving her hand, and indirectly expressing that she would keep this matter a secret from the corporation's other executives. Subsequently, Mu Huangwu took the initiative to hash out a God's Domain contract via his quantum watch. The contract mainly detailed the transaction between him and Zero Wing. As for the confidentiality contract meant for Azure Shadow and the others, Shi Feng would have to prepare it himself. Meanwhile, after seeing all that Mu Huangwu had done, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't dissuade or object to the other party's decision. On the contrary, he welcomed it very much. Shi Feng urgently needed God crystals and 7 Luminaries crystals, so much so that he even intended to trade some of Star Lake City's contribution points for God crystals and 7 Luminaries crystals. Otherwise, there was little he could do with his existing stockpiles. Here is the confidentiality contract. Have a look at it. You can sign it if you find no problems with it, Shi Feng said as he sent each of the 17 youths a lifetime confidentiality contract. The contract's terms were simple. Azure Shadow and the others were simply required to keep all details regarding their training a secret. Should they leak information without Shi Feng's consent, they would be permanently banished from God's domain. After Azure Shadow and the others finished reading, they briefly looked at the contract Mu Huangwu signed before placing their signature on their respective confidentiality contracts. Excellent. Since we have established our partnership, training will commence tonight, Shi Feng said after seeing all 17 youths sign the confidentiality contract. Then he sent them the coordinates of the miniature Ancient World's world passage and continued, "Log into God's domain tonight and head to these coordinates. We will meet up there and begin your training." Although he wasn't particularly keen on letting these 17 youths in on Zero Wing's secrets, it would be a waste not to make use of their strength. After all, these were 17 Tier 6 players, equipped with legendary weapons they were talking about. They were existences that even conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would try to avoid provoking. Got it. We'll be there on time, Azure Shadow and the others responded after memorizing the coordinates. However, despite none of them saying it, all of them had already inwardly decided they would make trouble for Zero Wing's Tier 5 guild leader later on. Meanwhile, after the partnership was established, Mu Huangwu's group returned to their accommodations in Star Lake City. On their way back, Mu Huangwu urged Azure Shadow and the others to quickly head toward the meeting point, his urging exasperating the 17 youths. Meanwhile, back in Shi Feng's office, "Do you really plan on bringing them with us, guild leader?" Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask as she watched Shi Feng organizing some documents. The Western continent remains a secret, even in the Eternal Realm right now. Of course. Shi Feng nodded and smiled. This is a rare opportunity. Since I've already agreed to train them, I naturally have to do my best. Moreover, not only am I going to take them to the Western continent, but I'm also going to let them learn the mana purification technique. I intend to thoroughly change the power structure of existing second-tier city legions and let that young Master Shao know the price of provoking Zero Wing. Chapter 3540, Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame. Chapter 3540, Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame. Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame. Silver Frost City, City Lord's Mansion. Inside an isolated room the size of a football field, numerous youths clad in standardized sportswear were nimbly evading air bullets coming from their surroundings while rapidly ascending a majestic staircase made of singular rite. The metal staircase consisted of 300 steps. With each step these youths ascended, the grimmer their expressions would become. Some youths would also become incapable of moving their feet after reaching the 100th step and beyond. And so long as any youth stopped moving, they would quickly be sent flying off the staircase by multiple air bullets. Then they would quickly get back on their feet and resume climbing the staircase again. Although most of these youths were under the age of 25, each and every one of them was a 2-star Grand Master. Several youths had even developed their mental strength to the 2-star limit Grand Master standard already. However, compared to the youths continuously struggling to climb the staircase, the man with graying hair standing on the 298th step was a stark contrast. Even when struck by air bullets repeatedly, the man stood firm in his position. When the air bullets struck the gray-haired man, they were like rocks hitting the bottom of the ocean. Their impact created neither any sound nor any ripples. It was as if these air bullets didn't actually exist. The City Lord is incredible. I have to use all my strength just to withstand a hit from those air bullets, yet the City Lord can neutralize the air bullet's impact simply by manipulating his muscles. Is this the strength of 3-star Grandmasters? The City Lord is probably at the cusp of becoming a great Grandmaster already. If he can take the final step, Silver Frost City will welcome a new era of prosperity. When the youths resting below the staircase looked at the man standing on the 298th step, passion and reverence burned in their eyes. The man was Xiao Yihu, Silver Frost City's legendary city lord and the role model of countless geniuses and paragons. Not only was Xiao Yihu a pseudo-great grandmaster, but he was also a member of the Galaxy Conglomerate's esteemed Council of Elders. Over the centuries, he had nurtured numerous outstanding disciples, some of whom had become the core executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. A few of his disciples were even part of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Council of Elders currently, while the resting youths were trying to figure out how they could receive Xiao Yihu's guidance. Xiao Yihu's resting eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, in only a dozen steps, he arrived at the bottom of the staircase and looked at the young man who had just entered the room. The young man had a fit body and a cold expression. The instant he appeared, all the resting youths in the room kept quiet and looked at the young man respectfully. Did something happen on little Quan's side, Jiansheng? Xiao Yihu asked in a low voice as he looked at the young man approaching him. Nothing happened to Xiao Quan during his outing, City Lord, the young man named Jiang Cheng reported. But something did happen over at Star Lake City. Did the 15 cities lose? Xiao Yihu asked. Then, in a slightly angry tone, he continued, "What a bunch of useless imbeciles. Can't they even complete such a simple task?" Not only did the 15 cities lose, but Star Lake City has also been promoted into a second-tier city, Jiansheng said, nodding. Then he handed Xiao Yihu a report and continued. Here are the details of the city battle. Zero Wing is much stronger than anticipated, and even Skystar City's Ace Battle Group has suffered defeat at Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing is indeed strong. Old Feng has also finally gotten his lifelong wish. It's a pity that he is unaware of how deep the waters of second-tier cities are, Xiao Yihu nonchalantly commented after reading the report. Regardless, tell little Quan to focus on developing his mental strength and stop wasting time on trivial matters. The upcoming ranking battle between second-tier cities is what you all should be prioritizing. Understood, Jiansheng responded before taking his leave. He was not surprised at all by Xiao Yihu's indifference toward Star Lake City's promotion. It was indeed unexpected for Star Lake City to get promoted to a second-tier city, and for Zero Wing to defeat Skystar City's Ace Battle Group. However, compared to the vast Starlight continent, their achievements remained insignificant. It was especially so in Xiao Yihu's eyes. In his opinion, all of the city battles taking place within Silver Frost City's sphere of activity were nothing more than a fight between children. Even second-tier city battles were not an exception. The only thing that Xiao Yehu was truly concerned about was the Starlight Continent's second-tier ranking battle held by the Gods Domain Association once every decade. Everything else was of little significance. Greater Gods Domain, miniature Ancient Worlds World Passages entrance. This should be the place guild leader Shi Feng mentioned. Fire Dance, a level 171 assassin wearing a crimson leather jacket and a ponytail, said as she looked at the 17 youths beside her. Azure, you all best not mess around during training. You are here to accept Zero Wings training so that you can pass the Ace Battle Group's selection, not to cause trouble. Fire Dance was acquainted with Azure Shadow's group. They had met a few years ago. She had even trained alongside these youths under Mu Huangwu in the past. Therefore, she knew that these 17 youths were rebellious individuals. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. Due to his extraordinary talent, he refused to obey anyone but Mu Huangwu in the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had hired many reputable instructors to rein in Azure Shadow's rebellious attitude in the past. However, none of those instructors managed to last very long before Azure Shadow finished mastering all they had to teach. Azure Shadow had even gone on to defeat each and every one of those instructors in a spar, causing those instructors to leave with injured pride. This situation had given the Green God Corporation a huge headache. We know, Big Sis Fire, Azure Shadow, a level 173 ranger, said as he smiled at Fire Dance. But if we are superior to the person responsible for training us, what qualifications does that person have to train us? Not to mention, we even paid such an exorbitant price for this training. I agree with Azure, Big Sis Fire. You are now a member of Zero Wing, so you get to join this training for free. But the rest of us had to pay a total of 170 God crystals. If Zero Wing's training turns out to be too simple, wouldn't we have wasted all those God crystals? Following Azure Shadow's words, the rest of the youths also started to chime in. At this point, they could already imagine Zero Wing's instructor leaving in dejection after losing to them. You all, Fire Dance, experienced a headache when she saw what Azure Shadow and the others were planning to do? She was fully aware of the talent the 17 youths possessed. If not for her having a fortuitous encounter and being with the Green God Corporation for a much longer time, she would have probably lost to Azure Shadow and the others in combat standards long ago. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. The young man was practically a monster, even when faced with complicated advanced silver combat techniques. Azure Shadow needed no more than a few tries to master them completely. He could even take things a step further and combine them to create his own exclusive techniques. At this point, only fifth-floor experts capable of predicting future moves could beat Azure Shadow in a contest of combat techniques. While Fire Dance was conversing with Azure Shadow's group, a cloaked swordsman approached them. Following this swordsman's appearance, Fire Dance couldn't help but be stunned. Guild Leader Black Flame. TL notes, singular right. It's a made-up name. Raw's is supposed to be singular metal. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch members. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch members. Chapter 615, Crazed Night Watch members. Why is he here? Fire Dance couldn't help but doubt her eyes when she saw the cloaked swordsman before her. Black Flame, the 11th ranked player on the Sacred Glory list. This was a name known by all throughout the Greater Gods Domain. As for Zero Wing's members, both Black Flame's name and appearance were deeply ingrained into their minds. While Fire Dance was training alongside Zero Wing's members for the city battle, she had heard plenty of things about Black Flame. Hence, she was considerably familiar with the player named Black Flame. In the Eternal Realm, Black Flame had single-handedly suppressed an army of tens of thousands of Holy Race players. Later on, Black Flame had single-handedly erased the headquarters of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. Aside from achievements, Black Flame was also well-connected. He shared close ties with 3 Golden Masters, and Ink Keelan, a vice-commander of the Scarecrow Fox Adventurer team, even openly expressed her respect toward him. These 4 individuals would also often collaborate with Zero Wing in exploring the Crystal City of Secret's underground Crystal Palace. At this point, Black Flame could already be considered a legendary figure in the Greater God's domain. He wasn't someone that the average person could hope to meet. The Lord of War Goddesses. When Azure Shadow saw Shi Feng, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't think Zero Wing would send its true guild leader to come to instruct them. It seems Zero Wing is going all out this time to have its guild leader come to train us personally. No wonder guild leader Shi Feng asked for such an exorbitant fee. Black Flame's status as the 11th-ranked Sacred Glory expert alone already makes the fee worthwhile. When the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members saw that it was Shi Feng approaching them, they couldn't help but start a hushed discussion among themselves. It was especially so when they felt Shi Feng, who was only a Tier 5 player, radiating an aura stronger than theirs. While the Sacred Glory list's significance might not be comparable to the Divine Glory list, anyone capable of entering the Sacred Glory list would still be regarded as a VIP in any realm. Not to mention the Green God Corporation. Even the average upper-ranking hegemonic power and conglomerate would have difficulty employing the assistance of such individuals. So, what if he's ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? Azure Shadow said in the team chat. He'll still need to have actual abilities to train us. I guess you're right. After thinking it over, the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members nodded in agreement. Black Flame might be famous, but that wouldn't necessarily mean he was qualified to train them. It was especially so for someone like Black Flame, who relied heavily on external items. The primary reason Black Flame could achieve his current status was due to his ability to summon war goddesses. When it came to actual combat standards, he wouldn't necessarily be superior to them. While Azure Shadow and the others were having a secret discussion among themselves, Shi Feng briefly swept his gaze across Fire Dance and the 17 youths. Since everyone's here, follow me, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the 17 youths scrutinizing him. But before we leave, let me remind you that you must keep everything you see later on a secret. Also, as this training is meant for nurturing Zero Wing's internal members, you are only allowed to stay until the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection. After that, you will all have to leave. Upon hearing Shi Feng's reminder, aside from Fire Dance, everyone else present revealed contemptuous expressions. They had experienced all kinds of training in the past. They had even participated in training camps jointly hosted by multiple powerful conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers. So they didn't believe, even for a second, that Zero Wing could provide them with any noteworthy training. Yet, Shi Feng was making Zero Wing's training sound like it was the most precious thing in the world. At this time, Azure Shadow and the others became further resolved to complete whatever training Zero Wing had to offer before the training session was anywhere close to completion. Then they would take their leave without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shi Feng did not bother to offer any additional explanations, even when he saw the 17 youths' contemptuous expressions. He simply led the group to a deserted area of the Void Sea and waited for World Breaking Gate's cooldown to end. Then he spent another 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to bring everyone to the Eternal Realm. Starlight Continent, Star Lake City. As the morning sun rose, Star Lake City's airport basked in its brilliance. Even though it had only been a day since Star Lake City had gotten promoted to a second-tier city, the airport was already crowded with supersonic planes from various third-tier cities. Of the guests, these supersonic planes carried to Star Lake City, apart from the various powers executives. A significant portion consisted of mental strength grandmasters and budding talents. As Star Lake City was a new second-tier city, it currently didn't face any problems with overpopulation. Hence, these individuals all sought to use this opportunity to secure themselves long-term residence in a second-tier city. Are Azure and the others still not here? Mu Huangwu muttered as he looked out through the airport lounge and at the Green God Corporation's private plane parked outside. If we still don't take off soon, we won't make it for the registration. Mu Huangwu couldn't help but find the tardiness of Azure Shadow and the others strange. After all, his disciples were normally very punctual. Not to mention they would be flying back to Night Watch City to register for the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection this time. If they were to miss the registration period, They would have to wait another year before they could try for an ace battle group again. Did they forget when we were leaving? Jia Qingying, who had come to see Mu Huangwu's group off, similarly found this situation confusing. Mental strength grandmasters had an extremely accurate grasp on time. They could tell the precise time of day, even without looking at the time. Logically, there was no way Azure Shadow and the others would be late when they knew they had to attend an event as important as the Ace Battle Group selection. Impossible. Mu Huangwu firmly denied Jia Qingying's conjecture. I even went out of my way to remind them the time before they logged into God's domain yesterday. Did they get into an accident? When Jia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's words, she promptly thought of contacting the God's Domain Association. Azure Shadow and the others were mental strength grandmasters. Since it was unlikely they had misremembered their flight's departure time, it must mean they had gotten into an accident. Otherwise, there was no way they would be tardy. But just as Jia Qingying was about to contact the God's Domain Association, a group hastily entered the lounge. "You're finally here," Mu Huangwu sighed in relief when he saw the individuals entering the lounge. "What happened to you all? Why did you arrive so late?" The group of new arrivals was none other than Azure Shadow's group. Only at this moment Azure Shadow and the others wore anxious looks on their faces, their usual calm nowhere to be seen. "Let's quickly board the plane, Elder Mu. It'll be bad if we're late," Azure Shadow hurriedly said to Mu Huangwu. The other members of the Night Watch battle group nodded in agreement, their anxious expressions making it seem like they couldn't wait even a moment longer to board the plane. "So you actually know you're late?" Mu Huangwu couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw the anxious expressions of Azure Shadow and the others. "You're lucky you made it in time. Had you all arrived any later, you would have missed the registration period." "You misunderstand, Elder Mu. We're not talking about the Ace Battle Group selection," Azure Shadow hurriedly said. "We already made an appointment with the instructor. The instructor will only wait half an hour for us. We only have a minute left, so we must board the plane and log into God's domain immediately. Otherwise, we're going to be late." Chapter 3542, Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Chapter 3542, Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Chapter 616, Zero Wings Training. Mu Huangwu was so stunned by Azure Shadow's words that he forgot what he was going to say. As for Jia Qingying, she similarly couldn't help but doubt if something was wrong with her ears. After all, just a day ago, Azure Shadow and the others had expressed strong hostilities and contempt toward Zero Wings Training. Yet, they were now worried they might be late for training. "Let's talk another time. We're going to be late." When Azure Shadow saw that Mu Huangwu and Jia Qingying were unresponsive, he charged out of the boarding gate without hesitation. Seeing this, the other members of the Night Watch battle group also followed suit, leaving behind Mu Huangwu in the waiting lounge. "Can you tell me what's going on, Qingying?" Mu Huangwu asked as he stared at the boarding gate with a stunned expression. Anyone could tell that Azure Shadow and the others looked forward to participating in Zero Wings Training. But even if they were to look forward to Zero Wings Training, it didn't make sense for them to look forward to it that much. It should be known that it was to the extent that they prioritized it even more than becoming aces in the Night Watch Legion. At this moment, Mu Huangwu even suspected that if Azure Shadow and the others were made to choose between joining the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups or participating in Zero Wings Training, they would choose the latter without hesitation. "This I have no idea either," Jia Qingying said with a wry smile. While she might be privy to some of Zero Wing's secrets, she highly doubted that something like the intermediate divine engraving could garner much interest from Azure Shadow and the others. But looking at the reactions Azure Shadow and the others had toward Zero Wings Training, it was already to a point where she could describe them as fanatical. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cast aside Mu Huangwu just so that they could avoid being late for training. Eternal Realm, Western Continent, Nameless City. After boarding the Green God Corporation's private plane, Azure Shadow and the others promptly hopped into the temporary virtual gaming cabins the corporation had prepared on the plane and logged into God's domain. Then when they saw that Zero Wings members were still resting around them, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Thank goodness we made it back in time," Azure Shadow thought when he saw Shi Feng sorting through items nearby. Before arriving at the nameless city, Azure Shadow, as someone who had trained in the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land in the past, felt that no other place could compare to said Holy Land. However, he instantly changed his mind after arriving at the nameless city. Compared to the nameless city, the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land was nothing more than a cheap knockoff. Every corner of the nameless city was brimming with eternal energy. Simply standing in the city allowed him to experience gradual but continuous improvement. He even felt that he could achieve a breakthrough at any moment. However, the training Shi Feng provided them was even more valuable compared to the nameless city's environment. The bronze mana purification technique. This was a technique that could allow their mana to achieve a qualitative improvement. Before today, he had never even heard of such a technique existing. Simply gaining an initial mastery over the bronze mana purification technique made him feel he could fight against Tier 6 experts, fully clad in legendary weapons and equipment. Yet, what was even more unbelievable was that there was something even better than the bronze mana purification technique. Unfortunately, as he and the others weren't internal members of Zero Wing and all of the loot they acquired belonged to Zero Wing, they currently couldn't learn the advanced bronze purification technique. If they wanted to learn it, they would have to kill a certain number of regional bosses and use their contributions to exchange one. However, while their group of 17 was currently capable of moving independently of Zero Wing's group, they weren't familiar with the Nameless City's terrain. So it would be much more effective if they searched for regional bosses with Zero Wing's group. Not to mention, Shi Feng would demonstrate flowing space from time to time. This presented them with an opportunity to watch and learn a gold combat technique up close. Gold combat techniques were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain. The various powers would treat the gold combat techniques they owned as heirlooms, and they would rarely ever share these techniques with outsiders. If outsiders wished to learn these techniques, they could only do so through watching battle videos, which was a nigh impossible task. This was due to the complexity of gold combat techniques. When players fought using gold combat techniques, they would usually only utilize fragments of the technique. Unless a player was willing to thoroughly demonstrate their gold combat technique, others would never be able to learn their technique's intricacies. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng fought, he would always execute his gold combat technique from start to end for them to observe. Typically, this was a treatment only the paragons of pseudo-apex and apex powers could receive. If they were to miss this opportunity, they would absolutely regret it for the rest of their lives. All right, everyone, get organized, since everyone's back. We'll begin exploring the core region. Shi Feng commanded when he saw Azure Shadow and the others returning. After fighting and learning for the entirety of last night, Azure Shadow's group had already mastered the common mana purification technique and begun to learn the bronze version. With their present combat power, it would be a waste not to explore the Nameless City's core region. The Nameless City could be categorized into 4 regions: outer, inner, central, and core. Since yesterday, they have been exploring the central region and have acquired a good harvest. Overall, they obtained 14 copies of the advanced bronze purification technique and 41 copies of the bronze purification technique. Even without the help of the war goddesses, their grinding efficiency was better than when they had the war goddesses' assistance. However, for a regional dungeon of the Nameless City's rank, the core region would typically have many more regional bosses spawning within it than in the central region. There might even be Tier 6 divine bosses guarding the place. Divine regional bosses were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain. They also had a long respawn time and were the primary target of contention between the various powers. Meanwhile, the Nameless City had only appeared not long ago. It was still in its exploration phase, hence its monsters had such a high drop rate. If they were to miss this exploration phase, even if Zero Wing could mobilize more experts to slay the Nameless City's divine regional bosses later on, their harvest might not even come close to their harvest in the current central region. After everyone organized themselves, they began advancing toward the Nameless City's core region under Shi Feng's command. After 4 hours of constant fighting, Shi Feng and the others arrived at the Nameless City's core region. A thin layer of mist covered the entire core region, making it impossible for those outside to see or sense the situation inside. However, the instant everyone stepped into the mist, they promptly realized how wondrous of a location this was. The density of the eternal energy in the core region was more than double that of the central region. Only, before Shi Feng and the others could take their time to enjoy the significantly denser eternal energy, they saw a female swordsman of the human race running in their direction with a 1,000-man Holy Race Legion chasing after her. The swordsman in question was incredible. Despite being only a level 165, Tier 5 Sword Saint, she continuously neutralized the attacks launched at her by the Tier 5 Holy Race experts. It should be known that these Holy Race experts could rival Tier 6 human players when empowered by their holy auras. Moreover, over 100 of them could attack the human female at a time. Yet the most they managed to do was cause some minor damage to the human female. Even experts who had mastered gold footwork and defensive combat techniques would find difficult to achieve a similar combat performance as the human female. "That swordsman is amazing," Gentle Snow exclaimed as she watched the human female repeatedly breaking out of the Holy Race players' encirclement. Even if Big Sis Keelan gets promoted into a Tier 6 Guardian Knight, she wouldn't fare much better against so many Holy Race experts. Billowing water. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw who the human female was. Why is she here? Chapter 350-43, Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 players. Chapter 350-43, Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 players. Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 players, the Blaze Conglomerate's Heart Sword. When Azure Shadow heard the name that came out of Shi Feng's mouth, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you know Miss Billowing Water, Instructor Blackflame?" Azure Shadow was fortunate enough to participate in a training camp hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate in the past. While there, he had heard many tales of a monstrous talent capable of rivaling Frey, the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth princess. Meanwhile, the monstrously talented person was the Blaze Conglomerate's eldest young Miss Wylan, a.k.a. Billowing Water. Although Billowing Water currently only ranked within the Sacred Glory list's top 100, she was one of the few experts capable of fighting Golden Masters despite having mastered no gold combat techniques herself. Because of her capabilities, many God's Domain critics have commented that Billowing Water could absolutely rank among the Divine Glory list in the future. "I guess you can say that we are partners of sorts," Shi Feng answered after giving the question some thought. "We were part of the same team previously, and we conducted a couple of transactions." Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, Azure Shadow and the others couldn't help but cast looks of admiration at Shi Feng. Billowing Water was the Blaze Conglomerate's first successor. She was a big shot who even Nightwatch City's City Lord would have little chance to come into contact with. And even if they were to meet, it was unlikely they could find a common topic to talk about, let alone become partners and conduct transactions. While big shots like Billowing Water might require a lot of resources in both the greater God's Domain and the greater world, these resources were not things that the average person could access. Anyone who could provide these resources were bound to be extraordinary individuals. "Should we help her, Guild Leader?" Gentle Snow asked when she saw Billowing Water getting surrounded once again. It might not seem like Billowing Water was in any life-threatening danger, but that would only be true for now. Once all of the 1,000 Holy Race experts managed to encircle her completely, Billowing Water would no longer have any opportunities to break through. Not to mention, as the fight dragged on, the noise made would most certainly attract the attention of nearby Holy Race players. At that time, many more Holy Race experts would join the chase. The only way Billowing Water could truly escape her current predicament was if she could quickly kill all 1,000 of the Holy Race experts chasing after her. But evidently, she couldn't accomplish that by herself. "Since we've met, we naturally have to help out." "Let's go," Shi Feng said, nodding. If Shi Feng wasn't acquainted with Billowing Water, he would have most likely chosen to turn a blind eye to her predicament. After all, the Western continent was the Holy Race's territory. It was especially so for the Nameless City. Engaging one of the Holy Race's player legions here wouldn't be wise. So long as a fight broke out, they would have to face endless harassment from nearby Holy Race experts, and they would be unable to explore the Nameless City properly. However, since Billowing Water was one of his partners, Shi Feng naturally couldn't just stand by and watch the holy race experts kill her. Subsequently, under Shi Feng's command, everyone swiftly advanced toward Billowing Water's location, although Shi Feng and the others did not make any noise in their approach because their team had over 30 members. Their approach quickly attracted the attention of Billowing Water and the holy race experts attacking her.
Run away. Quickly run away.
When Billowing Water saw Shi Feng among the group of human players approaching her, she didn't relax. On the contrary, her expression turned even grimmer as she shouted for Shi Feng's group to run away. These aren't your average holy race players. Quickly head back to Seven Luminaries Town and inform everyone that the holy race has already found a way to break the town's defenses. Seven Luminaries Town is their next target. How dare you humans trespass on our territory? None of you should think of leaving with your lives. The commander of the Holy Race Legion, a level 167 beast berserker, bellowed when he saw Shi Feng's approaching group. Everyone, split up and surround the new trespassers. I'll keep this woman pinned. We must not let them spread the news. Following the beast berserker's command, the entire legion of Holy Race experts quickly cast aside Billowing Water and switched their attention toward Shi Feng's team. Close to 100 party and team leader-ranked Holy Race experts charged straight toward Shi Feng's team, while the rest of the legion split up to form an encirclement. When Billowing Water saw this, her expression quickly turned ugly. The legion pursuing her was unlike any other. Even the legion's party leaders possessed strength, rivaling Moon Bamboo, the Dawnlight Party's vice party leader, while the legion's team leaders rivaled Sky Pivot, the Dawnlight Party's party leader. If not for her encountering a fortuitous opportunity in the Nameless City's core region, which allowed her to repair a significant portion of her fragmented divine weapon, she would have long been killed by this extraordinary legion. Unfortunately, Billowing Water couldn't afford to get distracted any longer as she needed to focus on surviving against the Holy Race Legion's commander, a beast berserker. The beast berserker class was a peak class among the Holy Race. But despite its lower rank, it was superior to even the human race's saint classes. Previously, in order to cover for Billowing Water's escape, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo had chosen to face the beast berserker in a frontal confrontation. However, after only 3 exchanges, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo fell. They didn't even manage to distract the beast berserker for 5 seconds. The other party's strength was beyond terrifying. Immediately, Billowing Water gathered her scattered formless twilight and transformed it into a greatsword, the weapon's mere presence destabilizing the surrounding space. With the greatsword in hand, Billowing Water's strength had also increased substantially. Now her strength was slightly superior to even level 170 divine monsters. Escape is no longer an option for you all, the beast berserker said. However, instead of hurrying to eliminate Billowing Water, he turned to look at Shi Feng's team and sneered. Since you dared to steal that item from us, I will show you the consequences of meddling with our affairs. When the beast berserker commander finished speaking, the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders had already arrived within 100 yards of Shi Feng's team. For Tier 5 players, this was a distance that could be crossed in a single breath. This should be close enough. Everyone take action, Shi Feng commanded, when he saw the remaining distance between his team and the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders. Upon receiving Shi Feng's command, Azure Shadow and the others promptly stopped concealing their information and auras with their black cloaks. Immediately, 17 illusory worlds descended upon the street and overlapped each other. At the same time, frightening divine might swept across the entire street, briefly causing all Holy Race players within a 3,000-yard radius to lose focus. Chapter 3544, Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 3544, Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Tier 6. They're Tier 6 players. 17 Tier 6 players. How is this possible? The moment the amalgamation of divine might washed over the Holy Race experts, they all fell into a daze as their minds started to doubt the reality of their current situation. Tier 6 players. Whether it was for the human race or the Holy Race, Tier 6 players were existences who had secured a hold over the laws of the world. Hence, it was extremely difficult for players to get promoted to Tier 6. In the current Eternal Realm, Most experts wouldn't dare to attempt the Tier 6 promotion unless they were confident in success. This was because failure to get promoted would force players into a long state of rest, and it would be a considerable amount of time before they could make their next attempt. By the time they recovered, other experts would have long surpassed them, and they would be forced to retire from the Eternal Realm's main stage. Not to mention the energy resources required to challenge the Tier 6 promotion were immense. Even for the Holy Race, they could only afford to let a few people challenge the Tier 6 promotion. Yet it was now revealed that among the human team consisting of only a little over 30 members, 17 of them had actually gotten promoted to Tier 6 already. Who could possibly accept this situation? Even if all 17 humans were the weakest Tier 6 players in existence, they would still be considered a frightening force in the current nameless city. They would be more than enough to go up against their legion of 1,000. Not to mention, these 17 human players weren't by any means weak for Tier 6 players. On the contrary, they were far above the average, each being stronger than Tier 6 divine monsters of the same level. After all, simply the act of these 17 players releasing their divine might was enough to affect their entire legion's mobility. This situation was no different than if they were to go up against the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts. Impossible. How can the humans have 17 Tier 6 players? The beast Berserker, the Holy Race Legion's commander, was similarly dumbfounded as he looked at Azure Shadow's group in the distance. Even until now, none of the Holy Race's various powers had managed to produce a Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, according to their investigation, the human race should be faring even worse than them. Yet now 17 Tier 6 human players had appeared on the Western continent, which was supposed to be the Holy Race's home ground. Am I dreaming? Billowing Water, who had prepared herself to fight to the death, couldn't help but rub her eyes as she looked at Azure Shadow's group. She felt that she must be dreaming. It was currently the goal of the Eternal Realm's various powers to produce a Tier 6 player as soon as possible. But according to the information she received, even the various Apex powers had yet to accomplish this goal. So the only explanation she could come up with for this situation was that she was in a dream. The Holy Race's experts, huh? Azure Shadow revealed a look of excitement as he gazed upon the Holy Race experts before him. Just in time. I can use you all to test my improvements. After saying so, Azure Shadow knocked his longbow and launched a series of arrows into the sky. At the same time, a magic array covering a 1,000-yard radius formed in the sky. Tier 6 skill, Stars from Heaven. Azure Shadow had heard from Shi Feng the strength of the Holy Race when they first arrived at the Nameless City. Hence, he wasn't ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the Holy Race. Under the same tier, human experts would have difficulty competing against Holy Race experts. Tier 5 Holy Race experts, capable of using Holy Aura, could even transcend tiers to fight Tier 6 human players. Based on his senses, he could tell that the team leader ranked Holy Race players before him were undoubtedly such experts. If he were to clash with any one of these team leaders when he first arrived at the Nameless City, their fight would be intense, and it would take him a considerable amount of time to kill them. If several of these team leaders attacked him simultaneously, he might even be in danger of losing his life. Now, though, these party and team leader-ranked Holy Race experts were no longer a threat to him or his companions. Instead, these Holy Race experts had become the most suitable targets for them to familiarize themselves with their newfound strength. Meanwhile, the instant the magic array in the sky finished forming, countless space-rending arrows began to rain down from the sky, the spatial tiers they left in their wake, creating a scene resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions echoed in the Nameless City's core region, the explosions lasting for 10 whole seconds before coming to an end. When the dust clouds created by the arrow rain scattered, they revealed a desolate wasteland amidst the tall buildings decorating the Nameless City's core region. As for the Holy Race experts who previously populated the street, their numbers had been reduced from 1,000 to less than 100, and even the ones still standing looked incredibly miserable. Have I become so powerful already? Azure Shadow couldn't help but be taken aback by the devastation he caused. His original intention for using stars from heaven was to break the Holy Race experts' formation so his teammates could pick off the stragglers. This was the tactic they normally employed when fighting against groups of players or monsters. After all, each arrow in Stars from Heaven only carried 70% of his strength. It was only because of the skill's large number of projectiles that it could pose a certain degree of threat to Tier 6 experts. Yet the effects of his Stars from Heaven vastly surpassed his expectations. Despite being an ordinary Tier 6 skill, it achieved a result surpassing even that of Tier 6 curses cast by Tier 6 mage gods. Each arrow exhibited power at the Tier 6 peak standard. For a moment, he even suspected he could threaten a Tier 6 god's life with this Tier 6 skill. "Are you on drugs, Azure? How in heaven did you do that?" Dawn Arrow, another ranger from the Night Watch battle group, asked in astonishment. Stars from Heaven was a common Tier 6 skill of the ranger class. Hence, Dawn Arrow was very familiar with the skill's capabilities. Normally, the skill would only be enough to tickle Tier 6 divine monsters and damage Tier 5 legendary monsters slightly. While it might be more effective against players, it shouldn't be anywhere close to being life-threatening to the Holy Race experts. However, it was a completely different story for Azure Shadow's Stars from Heaven. In Azure Shadow's hands, the skill performed no differently than the Tier 6 Curse Star Blast. Had Azure Shadow used this move outside the Eternal Realm, he might even be able to delete an entire map. "What kind of drug do you think I would have to take to get such an effect?" Azure Shadow answered, rolling his eyes. "Also, we train and operate together all the time. What don't you know about me? This won't do. I'm going to try it as well," Dawn Arrow said before copying Azure Shadow and using Stars from Heaven. Meanwhile, as soon as Dawn Arrow used his skill, the surviving Holy Race experts couldn't help but despair. Each arrow they previously faced carried power at the Tier 6 peak standard. Normally, even a divine monster would become heavily injured after being rained upon by so many such arrows. They only managed to survive the projectile bombardment because they had used all of their life-saving skills, yet, as soon as they finished surviving the rain of arrows, they had to face it again. Chapter 3545, Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Chapter 3545, Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Chapter 619, Tier Difference. Despicable humans, don't you dare look down on the Holy Race. When the Beast Berserker commander saw a second Stars from Heaven being used, he unleashed his holy aura and transformed into a giant measuring several hundred meters in height. The giant was clad in armor and wielded 4 axes with its 2 sets of arms. The giant looked like a titan from primordial times, and every one of his movements caused space to tear. Immediately after appearing on the battlefield, the primordial titan spun his body and created a whirlwind with his axes, causing the countless descending arrows to scatter and devastate the surrounding street and buildings. A Beast Berserker. When Shi Feng saw the primordial titan neutralizing Dawn Arrow's Stars from Heaven, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The Beast Berserker class was a peak class among the Holy Race. It was an incredibly rare class with stringent requirements. Even among the Holy Race, few Beast Berserkers existed. Meanwhile, unlike the human race's peak classes, the Holy Race's peak classes not only offered players a larger variety of class skills, but they also offered players talents that could grant them unimaginable combat power. In the case of the Beast Berserker class, its talent was called Ancestral Manifestation. Depending on the level of mastery players had over their holy aura, the size and strength of their ancestral manifestation would differ. For example, an ancestral manifestation that was several hundred meters tall would be slightly stronger than the average divine monster. If an ancestral manifestation reached 1,000 meters tall, its strength would rival the Tier 6 gods. At the same time as the Beast Berserker commander neutralized Dawn Arrow's Stars from Heaven, Dawn Arrow and Azure Shadow promptly followed up with more Tier 6 skills. Tier 6 skill Scattered Explosions. Tier 6 skill Strike from Heaven. Scattered explosions could transform the user's arrows into AoE attacks and be impossible to block. Moreover, the higher the skill completion rate, the greater the power and AoE of the attacks would be. As for Strike from Heaven, it would transform the user into an arrow and launch it at a speed that triumphed over all ranger skills. Meanwhile, the higher the skill completion rate, the faster and stronger the arrow would be. When Dawn Arrow and Azure Shadow saw the Beast Berserker neutralize Dawn Arrow's stars from heaven, they instantly knew they wouldn't be a match for the other party in a one-on-one situation. The gap in combat standards simply wasn't something they could hope to bridge with their enhanced mana and advantage in tier. If they wanted to beat the Beast Berserker, their only option would be to work together and rely on their advantage in skills. Thanks to the bronze mana purification technique they learned, not only did the raw power of their skills increase significantly, but even their skill completion rates had reached an unprecedented high. Previously, the best they could achieve was an 85% skill completion rate with their Tier 6 skills. Now, they could use their Tier 6 skills at a completion rate of 90% or above, which, in turn, allowed their skills to exhibit power comparable to the standard of Tier 6 gods. Even though the Beast Berserker had tried his best to avoid the attacks from Dawn Arrow's scattered explosions with his superior combat standards, his gigantic ancestral manifestation still ended up getting caught within the large AoE of multiple explosions, causing him to lose a significant amount of HP. At the same time, Azure Shadow, while in his Strike from Heaven form, executed the advanced silver combat technique, Thousand Mirages, and repeatedly struck the defensive ancestral manifestation, causing the other party to stumble time and again. After this cycle was repeated only 3 times, the Beast Berserker with superior combat standards succumbed to Dawn Arrow's and Azure Shadow's overwhelming Tier 6 skills and fell. He died just like that. Billowing Water couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the Beast Berserker's body scattering into particles of light. Although she had long guessed this outcome, she still couldn't help but be a little shocked when she saw how effortlessly the Beast Berserker got killed. Meanwhile, a moment after the Beast Berserker got killed, the Night Watch battle group's other members also finished eliminating the Holy Race Legion's surviving party and team leaders and started to collect the loot the Holy Race players dropped. "Why are you here, Miss Billow? Didn't you teleport away with party leader Pivot and the others before?" Shi Feng asked as he approached Billowing Water. Level 170-plus legendary regional bosses roamed the Nameless City's core region. Many Holy Race legions also operated in this region. It simply wasn't a place Billowing Water could operate in by herself, so he found it strange to find her here by herself. Hearing Shi Feng's question, Billowing Water wryly smiled and answered, "Our random teleportation brought us to the core region. Seeing it was a rare opportunity, we decided to explore the area cautiously. Not long ago, we coincidentally came across several tens of thousands of Holy Race experts raiding a level 175 divine-ranked Guardian Dragon. When the Guardian Dragon died, it dropped about a dozen incredible items. At the same time, its death undid the seal of a six-eyed god from the Holy Race. After being freed, the six-eyed god signed a contract with the Holy Race's various powers. Based on what we heard, so long as the various powers can sacrifice a certain number of human players to the six-eyed god, they could obtain great strength. Originally, we wanted to bring this information back to Seven Luminaries Town, but the Holy Race's god discovered us. Although we were fortunate enough to snatch 2 of the dropped items, we later got chased by the Holy Race Legion, and only I managed to survive until this point. The Holy Race's various powers signed a contract with a six-eyed god." Shi Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard Billowing Water's recollection. The Holy Race's gods came in all shapes and sizes. But out of all the Holy Race gods he knew of, only one had 6 eyes. The Soul-Eating Ancestor. The Soul-Eating Ancestor was a god who grew stronger by devouring the immortal souls of human players. At the same time, it could grant Holy Race players bloodlines of higher purity, allowing them to improve much more quickly than human players. In addition, the Soul-Eating Ancestor was one of the strongest Holy Race gods who had led the attack on the Greater God's Domain's 12 sanctuaries. However, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, it should still be several years before the Holy Race players unseal the Soul-Eating Ancestor. The fact that the soul-eating ancestor was unsealed so soon in this timeline definitely wasn't good news for the human race. Now that the Holy Race's various powers had the soul-eating ancestor's assistance, they could rapidly grow stronger so long as they kept sacrificing human players. In contrast, human players could only rely on gradual exploration of the Eternal Realm to uncover stronger legacies. It should be known that the first Holy Mana War would begin in the not-so-distant future. If this situation continued, Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to the human race at that time. I really have to thank you for saving me this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I would have had to suffer the same fate as Party Leader Pivot and the others, Billowing Water said gratefully. Then she couldn't help but turn to look at Azure Shadow and the other Tier 6 players of Shi Feng's team and asked, also, would you be willing to negotiate a deal with the Blaze conglomerate Guild Leader Black Flame? Although she didn't know what kind of relationship these 17 Tier 6 experts shared with Shi Feng, the fact that Shi Feng could gather 17 Tier 6 experts in the Eternal Realm was more than enough for the Blaze conglomerate to take Shi Feng very seriously. Chapter 3546, Chapter 620, Zero Wings Value. Chapter 3546, Chapter 620, Zero Wings Value. Chapter 650-40, Zero Wings Value. A deal with the Blaze conglomerate? Shi Feng couldn't help but grow curious when he heard Billowing Water's somewhat urgent tone. Previously, Billowing Water had only dealt with him in a personal capacity. Yet she was now proposing a business transaction to him on behalf of the Blaze conglomerate, so the significance of the deal was undoubtedly much greater. Yes, a deal with the Blaze conglomerate, Billowing Water said, smiling slightly when she saw a hint of interest appearing on Shi Feng's face. Do you remember the floating island we visited before coming to the Forbidden Zone, Guild Leader Black Flame? I do. We teleported to the western continent from that floating island, Shi Feng said, nodding and feeling a little confused as he looked at Billowing Water. The Eternal Temple, situated on the floating island, was vital for human players to travel from the Eternal Continent to the Western Continent. However, he failed to see what business they could discuss regarding that floating island. After all, the island was currently under the Seven Luminaries Alliance's control, and all of the island's profits belonged to the Alliance. As you can see, there are many benefits to be had on the Western Island. Taking her time, Billowing Water smiled and explained. Meanwhile, the number of powers that know about the secrets here is increasing by the day. I believe it won't be long before many players will know about the Western Continent, and as luck would have it, the Blaze conglomerate has discovered an island roughly 2 hours away from the floating island by flight. We have also gone ahead and established a guild city on the island. When Shi Feng heard Billowing Water's revelation, although he remained calm on the surface, he was inwardly shocked by the news. In the current Eternal Realm, the various powers had trouble even establishing themselves in the various NPC cities. As for constructing their own guild city out in the fields, nobody had managed to do so thus far due to the stringent requirements. Firstly, to construct a guild city in the Eternal Realm, a guild would have to obtain a city building order. However, city building orders could only be acquired by killing level 160+ world bosses in the Eternal Realm, and such bosses were extremely rare in the Eternal Realm. And even if players did manage to find and kill a level 160+ world boss, the city building order wasn't guaranteed to drop. Secondly, a guild would need to have sufficient funds to construct. This wasn't just an expense of several thousand eternal gold coins they were talking about. Without at least 100,000 eternal gold, a guild shouldn't even consider constructing a guild city in the Eternal Realm. Even for the various pseudo-apex powers, they would need a considerable amount of time to amass such a fortune. Hence, in the current Eternal Realm, owning a guild city was a luxury that even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers could not afford, let alone the Blaze conglomerate. For now, we have already completed the groundwork for the guild city's construction. However, with how valuable the city is, even if we expend all of our defensive measures, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend our ownership. Billowing Water added with a wry smile to this. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. Currently, the only known way for human players to travel to the Western Continent was through the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Eternal Temple. However, If players wish to enter the floating island, they would have to pay the Seven Luminaries Alliance a fee of 150 eternal gold, regardless if they wish to utilize the Eternal Temple's teleportation services. Because of this, it simply wasn't possible for players to stay there long term. If a guild city existed near the floating island, it would make it much more convenient for the various powers and players. Such a guild city could even become a trade hub for the Eternal and Western continents, and its value would be unimaginable. If any pseudo-apex power were to learn of the guild city's existence, they definitely wouldn't mind snatching it from the Blaze conglomerate. And with the Blaze conglomerate's current strength, there was no way it could defend the city from the various pseudo-apex powers. Which is why we have decided to find strong partners, Billowing Water said as she took on a more serious expression. We have already come into an agreement with two pseudo-apex powers not long ago. If we include Zero Wing, I believe we should have no problems defending the guild city. Previously, Billowing Water did not have an optimistic view of the guild named Zero Wing. In her opinion, Black Flame was the only noteworthy individual in the guild. But after seeing the 17 Tier 6 experts on Shi Feng's team, even if they were only hired hands, the fact that Zero Wing could hire helpers of such caliber was already enough for the Blaze conglomerate to take Zero Wing seriously. Not to mention, seeing how respectfully Azure Shadow and the others behaved toward Shi Feng, it was obvious the two parties shared a close connection. The city in question indeed has unlimited potential. But what kind of price is the Blaze conglomerate willing to pay? Shi Feng asked after pondering over the offer. If Zero Wing agrees to the partnership, Billowing Water paused, taking a moment to think. I can promise you 20% of the city's profits. 20%? Shi Feng shook his head. That is a lot, but it still isn't enough for Zero Wing. If you want Zero Wing's help, in addition to the 20%, Zero Wing will require a guild residence slot and 10 shops located in the city center. Isn't that a little too much? Billowing Water couldn't help but hesitate. The two pseudo-apex powers that had agreed to partner with the Blaze conglomerate had only asked for 20% of the city's profits and a few shops in the city center. The Blaze conglomerate had promised neither of them a guild residence slot. After all, a basic guild city only had 3 guild residence slots. In such a situation, these precious slots should only be given to integral allies. Not at all. Zero Wing's value far exceeds this price, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he took out several dozen copies of the bronze mana purification technique and continued. I believe you should know the difference between an expert who has learned a bronze purification technique and an expert who hasn't, right? When Billowing Water saw the stack of books Shi Feng took out, her mind froze momentarily. She naturally knew of the bronze mana purification technique's preciousness, even in the nameless city. It wasn't an easy task to acquire a copy. Not to mention, any Tier 5 player who had learned the bronze mana purification technique would immediately gain Tier 6 combat power. In other words, what Shi Feng had in his hands was the ability to instantly create several dozen Tier 6 combatants. Your conditions have exceeded my jurisdiction. After hesitating for a moment, Billowing Water said, I cannot give you an answer right away. I will have to discuss with the conglomerate's executives first. Sure. Shi Feng nodded, unsurprised by Billowing Water's reply. Billowing Water might be the Blaze conglomerate's first successor, but she still wasn't the conglomerate's helmsman. Meanwhile, only the helmsman could approve such an important decision. Successors like Billowing Water could, at most, cast votes on the matter. Following this, Billowing Water left the core region by herself and hurried over to the teleportation passage located in the city center. She intended to inform Seven Luminaries Town regarding the Holy Race's plans before logging off to discuss Zero Wing's partnership conditions with the conglomerate's executives. Meanwhile, shortly after Billowing Water left, Zero Wing's members also finished collecting the items the Holy Race players dropped. We're done collecting the loot, Guild Leader, Gentle Snow said excitedly as she approached Shi Feng, who had been resting his eyes while in deep thought. These Holy Race players are incredibly wealthy. It's especially so for their commander. He's practically a walking treasure trove. After saying so, Gentle Snow took out a bunch of items, the appearance of the items immediately causing the eternal energy in a several hundred-yard radius to double in density. Chapter 3547, Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. Chapter 3547, Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. Chapter 621, Eternal Magic Armor. These are eternal God crystals. Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the piles of purple-black crystals Gentle Snow took out. Eternal God crystals. This was a rare kind of God crystal found in the eternal realm. While it might be different from the God crystals acquired by human players in the greater God's domain, it possessed all the effects and functions of the standard God crystal. In addition, unlike ordinary God crystals, eternal God crystals could be absorbed by players. Ordinary God crystals were crystals made from concentrating the power of gods. The creation of each God crystal required a god to expend a significant amount of their power. Meanwhile, not only could these God crystals be used to help gods recover their power quickly, but they could also be used to repair weapons and equipment created by gods. Eternal God crystals, on the other hand, were different. They were naturally occurring crystals found only in the eternal realm. Hence, even Tier 1 players could make use of eternal God crystals. So long as a player absorbed an eternal God crystal, not only could they receive bursts of inspiration for a short period, but their concentration and mana perception standards would also be temporarily increased by 1 rank. Whether players were looking to construct a mana body or a divine body, eternal God crystals could provide them with extraordinary assistance. Meanwhile, the rarity of eternal God crystals far exceeded ordinary God crystals and fragmented legendary items. Because of this, the market value of eternal God crystals could easily reach 3 ordinary God crystals per eternal God crystal during Shi Feng's previous life. Even then, few players would be willing to part with their eternal God crystals at this price. However, while eternal God crystals offered many benefits, they also had a glaring flaw. They would drop on death, and they could not be stored in warehouses for long periods. Players must carry their eternal God crystals on them or use them quickly. Currently, Shi Feng counted at least 400 eternal God crystals piled up before him. This was even more than the total number of eternal God crystals he had seen throughout his previous life. I've already tallied everything up. We obtained a total of 435 eternal God crystals, Hidden Soul said excitedly as she walked over to Shi Feng and Gentle Snow. Besides that, the Holy Race Commander also dropped an eternal magic armor equipment set design. It is a fragmented legendary equipment set that can be used to form bronze battle arrays when present in large numbers. If we have 20 sets in a team, we can form a small bronze battle array. If we have 100 sets, we can form a medium bronze battle array. If we have 500 sets, we can form a large bronze battle array. If we can equip a team of 500 Tier 5 players with these sets, killing even Tier 6 gods won't be out of the question. Honestly, I can't figure out why that Holy Race Commander would carry such a priceless treasure on him, the Eternal Magic Armor's design. Shi Feng couldn't help but quickly read through the thick book Gentle Snow just took out. The Eternal Magic Armor equipment set's name rang loudly in the Greater God's domain during his previous life. It was an equipment set rivaling the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Luminous set. In fact, in terms of basic attributes, it even surpassed the Luminous set. Moreover, unlike the Luminous set, the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set could be used by both human and Holy Race players. The only problem was that the production of the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set required eternal God crystals. Mass-producing the set was simply too difficult of a feat to accomplish. As far as he knew, only 3 full batches of 500 sets had ever been made, of which 2 batches belonged to the Holy Race, while 1 batch belonged to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that the Holy Race Commander had dropped the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set design, Shi Feng had reason to believe that the other party didn't even bother to inspect the loot he acquired from the Guardian Dragon before pursuing Billowing Water and the rest of the Dawnlight party. Otherwise, there was no way he would carry such a priceless treasure on him and risk losing it. He would have definitely chosen to store it in a warehouse for safekeeping right away. As expected of the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set, just producing one set costs 6 eternal god crystals. Most of the Apex powers back then probably can't even afford to produce 500 sets. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he finished studying the design. The Eternal Magic Armor Equipment set was a 6-piece set with a relatively low production difficulty. The average Grandmaster Forger could probably manufacture it at a considerably high success rate. The other materials required to produce the set were also easy to source. The only real problem was the Eternal God Crystals required. He would need 3,000 Eternal God Crystals if he wanted to produce a full batch of 500 sets. Even if he counted both his previous and present lives, he had never seen such an amount. "Let's hurry back to the Crystal City, Guild Leader. It's not safe here," Gentle Snow suggested. "If the Holy Race players find out what they've lost, they definitely won't let us go." Although she didn't know how the Holy Race viewed Eternal God Crystals, even a fool could tell the value of the Eternal Magic Armor Equipment set design. It was a treasure that could lead to the birth of an Apex power. If the Holy Race players were to learn of their loss, they absolutely would go crazy. "We might have gained a lot this time, but it is still too early to return. It's especially so now that we have obtained such a valuable design," Shi Feng said, smiling as he put the design away. "Have everyone take a break. We'll be changing our route. Instead of the City Lord's mansion, we'll be heading for the city's underground treasury." "The city's treasury? Do you know where the Nameless City's treasury is, Guild Leader?" When Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul heard Shi Feng's words, their eyes instantly brightened, and they couldn't help but get the urge to shake an answer out of Shi Feng. The Nameless City was undoubtedly a place of riches. This could be seen just by their harvest in the short time they spent here. Meanwhile, a city's treasury usually stored the wealth the city had accumulated throughout the years. One could say that most of a city's wealth could be found in its treasury. Normally, when players were looking to capture a city, their foremost priority would be the city's treasury, whereas the City Lord's mansion's priority came in second. However, as city treasuries were usually hidden in secretive locations and made difficult to find, players almost always had no choice but to capture the City Lord's mansion first. That way they would immediately learn the location of the city's treasury. Not to mention, they could utilize the city's barrier to weaken their enemies in the city. Of course, it would be a different story if players learned of the location of the city's treasury ahead of time. "Naturally," Shi Feng smiled and nodded. "So rest up and get ready." Previously, he was utterly powerless against the Gorgon Queen, so he had no choice but to avoid her like the plague. But now that he had learned the advanced bronze mana purification technique and included Azure Shadow's group in his team, he felt they could fight the primordial godkin. Hence, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by him. Not to mention the early liberation of the soul-eating ancestor would most certainly accelerate the Holy Race's development. If Zero Wing wanted a better chance at surviving and thriving in the upcoming Holy Mana War, it couldn't rely on just the mana purification technique. It would also need the Nameless City's treasury. Chapter 350-48, Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. Chapter 350-48, Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. Chapter 350-48, Chapter 622, Fighting the Gorgon Queen Again. "Are you sure we can take on a primordial godkin with our current strength, Instructor Black Flame?" Azure Shadow anxiously asked Shi Feng as he looked around the deserted underground passage they were currently traversing. Hearing Azure Shadow's question, the other Night Watch battle group members perked up their ears and looked toward Shi Feng with anxious eyes. Their goal in coming to the Nameless City was to improve themselves. However, after learning the bronze mana purification technique, they never truly got to exert themselves to their fullest potential, be it when they fought against the city's legendary monsters or the Holy Race experts. Even when they fought against the city's legendary monsters, they could complete the entire clash without using any of their mana for skills and spells. As for the Holy Race's 1,000-man legion, it was merely a one-sided battle and couldn't be considered a proper fight. Currently, if they wished to truly achieve noteworthy improvements, they would need a sufficiently strong opponent. Only then could they push their standards to the next level. However, When they heard from Shi Feng that they would be going up against a Gorgon Queen, which was a primordial godkin, they couldn't help but worry. Primordial godkins were monsters possessing the bloodline of primordial gods. Their strength surpassed the average dragon and angel of the same tier. Not to mention, out of the greater god's domain's 22 taboos, one was a Gorgon Queen. While that Gorgon Queen in question might be a mutated existence, it remained a fact that ordinary Gorgon Queens were not existences that ordinary Tier 6 experts could fight against. Normally, if players wished to raid a level 180 Gorgon Queen, they would need to form a 100-man team of level 200, Tier 6 players at the very least. Currently, their team didn't even have 40 members. Not to mention, only 17 were Tier 6 players, and their average level was only 175. A huge gap existed in basic attributes between them and level 200, Tier 6 players.
Relax. Follow my plan, and you won't have any trouble fighting the Gorgon Queen,
Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Azure Shadow and the others. If it was before Azure Shadow and the others had learned the bronze mana purification technique, Shi Feng would have never considered challenging the Gorgon Queen with them. But with the assistance of the bronze mana purification technique and their legendary weapons, they already met the minimum requirement to raid the Gorgon Queen. Now it was only a question of whether they could survive one hit from the Gorgon Queen. If they could avoid getting killed instantly, raiding the Gorgon Queen shouldn't be a problem. While Shi Feng was chatting with Azure Shadow and the others, the team arrived at the plaza situated in front of the city's treasury. At this time, although the plaza had already been repaired to a significant extent, it was still possible to see cracks and dropped weapons and equipment all over the place. This gave Azure Shadow and the others a feel of how tragic and terrifying the battle that had taken place here previously was. Despicable human, how dare you trespass on my territory again? I will have your soul annihilated for desecrating the holy land of my race. For a moment, an alluring voice echoed in the depths of everyone's minds, causing them to feel a hint of goodwill and fascination toward the voice's owner. Subsequently, a soul-stirring figure slowly slithered out of the treasury's gigantic steel doors, the figure's every movement seducing everyone and forcing their eyes to focus on her. Meanwhile, this soul-stirring figure was none other than the Gorgon Queen responsible for safekeeping the nameless city's treasury. Gorgon Queen, primordial godkin, divine level 180 HP. Everyone consume these eternal god crystals. I'll have the war goddess distract her later. Remember to never try to block any of the Gorgon Queen's holy aura attacks, Shi Feng commanded, and promptly distributed some eternal god crystals to everyone on the team when he saw the Gorgon Queen emerging from the treasury. His previous clash with the Gorgon Queen allowed him to thoroughly understand that the Gorgon Queen before them was extremely proficient in mental attacks. If it wasn't for his concentration and willpower being sufficiently strong, he would have never survived the Gorgon Queen's mental attacks. While eternal god crystals were indeed precious, for the sake of ensuring their raid's success, he couldn't care less about wasting some of them. Immediately, everyone consumed the eternal god crystal they received, temporarily raising their concentration and mana perception by 1 rank. At the same time, various inspirations started to appear in their minds, one after another. In the meantime, Shi Feng summoned a war goddess and used the Feather of Oath's heroic pledge on her, raising her tier by 1. And because Shi Feng had raised his level to 170 since last time, the war goddess he summoned this time was at level 180. This effectively placed the war goddess on the same starting line as the Gorgon Queen, as both were at level 180 tier 6. Boom. As soon as the level 180 tier 6 war goddess appeared on the plaza, she promptly thrust her spear forward to block a large scimitar that had suddenly appeared before her. The scimitar was coated in holy aura, and its impact with the war goddess's spear created an impact that cracked the surrounding space and caused Fire Dance and the other tier 5 players who stood some distance away to stumble a little. So strong. Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the Gorgon Queen suddenly appearing before the war goddess. Although Shi Feng had already informed them of the Gorgon Queen's strength on their way here, It wasn't until they got to experience the Gorgon Queen's strength at such a close distance did they finally understand how frightening the primordial godkin was. If not for the Tier 6 war goddess's presence, they and the other Tier 5 players of the team would have definitely died just now. After all, they didn't even notice when the Gorgon Queen had disappeared from the treasury's entrance. By the time they noticed, the Gorgon Queen's blade had already been blocked by the war goddess. She's going all out right from the beginning? Shi Feng's expression grew solemn as he looked at the Gorgon Queen. The Gorgon Queen had started with a gold holy art right off the bat. If it wasn't for the war goddess's intervention, even if he defended himself using Sword's orbit, he would have been sent flying over 100 yards and sustained heavy injuries. However, before everyone could relax, the Gorgon Queen suddenly transformed her 2 scimitars into 2 full moons and charged at Shi Feng, who stood 100 yards away from her. She completely ignored the war goddess before her and everyone else in her way, behaving as if only Shi Feng existed in this space. "Don't even think about killing the instructor," Growling Potato, a shield warrior from the Night Watch battle group, bellowed as he activated the Tier 5 skill Wrath of Justice and the Tier 6 skill Shield Return. Then he intercepted the Gorgon Queen with his shield raised. When the Gorgon Queen's full moons collided against Growling Potato's shield, Growling Potato stumbled a step back and lost nearly 1/3 of his HP, while the Gorgon Queen's advance came to a halt. At the same time, Azure Shadow activated Strike from Heaven, transforming into a streak of light that shot at the Gorgon Queen, his speed far surpassing the reaction speed of ordinary Tier 6 experts. Ants. However, the Gorgon Queen merely reacted to Azure Shadow's attack with contempt, and with a casual flick of her wrist accurately deflected the ranger's strike from heaven with one of her scimitars. The degree of skill she displayed was so incredible that even 5th floor experts would be left marveling. But during the brief moment the Gorgon Queen was occupied with Azure Shadow's attack, a silver spear suddenly swept at her willowy waist, catching her off guard. As a result, the attack connected fully and sent her flying several hundred yards away. The attack also caused one of her 9 HP bars to deplete slightly, finally exposing her previously indecipherable HP to everyone. Chapter 3549, Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. Chapter 3549, Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. Chapter 623, Princess's Reappearance. TL Notes. Chapter 284, Land of Ancient Dragons, Land of Primordial Dragon's Power. Chapter 293. System. You have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the Primordial Dragon's Power. So long as your Primordial Dragon's power is discovered by a certain evil god's followers or a certain demon god's followers, you will be marked by this evil god or demon god and be hunted down endlessly. System, you have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the Primordial Dragon's power. So long as your Primordial Dragon's power is discovered by evil god and demon god followers, you will be marked by these evil gods and demon gods and be hunted down endlessly. When the Gorgon Queen's HP became readable, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. How are we supposed to defeat this thing? Will we really be fine, Guild Leader? Somber expressions appeared on everyone's faces when they saw the Gorgon Queen's HP. Gorgon Queen, Primordial Godkin, Divine Level 180, HP 8,996,900,000. When everyone initially saw the War Goddess's spear doing over 3 billion damage to the Gorgon Queen, they were both surprised and delighted. After all, an attack of such caliber was more than enough to heavily injure a Level 180 Divine monster. And should the Gorgon Queen sustain a heavy injury, they would have a much easier time defeating her. However, their hopes were immediately dashed when they saw the Gorgon Queen's maximum HP of 9 trillion. Compared to the Gorgon Queen's HP, the damage the War Goddess dealt wouldn't even be enough to tickle the Primordial Godkin. With her battle recovery, the Gorgon Queen could recover 2% of her HP every 5 seconds. In other words, she could recover 180 billion HP every 5 seconds, or 36 billion HP every second. Without at least 10 Tier 6 War Goddesses, they would have 0 chances of killing the Gorgon Queen. Sure enough, the system won't let us get to the treasury so easily. Shi Feng was similarly astonished when he saw the Gorgon Queen's HP. Although this situation is outside of my expectations, we aren't without a chance. Everyone move according to plan and buy me 30 seconds. Try your best to distract the Gorgon Queen and assist the War Goddess. He had slain a divine-ranked Gorgon Queen in his previous life. However, compared to the Gorgon Queen he killed back then, the Gorgon Queen guarding the Nameless City's treasury had 10 times more HP. Normally, without an overwhelming advantage in numbers or a taboo existence, it would be impossible for players to take down such a monster. Since their current circumstances didn't allow them to overwhelm the Gorgon Queen with numbers, their only option would be to rely on a taboo existence. Taboo existences were individuals who had surpassed Tier 6 gods and rivaled primordial gods. One hit from such an existence could heavily injure even a fully kitted Tier 6 god. Naturally, it would also be a piece of cake for such an existence to heavily injure a divine-ranked primordial godkin. However, it was incredibly difficult for players to acquire the strength of a taboo existence in God's domain. Normally, only Tier 6 players wielding divine artifact-ranked weapons could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, divine weapons were so rare that only about 1 out of every 10 cross-realm conglomerates would have one. In Shi Feng's case, owning a divine weapon was nothing more than a dream for him, whether in his previous life or current life. Be that as it may, while he might not have a divine weapon right now, he did get to become acquainted with a taboo existence in this life. The other party in question was the ruler of the primordial dragon sanctuary and the closest existence to a primordial god, Dragon Princess Kalisha. Originally, Shi Feng had hoped he could heavily injure the Gorgon Queen with the Tier 6 War Goddess alone. However, after their brief clash, it was evident that only a taboo existence could heavily injure the primordial godkin. Hence, he had no choice but to splurge 300 god crystals and eternal god crystals to help Dragon Princess Kalisha recover to the standard of taboo existences. Immediately, Shi Feng took out all of the ordinary god crystals he had acquired from Xia Qingying and some eternal god crystals from his bag. Then, he began converting their power and directing them into a summoning rune to complete the Dragon Princess's quest. So long as he completed Kalisha's quest and summoned her, she would be obligated to protect him from the Gorgon Queen. In the meantime, following Shi Feng's command, everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and attack the Gorgon Queen. They had to try their best to create an opportunity for the War Goddess to land a direct hit on the primordial godkin. When the War Goddess and Gorgon Queen resumed their clash, though everyone quickly found themselves fascinated by the exchange. Whether it was the War Goddess or Gorgon Queen, both possessed combat proficiencies far beyond what anyone present possessed. Previously, when the Gorgon Queen was focused on killing Shi Feng and when the War Goddess was able to exploit the Gorgon Queen's inattentiveness, it still wasn't possible to see the depths of their prowess. However, now that the two were focused on each other, they thoroughly displayed the intricacies of their combat experience. The handling of details when executing evasive maneuvers, the handling of impromptu changes and preparatory actions when attacking, the handling of impromptu mana adjustments and rapid conversions when using skills and spells. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the War Goddess and Gorgon Queen had handled all of these combat aspects perfectly. Meanwhile, when Azure Shadow and the others, who had consumed an eternal god crystal before the fight began, observed the fight between these two existences, they felt as if the doors to a whole new world had just been opened for them. After the battle continued for 20 seconds, everyone on the battlefield suddenly had their attention attracted toward Shi Feng, who had been chanting an incantation and crafting a rune all this time. Extravagance. Complete and utter extravagance. In the time everyone was preoccupied with the fight against the Gorgon Queen, Shi Feng had gone from expending ordinary god crystals to eternal god crystals that were as precious as legendary items. Multiple eternal god crystals could be shattering in Shi Feng's hands every second. Even though Azure Shadow and the others weren't Zero Wings members, they still couldn't help but wince at this sight. After all, none of them actually owned their legendary weapons. Instead, these weapons were loaned to them by the Green God Corporation so that they could establish themselves in the Night Watch Legion, Yet now they were made to watch Shi Feng expend enough eternal god crystals to equip each of them with a legendary weapon. When Shi Feng started to expend eternal god crystals, the summoning rune before him also started to draw the surrounding energies toward itself. Even the mana of Azure Shadow and the others, which rivaled the mana of Tier 6 gods, was drawn toward the rune. Eventually, even the War Goddess and Gorgon Queen started to get affected, neither of them able to continue exhibiting 100% of their skills and spells potential. In the case of the Gorgon Queen, she even started to have difficulties concentrating holy power into holy aura, which in turn slowed her ability to execute holy arts and defend herself. As a result, Azure Shadow and the others started to land their skills and spells on the Gorgon Queen, each of their attacks reaping hundreds of millions of HP from the primordial Godkin. Despicable Ant, die. When the Gorgon Queen saw that Shi Feng's rune started to have an increasingly larger effect on the surrounding environment, she knew that Shi Feng was attempting something extraordinary. Without hesitation, she ignored all attacks from the War Goddess and Azure Shadow's group and used Chaos Spear against Shi Feng. Chaos Spear was a Tier 6 super spell, and it carried the power of an ancient god when used by the Gorgon Queen. Even the Tier 6 War Goddess would sustain heavy injuries if struck by such an attack, and it would require multiple Tier 6 War Goddesses working together to block the attack completely. The logical move for Shi Feng to make in this situation would be to evade the attack. However, as Shi Feng was currently occupied with drawing Kalisha's summoning rune, he had no choice but to take the Gorgon Queen's attack. Otherwise, not only would he fall short of success, but all of the god crystals and eternal god crystals he had expended thus far would also go to waste. Hurry up! Hurry up! When Shi Feng saw that the Gorgon Queen had already finished forming her Chaos Spear, he began mentally urging the summoning rune to absorb the eternal god crystal's energy more quickly. Fortunately, at the same time as the Gorgon Queen released her Chaos Spear, Shi Feng also finished injecting the last eternal god crystal into the summoning rune, completing it. Immediately afterward, the space in front of Shi Feng shattered, creating a dark void that housed a figure several thousand meters tall. The figure in question was a beauty wearing a long holy dress and a silver crown. The beauty slowly opened her eyes after appearing in the underground plaza, and the instant she did so, everyone present felt their souls shuddering. They couldn't help but feel as if all life was insignificant in front of this giant of a sleeping beauty. Chapter 3550, Chapter 624, Princess's Reward. Chapter 3550, Chapter 624, Princess's Reward. Chapter 624, Princess's Reward, when Dragon Princess Kalisha's gigantic figure appeared in the underground plaza. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Even Azure Shadow and the others who had a wealth of experience in the greater god's domain were not an exception. What in the world did Instructor Black Flame summon? I'm confident I can fight even Tier 6 gods in my current state. Yet I'm actually feeling fear right now. Heavens, I must be dreaming. That's a bona fide ancient god, according to the Great Library. Only ancient gods can have a true body that exceeds 1,000 meters. An ancient god? The guild leader can summon an ancient god? Both Azure Shadow's group and Zero Wing's members couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at Kalisha's titanic frame. Gods could be regarded as the ceiling of strength for most players in the greater god's domain. They were existences feared by even the greater god's domain's various major powers. For this reason, any player capable of matching Tier 6 gods in strength would be qualified to speak to upper-ranking hegemonic powers as equals. The various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would not dare to disrespect these players, and they would also make extremely lucrative offers in the hopes of recruiting these players. But this was merely the upper limit that ordinary expert players could see above the myriad gods. There were existences known as ancient gods. These were incredibly ancient beings. Although they were similarly gods, the standard of their life rating had long surpassed the gods of the current era. Meanwhile, only Tier 6 experts wielding divine weapons could hope to put up a fight against these existences. Naturally, the strength of ancient gods was something all Tier 6 players and the various powers wished to grasp. Hence they all frantically sought for clues pertaining to ancient gods, and so long as even the slightest clue was found, the many powers and Tier 6 players would try to secure it at any cost. Only clues pertaining to ancient gods were extremely rare. Over 99% of Tier 6 players would go through their entire lives without ever encountering one, and anyone who managed to do so could boast about it for a lifetime. Yet now, instead of a clue, a bona fide ancient god had appeared before their very eyes. Moreover, the ancient god was even summoned by Shi Feng. How could they not be shocked by this situation? However, before anyone could snap out of their dazes, the Gorgon Queen had launched her Chaos Spear at Shi Feng. Tier 6 Super Spell, Chaos Spear. Super spells were designed to allow their users to transcend tiers. When cast by the Gorgon Queen, Chaos Spear could rival the attack of an ancient god. Should it connect, it could instantly obliterate a holy city capable of housing 100 million inhabitants. Seeing the Gorgon Queen's attack, Shi Feng instinctively unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and readied himself to use Incinerator's phantasm at any time. In his previous life, Dragon Princess Kalisha was known by all as the ruler of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, one of the 12 sanctuaries. She was an existence transcending the average Tier 6 NPC, and she was even rumored to have strength rivaling primordial gods. But that was strength she had come to possess only after becoming the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's ruler. Although Shi Feng had already fulfilled his quest contract and helped Kalisha recover her strength, that didn't automatically make her the ruler of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary. Meanwhile, with Kalisha's current strength, he wasn't sure if the Dragon Princess was actually strong enough to fully block an ancient god's attack. If he were to get hit by the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear as a Tier 5 player, he had a considerable chance of suffering a permanent death. Even if he had the Sacred Phantom Ring, it still wouldn't matter. After all item effects had an upper limit. Once an item effect's upper limit was breached, it would lose effectiveness. The power of ancient gods was regarded as the power of taboos in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the reason it was considered as such was its ability to shatter many of the greater god's domain's restrictions. It was so overwhelming that it could shatter the effects of even legendary items, let alone fragmented legendary items. However, just when the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear was about to bring death to Shi Feng, Kalisha's titanic frame suddenly disappeared. Then, before anyone realized it, Kalisha had reappeared next to Shi Feng in the size of a normal human, and held within her right hand was a spear shrouded by dark mist. "You really know how to get yourself into trouble, my dear. Heaven's blessed," Kalisha said to Shi Feng as she nonchalantly glanced at the fearful Gorgon Queen in the distance. Then she glanced at the depleted crystals on the ground and continued, "But I have to say that your performance has exceeded my expectations. I have recovered a lot of my strength thanks to all these eternal god crystals you've gathered." After saying so, Kalisha gently squeezed the spear in her hand. Then the Chaos Spear, which was capable of rivaling an ancient god's attack and obliterating an entire holy city, burst apart into a cloud of mist and faded out of existence. When the Gorgon Queen saw this scene, her body shuddered and the fear in her eyes deepened. She also dared not make any further movements, evidently petrified by Kalisha's show of power. At this time, Shi Feng was equally startled by Kalisha's performance. A primordial godkin's Tier 6 super spell was an attack even ancient gods would try to avoid confronting directly. At the very least, they would use a skill or spell to block the attack. Yet Kalisha had not only caught the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear with a single hand, but she had even crushed it easily. The toughness and strength of her physical body was simply terrifying. "It seems you are also quite the lucky person to be able to find this place," Kalisha commented as she looked past the Gorgon Queen and at the treasury behind the primordial godkin. Then she turned her gaze toward Shi Feng and smiled, saying, "Anyway, as a reward for helping me recover, I can give you two options. For the first option, I can help you eliminate this little fellow and give you the full Primordial Dragon legacy. With it, your future achievements will not be in any way inferior to primordial gods. For the second option, I can help you 3 times with my phantom and give you a Primordial Dragon legacy crystal. With the legacy crystal, you only need to expend 100 god crystals to experience a complete legacy guidance, and you can do so up to 10 times before the crystal disappears. My strength is still unstable since I have just recovered. I will need to search the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary for the Primordial Dragon Relic right away, so you only have 3 seconds to decide. 3 seconds? Shi Feng couldn't help but be exasperated as he looked at the yawning dragon princess. 3 seconds wasn't enough for him to properly consider his choices at all. Not to mention, both options were incredibly tempting to him. "All right, time's up," Kalisha tiredly said as she looked at Shi Feng's pondering face. "I'm taking my leave if you still can't decide." Seeing that Kalisha truly intended to leave, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pick the second option." Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 3551, Chapter 625, Kalisha's Phantom. The second option. Kalisha blinked as she looked at Shi Feng, her lips curling into a smile. "You have made quite the unique choice. Are you certain you wish to give up on the opportunity to match primordial gods?" "I'm sure," Shi Feng said definitively. Most players would have gone with Kalisha's first option in this situation after all. Primordial dragons were evenly matched with primordial gods in strength. Meanwhile, an opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with primordial gods was one that most players would find irresistible. However, in Shi Feng's case, the first option wasn't the ideal choice. Instead, it was the second option. This was because he had already acquired the Goddess of Space's legacy and a portion of the primordial abyssal god's legacy. Whether it was the Goddess of Space or the primordial abyssal god, both were extraordinary existences. If he could secure any of their legacies, he could absolutely stand above the average primordial god in the future. Originally, he had still been racking his mind over how he should go about learning the Goddess of Space and primordial abyssal god's legacies he had acquired. After all, without any guidance, it would be incredibly difficult for him to study them. And even if he managed to receive legacy guidance from a god or even an ancient god, it was unlikely to be of much help to him. However, it would be a different story if they were talking about a primordial dragon's legacy, as primordial dragons were existences on par with primordial gods. A primordial dragon's legacy guidance would naturally be on par with a primordial god's legacy guidance. If he could receive such a legacy guidance, it would definitely accelerate his research of the two legacies by a significant margin. Not to mention, he would have 10 opportunities to receive a primordial dragon's guidance. Very well, then. Kalisha didn't try to change Shi Feng's mind any longer. Instead, she took out a light red crystal and handed it to Shi Feng, saying, "Here's the primordial dragon legacy crystal. I have left my phantom inside it. Aside from using it for legacy guidance, you can also use it to summon my phantom up to 3 times. Those evil and demon gods should have already noticed that I have recovered my strength, so I hope you can make good use of that crystal and live until the next time we meet. System. Congratulations. Kalisha, favorability of you has increased by 30 points. You have activated the second phase of the inferior mythical quest Sanctuary's Rise. Quest content. Head for the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary and search for the Primordial Dragon Relic to help stabilize Kalisha's strength. You must also avoid getting killed by evil gods and demon gods during this period. Rewards unknown, penalties unknown. System. Warning, warning. System. You have been cursed by multiple evil gods and demon gods, and they have also locked onto your soul's aura. You will be subjected to attacks by an evil demon's shadow every 30 days. The evil demon's shadows will grow stronger with time, and you can only lift the curse on you by killing the evil gods and demon gods who have placed it on you. As expected of an inferior mythical quest, Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted by the system notifications. In God's domain, quests starting from the epic rank would usually come with significant penalties that could have a permanent impact on players' accounts. In the case of legendary quests, the penalties would become so severe that players would have no choice but to start a new account. However, in the case of the Sanctuary's Rise quest, Shi Feng didn't even have the option of starting a new account, as the curse of the evil and demon gods would simply be transferred to his new account, and the evil demon's shadow would continue to attack him every month. The only way he could rid himself of the curse would be to kill the evil and demon gods responsible for placing the curse. Meanwhile, after Kalisha finished speaking, she swiped a finger across the air and created a space-time tunnel before her. Then, her body transformed into a streak of light that disappeared into the tunnel. She left, just like that. Shi Feng was rendered speechless by Kalisha's hasty departure. Originally, he thought Kalisha would at least attack the Gorgon Queen once before leaving. However, after helping him block the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear, the Dragon Princess completely ignored the primordial godkin. She even caused him to be the target of an evil demon's shadow. An evil demon's shadow was essentially a god's doppelganger. However, unlike illusory doppelgangers, an evil demon's shadow had a physical body. Meanwhile, evil and demon gods capable of going against Kalisha definitely weren't ordinary gods. They were most likely ancient gods, so their physical doppelgangers would not be any weaker than Tier 6 gods. With his current strength, there was no way he could beat such an existence. Since that person has left, it's time for you to meet your end. When the Gorgon Queen saw Kalisha leaving, she breathed a deep sigh of relief and started chanting an incantation. This time the Gorgon Queen did not speedcast a Tier 6 super spell. Instead, she took her time double-casting 2 Tier 6 super spells, her spellcasting causing all mana within a 10,000-yard radius to gather around her. The mana within 1,000 yards of her also became frozen, causing Azure Shadow and the others, Tier 6 experts who had learned the Bronze Mana Purification technique, to be unable to manipulate the ambient mana around them. A moment later, doppelgangers of the Gorgon Queen started appearing within a 1,000-yard radius of herself. In the blink of an eye, 100 Gorgon Queens had appeared on the plaza, all looking no different than the real deal. Moreover, each of them wielded a chaos spear in their hands. She knows Time Doppelganger as well. How can a boss grasp so many Tier 6 super spells? Is this the strength of a primordial godkin? Azure Shadow and the others despaired when they saw the Gorgon Queen's doppelgangers. Previously, they already felt that the Gorgon Queen was absurdly powerful. After all, not only did she possess a ridiculous amount of HP, but she could also cast the Tier 6 super spell Chaos Spear. But now, they finally understood that the Gorgon Queen had only been playing with them all this time. Time Doppelganger was a Tier 6 super spell that allowed users to create 100 doppelgangers of themselves. Although these doppelgangers only had a 30-second duration, each doppelganger had 100% of the original's basic attributes. Normally, due to Time Doppelganger's complexity, an individual would be fortunate if they could even cast it. As for using it in conjunction with another Tier 6 super spell, it was simply unthinkable. Even Tier 6 fifth-floor experts wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Yet, the Gorgon Queen had successfully paired Time Doppelganger with Chaos Spear. It seems I can't avoid wasting a use. When Shi Feng saw the Gorgon Queen going all out, he did not hesitate to activate the light red crystal Kalisha left him. Kalisha had obviously given him the primordial dragon legacy crystal as a means to resist the evil demon's shadows. However, if he tried to save its uses in this situation, only death would await him. Suddenly, the primordial dragon legacy crystal released a dazzling brilliance. Immediately afterward, a 1,000-meter-tall illusory phantom of Kalisha appeared on the plaza. When Kalisha's phantom appeared, the Gorgon Queen promptly entered high alert and hesitated to proceed with her offensive. However, when she verified that Kalisha's phantom was nothing more than a phantom, much of her fear vanished. Subsequently, as if to repay Kalisha's act of ignoring her previously, the Gorgon Queen had all her doppelgangers cast their chaos spears at Kalisha's phantom. She intended to bombard the phantom out of existence. Meanwhile, in response to the oncoming chaos spears, Kalisha's phantom simply raised its palm and swiped at them. The phantom did not bother using any skills or spells, choosing to block the oncoming attacks with only its body's strength. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across Nameless City, and clouds of smoke and dust filled the underground plaza. When the dust clouds settled, Kalisha's phantom was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the entire underground plaza had sunk by several hundred meters, and all of the Gorgon Queen's doppelgangers were nowhere to be seen. As for the Gorgon Queen herself, her body was riddled with serious injuries and her HP had decreased by nearly 10%. TL notes, Evil Demon's Shadow, MMORPG Inc. I'm still not certain on this term. I was originally going to go with Phantoms of Evil and Demon Gods, but the author seems insistent on using MMORPG Inc. Evil Demon's Shadow. The system notification is also rather vague, so I'm not sure if Shi Feng is going to be targeted by one shadow or multiple. So there is the possibility that Seymour Jing is referring to Evil's shadows and Demon's shadows. I don't have enough information to work off of, so I will come back and make changes in the future if necessary. Chapter 355-2, Chapter 626, Sudden Change, Chapter 355-2, Chapter 626, Sudden Change. Incredible. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the Gorgon Queen's maximum HP reduce from 9 trillion to just 4 trillion. Originally, Shi Feng felt he would already be fortunate if Kalish's Phantom could neutralize the Gorgon Queen's all-out attack. After all, although Kalisha herself might be stronger than the average ancient god, it was unlikely a Phantom of herself could exhibit the same combat prowess. In his opinion, Kalisha's Phantom should, at most, be at the standard of Tier 6 gods. However, never did Shi Feng think that Kalisha's Phantom could heavily injure the Gorgon Queen. With such strength, the Phantom was already strong enough to match the average ancient god. Meanwhile, spectating from nearby, whether it was Azure Shadow's group or Zero Wing's members, everyone couldn't help but gape at the scene before them. None of them could think of any words to describe the roller coaster of emotions they had just experienced. Initially, they thought that, with the appearance of Kalisha, the battle was as good as over. After all, the Dragon Princess could crush the Gorgon Queen's Chaos Spear with her bare hand. Yet, a few seconds later, Kalisha swiftly took her leave after making some kind of deal with Shi Feng. She showed no intentions of attacking the Gorgon Queen whatsoever. Then, just when they were racking their minds on how they should cope with the Gorgon Queen's terror, Kalisha's Phantom suddenly appeared and heavily injured the Gorgon Queen with a simple swipe of its hand. Stop daydreaming and support the War Goddess with everything you've got. Shi Feng hurriedly commanded when he saw that his teammates were still dazed. We must eliminate the Gorgon Queen before she recovers. Kalisha's strength might have heavily injured the Gorgon Queen, reducing the primordial godkin's maximum HP from 9 trillion to 4 trillion and nullifying her battle recovery. But defeating the primordial godkin remained a great challenge. Heavily injured monsters in God's domain could recover from their injuries with time. Should the Gorgon Queen recover from her injuries, she would immediately regain her battle recovery. Her maximum HP would also gradually recover to its peak. At that time, it would become impossible for them to defeat the Gorgon Queen, and he would have to expend another opportunity to have Kalisha's Phantom make a move, which was something he would prefer to avoid doing as much as possible. Meanwhile, after everyone heard Shi Feng's command, they promptly snapped out of their dazes and began frantically attacking the Gorgon Queen with the Tier 6 War Goddess, none daring to hold back in the slightest. After their previous clash with the Gorgon Queen, they already understood that the primordial godkin wasn't an existence they could afford to provoke in their current state. If they couldn't kill the Gorgon Queen while she was heavily injured, they would lose the opportunity to kill her once she recovered. Brothers, for the sake of the advanced bronze purification technique, to hell with it! After resolving himself, Azure Shadow commanded in the team chat, all members use the Rage Potion. The Rage Potion was one of the more common trump cards the Green God Corporation had prepared for their group. It was also one of the few potions that had an effect on Tier 6 players. When consumed by Tier 6 players, the Rage Potion could increase the user's basic attributes by 100% and physique by 50% for 6 hours. It was a precious potion that could only be crafted by great Grandmaster alchemists, and each member of their group would only be assigned 1 bottle per month. Following Azure Shadow's command, the other Nightwatch Battle Group members promptly used their respective Rage Potions, elevating their damage output to the next level. Now each of their attacks could cause over 100 million damage to the Gorgon Queen. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also dared not be stingy in this situation. Immediately, he used the Feather of Oath to summon 5 Tier 5 War Goddesses and had them join the battle, in her heavily injured state. The Gorgon Queen's combat standard was no different from ordinary Tier 6 divine monsters. Meanwhile, with the Tier 5 war goddess's ability to exhibit the power of gold combat techniques with their every move, they were in no way inferior to the average Tier 6 divine monster. When they worked together with the Tier 6 war goddess, they easily overwhelmed the primordial godkin and reduced her to nothing more than a punching bag for them. 86%, 85%, as time passed, the Gorgon Queen's HP rapidly fell under everyone's fierce offensive, and it would only be a matter of time before the primordial godkin fell. When the battle was nearing the 30-minute mark, Shi Feng, who had been continuously attacking the Gorgon Queen using Sword's Orbit, suddenly received a call from Billowing Water. "Has your discussion yielded an outcome already, Miss Billow?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Billowing Water's face displayed on the call window. He was honestly a little surprised the other party was contacting him so soon. Previously, the price he set for helping the Blaze conglomerate defend its city was by no means insignificant. Normally, it should take a conglomerate like Blaze 2 or 3 days of discussion and analysis at the very least before a decision could be made. "No, not yet," Billowing Water said, shaking her head. Then, with a somewhat ugly expression, she continued, "I am contacting you for a different matter, Guild Leader Black Flame." "A different matter?" A hint of curiosity appeared in Shi Feng's eyes. I urgently need a large sum of eternal gold coins." "May I know if you have some available?" Billowing Water asked with a serious look. Shi Feng was rather surprised by Billowing Water's sudden need for a large sum of eternal gold coins. After all, as the Blaze conglomerate's first successor, she must have access to a significant sum already. So he found it hard to imagine Billowing Water lacking eternal gold. Regardless, he still chose to answer her question, saying, "I only have several hundred eternal gold on hand right now, but I have quite a lot over on the Eternal Continent." "May I know how much you need, Miss Billow?" Although he had spent a lot of eternal gold to purchase god crystals some time ago, the secret crystal trading firm was generating a lot of profits for him daily. This was due to the trading firm's 9th floor occasionally selling extraordinary secret treasures. Combined with the various powers' enthusiasm toward extraordinary secret treasures, each article could easily be auctioned for over 1,000 eternal gold. Even if he would only receive a small fraction of these sales, it was still enough to make him a fortune. Currently, he should have no trouble taking out 3,000 or 4,000 eternal gold. "I need about 300,000 eternal gold," Billowing Water said awkwardly. "Moreover, I need it within a week." 300,000. "Are you starting an all-out war against someone?" Shi Feng couldn't help but ask. In the current eternal realm, a fortune of 300,000 eternal gold was outside the reach of even pseudo-apex powers. In fact, aside from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, he doubted that any other power could take out such a sum. Meanwhile, apart from waging an all-out war against a major power, Shi Feng couldn't think of another reason Billowing Water would need so much money. Something like that. Putting on a gloomy expression, Billowing Water truthfully said, "The chairman plans to marry off my little sister to a major power. I don't wish to see my little sister thrown into this pit of fire, so I now have to win over a group of elders and experts in the conglomerate. Only by doing so can I negotiate with the chairman. But I will need a lot of eternal gold to accomplish all this. So will it be possible for you to get together 300,000 eternal gold within a week?" Guild Leader Black Flame. Chapter 353, Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. Chapter 353, Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. Chapter 627, Second City Building Order. A political marriage? Is it with a big family from one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers? Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Billowing Water's recount. The various powerful families in the greater world were massive in size. It was especially so for the families operating conglomerates that had existed for centuries or millennia. These families easily had over 10,000 members. For this reason, political marriages between these powerful families and conglomerates were very common, and the Blaze conglomerate wasn't an exception. However, as far as Shi Feng knew, the Blaze Conglomerate's fourth young miss was the apple of the Blaze Conglomerate's eye. She was a monstrously talented individual who became a great Grand Master at the young age of 22. In fact, this fourth young miss was so talented that before becoming 22 of age, the Blaze Conglomerate had kept a tight lid over her talent and only revealed it after her mental strength reached the great Grand Master standard. In other words, the Blaze Conglomerate should be well aware of its fourth young miss's talent. Even if the Blaze Conglomerate was going to arrange a political marriage with another power, it should have selected a less talented family member for the task. It would be highly illogical for the Blaze Conglomerate to use its fourth young miss for the task. Meanwhile, unless the Blaze Conglomerate's current chairman was an utter buffoon, the fact that he would be willing to marry the conglomerate's fourth young miss off to another power showed that the power in question was extraordinary. And in Shi Feng's opinion, even the families behind the average pseudo-apex power wouldn't warrant the Blaze Conglomerate to sacrifice its fourth young miss, so the other party should be one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. No, it's a small family that few people have ever heard about, Billowing Water said, shaking her head. However, that family has experienced a rapid rise in the Eternal Realm. Currently, it has already annexed over 10 upper-ranking hegemonic powers and fully occupied 2 fortresses. It is also putting up a good fight against the various pseudo-apex powers based in the Eternal Continent's capital city, and it even has a slight edge over them. For some reason, the family's debauched third successor has taken a liking to my little sister. Moreover, I don't know how, but the chairman somehow got persuaded into agreeing with the marriage. Many elders and executives in our family stand on the chairman's side. If I want to stop this marriage from happening, I must have sufficient strength in the Eternal Realm to negotiate with the chairman. I can get you 300,000 in a week, but what will you use as collateral, Miss Billow? Shi Feng asked after pondering for a moment. 300,000 eternal gold is not a small sum. It is a significant fortune to any pseudo-apex power. It is especially so now that everyone is frantically buying up real estate. For most powers currently operating in the Eternal Realm, accumulating 300,000 eternal gold in a week should be nigh impossible. However, it wasn't out of the question for Zero Wing. With Zero Wing's ownership of the secret crystal trading firm and Shi Feng's divine engraver legacy, accumulating 300,000 eternal gold in a week should be doable. Only if Shi Feng were to agree to help Billowing Water, he would stifle Zero Wing's development. After all, Zero Wing currently already possessed land in a second-tier mobile city. So long as Zero Wing had enough capital and resources, it could expand its influence and recruit experts in the Eternal Realm on a large scale. As you know, the Blaze Conglomerate had fortunately come across a city-building order previously. Guild leader Blackflame. Billowing Water was unfazed when she heard Shi Feng bringing up the topic of collateral. Calmly, she said, "But aside from the conglomerate's city-building order, I also have one myself." You also have one? Shi Feng was shocked. City-building orders were exceedingly rare in the Eternal Realm. As far as he was aware, only level 160-plus world bosses dropped them at a low probability. The Blaze Conglomerate should already be thanking its lucky stars for being able to obtain one. If it became known that the Blaze Conglomerate had 2 city-building orders in its possession, every power in the Eternal Realm would immediately try to erase its existence. I was lucky enough to steal it from the Holy Race. I was originally planning to secretly construct a guild city once I have accumulated enough funds. But I can't afford that anymore, Billowing Water explained. I'm sure you know how valuable a city-building order is, Guild Leader Black Flame. If I use it as collateral, you will stand to profit regardless of whether I can repay you. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. Then he asked, May I ask that you prove your possession of the city-building order, Miss Billow? City-building orders were easily worth 1,000,000 eternal gold in the current Eternal Realm. After all, there weren't many level 160-plus world bosses in the Eternal Realm, and the drop rate for city-building orders was less than 3%. Not to mention, in a situation where teleportation between NPC cities was impossible, constructing a guild city in a high-level resource map would guarantee the city's owner a highly lucrative source of income. It wouldn't take long for the owner to recoup their investments. Of course, Billowing Water answered before taking out an ancient parchment engraved with golden runes and sharing its information with Shi Feng. Feel free to verify it. Guild leader Black Flame. It was already unbelievable for any player or power to get their hands on one city-building order in the current Eternal Realm, let alone two. It was only normal for Shi Feng to seek verification. "It is indeed a city-building order for the Eternal Realm," Shi Feng said, nodding as he finished inspecting the parchment in Billowing Water's hands. At the same time, a trace of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. The parchment in Billowing Water's possession was indeed a city-building order. There were no inconsistencies with the item information either. Only Billowing Water's city-building order wasn't meant for the Eternal Continent. Instead, it was meant for the Western Continent. There were 3 types of city-building orders in the Eternal Realm, each corresponding to one of the 3 continents. Among them, those engraved with purple runes corresponded to the Northern Continent, also known as the Eternal Continent. Those engraved with golden runes corresponded to the Western Continent, and those engraved with blue runes corresponded to the Southern Continent. However, as the item information for all 3 types of city-building orders was the same, players unaware of the differences would only learn about them when they tried to use their city-building orders on the wrong continent. Meanwhile, for human players, the value of a city-building order for the Western Continent wouldn't just be worth 1 million eternal gold. To establish a foothold on the Western Continent, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had gone as far as to mobilize the Golden Kingdom, a divine artifact, to protect 7 Luminaries Town. If the 7 Luminaries Alliance could acquire a guild city on the Western Continent simply by spending 1 million eternal gold, it would probably die from happiness. "Can we sign the contract now, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Billowing Water asked anxiously. "I urgently need 10,000 eternal gold right now. As for the remaining 290,000 eternal gold, I hope you can deliver a portion of it to me every day over a week. And if I can't repay you in 2 weeks, I will give this city-building order to you. Do we have a deal, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Chapter 3554, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, Chapter 3554, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, Chapter 3554, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall, Chapter 628, Queen's Fall. No problem. If you can return to the Crystal City, you can head to Zero Wing's residence to collect 10,000 eternal gold today, Shi Feng said, nodding and smiling. Zero Wing will also deliver you at least 50,000 eternal gold every day after today, ensuring that you will receive 300,000 eternal gold within a week. Although Zero Wing currently only possessed about 4,000 eternal gold, so long as they sold some of the guild's combat secret treasures, they could accumulate 10,000 eternal gold in no time. Doing so wouldn't affect the guild's operations either, as he and his team had obtained many mana purification techniques and secret treasures while they were grinding in the Nameless City. Currently, just the combat secret treasures they had numbered over 1,000 already, while their common secret treasures numbered nearly 10,000. Moreover, some of these combat and common secret treasures came in sets that could be sold at a much higher price than individual pieces. Honestly, should he choose to sell all of these secret treasures immediately, he could probably get Billowing Water the 300,000 eternal gold she needed before the end of the day. However, to avoid affecting the market value of secret treasures, he decided it would be better to sell the secret treasures in batches and let the Crystal City's inhabitants digest them slowly. "Okay, I'll head over to Zero Wing's residence to sign the contract right away." Billowing Water sighed in relief when she heard Shi Feng's answer. Out of all the powers she was closely acquainted with, none could take out 300,000 eternal gold within a week. She had only sought out Zero Wing's help as a last resort. After all, if she were to ask for help from a power she wasn't familiar with, she would risk exposing her possession of a city-building order. The value of a city-building order in the current Eternal Realm was enough for even pseudo-apex powers to disregard their reputation. At that time, she might not even be able to protect her city-building order, let alone use it in a transaction. "I'll have someone trustworthy contact you and make sure no third parties will learn of our transaction," Shi Feng assured while suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then, afraid that something unexpected might happen over on Billowing Water's side, After disconnecting the call, Shi Feng promptly opened a world-breaking gate next to him and had a hidden soul return to the Crystal City with all of the secret treasures in his bag. He also had Hidden Soul conceal her identity while selling the secret treasures and dealing with billowing water. A city-building order for the Western continent. The current Eternal Realm was still in its infancy. Whether it was the human race or the Holy Race, neither side possessed any Tier 6 players in the Eternal Realm. In such a situation, it would be incredibly difficult for either side to take down a well-prepared guild city. Meanwhile, once a guild city was allowed to settle down and develop, the difficulty of destroying it would rapidly increase over time. So long as Zero Wing could get its hands on Billowing Water's city-building order, the guild's influence in the Eternal Realm would immediately rise to a new height. It was especially so now that many powers had already learned of the Western continent's existence. Soon, many players from the Eternal Continent would be looking to enter the Western Continent. Meanwhile, if these players wished to operate on the Western Continent long-term, they would need to have a place settlement they could operate from. Although the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Seven Luminaries Town existed, guild towns and guild cities were two entirely different concepts. Apart from providing players a place to rest, a guild town's private houses offered no other functions. In comparison, a guild city's private houses allowed players to bind with the house's teleportation array and, so long as they weren't attempting cross-realm teleportation, teleport back to their houses directly. By doing so, they would also get to avoid paying the city's entrance fee. They could even use this teleportation feature to teleport out of certain maps that prohibited teleportation. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Realm, where NPC cities did not possess teleportation arrays, the teleportation feature of private houses was invaluable. It was especially so for humans operating on the Western Continent, as human players would be forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Continent when they died on the Western Continent. If these players wanted to return to the Western Continent, they would have to pay a teleportation fee of 150 Eternal Gold. Such a price was unbearable even for the executives of pseudo-apex powers, let alone other players. However, if players owned a private house in a guild city located on the Western Continent, they could teleport from the Eternal Continent to their house on the Western Continent, saving them the exorbitant intercontinental teleportation fee. If given the opportunity, many players would be more than willing to pay a significant upfront fee to buy or rent a private house on the Western Continent. So long as Zero Wing could construct a guild city on the Western Continent, it could make a fortune simply by collecting rent on the city's private houses, and its income would absolutely exceed the various NPC cities. In the future, the city's revenue might even match the total income of a fully developed pseudo-apex power in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, after Hidden Soul left, Shi Feng continued grinding down the Gorgon Queen's HP with everyone. Even though the Gorgon Queen was heavily injured, it was still a challenge to deplete its massive HP pool of 4 trillion. Fortunately, Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch battle group members were Tier 6 players who had learned the Bronze Mana Purification technique. In addition, they had also consumed an Eternal God crystal, so whether it was their combat standard or mastery over their skills and spells, both were rapidly improving throughout the battle. This, in turn, increased the damage they dealt to the Gorgon Queen. Azure Shadow's improvements were especially apparent. After attacking the heavily injured Gorgon Queen for half an hour, he successfully stepped into the extrasensory realm and became a bona fide fifth-floor expert. As a result, his damage output experienced a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, roughly 10 minutes later, Gentle Snow, Wordless Ember, and Sleeping Quicksand had similarly reached the extrasensory realm one after another. Now, even in the Eternal Realm, they could be considered experts standing at the apex. Everyone, increase your damage output. We only have 5 more minutes before the Gorgon Queen recovers, Shi Feng said when he saw that the Gorgon Queen still had 14% of her HP remaining. Although he could still heavily injure the Gorgon Queen by summoning Kalish's Phantom again, every summon he wasted would increase the risks he had to face when the evil demon's shadows came for him later. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to summon Kalish's Phantom for a second time. Holy Mana's Shadow. World of Frost. Suddenly, Shi Feng's frame increased to 20 meters, and the aura he radiated skyrocketed in intensity. Then he executed Sword's Orbit with the 21 frost swords he summoned and bombarded the Gorgon Queen with attacks comparable to Azure Shadows. The participation of the 21 frost swords was akin to a sudden addition of 21 Tier 6 experts to the battlefield. Immediately, the Gorgon Queen's HP started to decrease at a much greater rate. 14%. 10%. 5% when the Gorgon Queen's HP fell to 1%. The Gorgon Queen fully recovered from her heavily injured state. As if having expected this, the Gorgon Queen promptly launched countless mental blades at her surroundings, instantly annihilating every Tier 5 player except for Shi Feng. Immediately afterward, the Gorgon Queen silent cast a Chaos Spear and used it to obliterate Growling Potato. Die. When Shi Feng saw the Gorgon Queen eliminating one of their Tier 6 tanks, he gritted his teeth and executed Dark Moon using a combination of 3 frost swords. Then, relying on the Eternal God Crystal's concentration boost, he consecutively executed the Goddess-ranked mana technique 3 times. 37, 67, 64,246. 36, and 198, 718, 458. 36, 6,815,485 outh. 36,815,419. 3 damage values exceeding even the highest damage caused by the Tier 6 War Goddess appeared above the Gorgon Queen's head, instantly depleting the primordial godkin's remaining HP. Chapter 3555, Natchet 629. Fragmented Divine Artifact Chaos Windblade. Chapter 3555, Natchet Chapter 629. Fragmented Divine Artifact Chaos Windblade. Chapter 629. Fragmented Divine Artifact Chaos Windblade. When the Gorgon Queen died, eternal energy began to condense in the desolate battlefield, and the density of eternal energy within a several thousand-yard radius began to rise rapidly. We won. We won. A level 180 Tier 6 Primordial Godkin. I can't believe we defeated such a legendary world boss. Instructor Black Flame's last 3 strikes were amazing. They could already compete with the boss's Chaos Spear. Azure Shadow and the other surviving Night Watch battle group members collapsed in exhaustion. When the raid ended, their HP bars nearly depleted. Even so, they wore ecstatic expressions on their faces. Normally, it would take at least a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts to even have a chance at successfully raiding a Tier 6 Primordial Godkin. Not to mention, the Primordial Godkin in question was even a Gorgon Queen, a creature who shared the same race as one of the Greater God's Domain's 22 taboo bosses. Yet, now, with just a team of 30 or so players, and more than half of those players being at Tier 5 only, they had successfully raided a Tier 6 Primordial Godkin. Their success could absolutely be considered a miracle. If they were to publicize this battle record, it would shake the entire Greater God's Domain. Of course, Azure Shadow and the others also understood that their success was mainly attributed to the ancient god summoned by Shi Feng. If not for the ancient god heavily injuring the Gorgon Queen, they stood no chance against the Primordial Godkin. This point could be seen from how they fared against the Gorgon Queen the instant she recovered from her injuries. With just one move, the Gorgon Queen had obliterated half of their team. Even the surviving Tier 6 players had suffered a heavy mental blow, their mental states becoming incredibly lethargic. If they weren't actively keeping themselves awake right now, they would have promptly lost consciousness and been forcibly logged out of the game. Meanwhile, following the Gorgon Queen's death, a purple-gold glow enveloped every surviving member of the team. The EXP, the Tier 6 Primordial Godkin awarded, was so abundant that everyone leveled up at least 4 times. As for Shi Feng, the person who dealt the killing blow, his level shot to 177, instantly catching up to Azure Shadow and the others. Thank goodness I gambled correctly. Shi Feng sighed deeply in relief as he looked at the Gorgon Queen's corpse. If not for the Eternal God Crystal increasing his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, he could have never executed Dark Moon 3 times consecutively. Even so, after using Dark Moon 3 times in quick succession, his mental state had become incredibly frail and his body's movements felt incredibly heavy. He would probably fall asleep on the spot if he dropped his guard for even a moment. At the same time as Shi Feng sighed in relief, several items overflowing with eternal energy formed in the underground plaza. The items numbered only 6, which was a very low number for a Tier 6 world boss. However, shock instantly filled everyone's eyes when they saw the 6 items. Even Shi Feng was not an exception. Are you kidding me? What dense eternal energy? Not even the fragmented divine artifacts I've seen can hold a candle to these items? Could there be an intact divine artifact among these items? The eternal energy they're radiating is nearly at a liquid state. Even if there isn't an intact divine artifact, there should still be multiple fragmented divine artifacts. Multiple fragmented divine artifacts? The last I recall, even when the various pseudo-apex powers manage to kill Tier 6 gods, the most they'll get is one fragmented divine artifact. If those pseudo-apex powers learn of this, they'll probably die from envy. Admiration filled Azure Shadow and the others as they looked at the 6 glowing items floating before them. Although they didn't know what exactly the 6 items were, it was easy to tell these items were extraordinary going by the eternal energy gathered around them. It wouldn't be strange if half of these items were fragmented divine artifacts, be it weapons or equipment. The various powers would regard every fragmented divine artifact as one of their most prized possessions. They were incredibly rare, and many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates wouldn't even necessarily own one. However, so long as an upper-ranking hegemonic power possessed a fragmented divine artifact, they would immediately be ranked among the top of upper-ranking hegemonic powers, or more specifically, owning a fragmented divine artifact was a criterion for being ranked as such, which was a testament to the rarity and might of fragmented divine artifacts. Is this because of the exploration bonus? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he finished collecting the 6 items. He had killed many Tier 6 gods in his previous life, some of which were even above level 200. Meanwhile, it should be known that there was a qualitative difference between monsters that had reached level 200 and monsters below level 200. Firstly, once monsters reached level 200, regardless of their tier, they could form a miniature world within them. Meanwhile, the formation of this miniature world would provide monsters with a qualitative improvement in physique, mana, and physical toughness. Secondly, once monsters reached level 200, their magic resistance would no longer be 0. Instead, all monsters at level 200 and above would have a certain degree of magic resistance, which would increase their resistance toward players' skills and spells. Because of these 2 factors, level 200 was a huge turning point for monsters in the Greater Gods domain. Of course, level 200 was also a huge turning point for players. Upon reaching level 200, players would no longer gain EXP from monsters below level 200. They must kill level 200 monsters or above if they wish to continue leveling up. Meanwhile, the minimum tier for monsters at level 200 or beyond was Tier 5. Moreover, after reaching level 200, the amount of EXP players needed to level up would skyrocket. Players fighting in teams would also no longer evenly share the EXP they earned from monsters. Instead, EXP would be distributed based on individual contributions. These factors made it much more difficult for ordinary players to level up after reaching level 200. As a result, many players lacking strength would find themselves hovering at level 200 for the rest of their careers in God's domain. Anyway, due to the significant changes monsters would undergo at level 200, the loot they dropped would also become significantly better. Yet, despite being a level 180 monster, the Gorgon Queen's loot was superior to even the loot of level 200 plus, Tier 6 gods. Contrary to what Azure Shadow and the others surmised, only one of the 6 items was a fragmented divine artifact. Even so, in terms of overall value, the Gorgon Queen's loot vastly exceeded the estimates of Azure Shadow and the others. Chaos Windblade, Greatsword, Fragmented Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement. Strength 12,000, level 160. Attack Power 1,600% of Strength. Attack Speed 4% of Strength and Agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. Ignore levels plus 80. Attacks ignore 80% of all defense and magic resistance effects. Attacks have a 20% chance to trigger the Chaos Devour effect, devouring the target's energy for the user's own use. Attacks have a 70% chance to increase by 2 ranks and cause 400% damage. The effect is halved against Tier 6 creatures. When equipped, increases all basic attributes by 400%, increases physique by 220%, increases reaction speed by 150%, improves all attacks by 1 tier up to Tier 6 peak, increases mana strength by 1 rank, increases mental reaction by 30%. Additional passive skill, Heart of Chaos, weakens enemies' resistance to all forms of energy by 50% and improves perception by 1 rank. Additional profound skill 1. Chaos World. Have the Chaos World descend upon the user and cover a 3,000-yard radius. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Additional profound skill 2. Chaos Incarnation endows the user with the power of chaos, turning them into a chaos controller. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 7 natural days, forged by the primordial chaos. The Chaos Windblade's core is currently damaged, and it needs to absorb 9 world hearts and 1 chaos core to fully recover. Shi Feng was rendered speechless as he looked at the Chaos Windblade. In reality, this wasn't the first time he had heard of the Chaos Windblade's name. This was because it was one of the more famous, fragmented divine weapons in the Holy Race player's possession in his previous life. It was even ranked 23rd on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's cross-world fragmented divine artifact ranking list. He never thought the weapon would end up in his hands in this life. However, compared to the Chaos Windblade, what caught Shi Feng's attention even more was the fist-sized void fragment in his hand. When he looked at this fragment, his heart palpitated uncontrollably. A medium world fragment. TL notes. Taboo bosses. This is a new term introduced by the author. I guess the author finally realized how many things Taboo is referencing and decided to add further specifications. Level 200 was also a huge turning point for players. I translated this section as is, and I don't know if the turning point for players includes the internal miniature world that monsters get when reaching level 200. The author also never specifically mentioned it and simply wrote that level 200 was similarly a turning point for players. However, personally, seeing as weaker players could have their progression permanently halted at level 200, I'm of the opinion that players don't get such a benefit, and the level 200 turning point is mostly negative for players. Chapter 3556, Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. Chapter 3556, Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. Chapter 630, Medium World Fragment. How is the boss's loot, Guild Leader? I see that Azure Shadow and the others look very excited. Did a fragmented divine artifact drop? A fragmented divine artifact? Really? Doesn't that mean we've struck gold? I heard that some upper-ranking hegemonic powers still don't have any fragmented divine artifacts, even after killing multiple Tier 6 gods. If our guild owns one, becoming a top-tier upper-ranking hegemonic power will no longer be a dream. While Shi Feng was appraising the Gorgon Queen's loot, Zero Wings members quickly directed their curiosity toward the Gorgon Queen's loot after being resurrected. The Gorgon Queen was undoubtedly the strongest boss they had encountered since entering the Eternal Realm. And seeing how abundant the Eternal Realm's resources were, it went without saying that the primordial Godkin's loot would be incredible. If Zero Wing could obtain 1 or 2 fragmented divine artifacts, it would have a much easier time developing in the future. After all, for many expert players, the raiding capability of a power's main force was one of their main considerations when joining a power. Meanwhile, a fragmented divine artifact could undoubtedly improve a main force's raiding capabilities by a large margin. Currently, the Eternal Realm's various powers were utilizing their respective capital to recruit a large number of experts. By now, the various powers had already spread their roots in the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities, and many had even captured fortresses already. One could say that the various powers' strength was increasing by the day. Although Zero Wing had also recruited many experts thanks to the secret crystal trading firm's benefits, the trading firm had limited membership slots. As a result, it could only help Zero Wing recruit a very limited number of experts. When recruiting experts, Zero Wing was still far behind even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates, let alone the various pseudo-apex powers. If Zero Wing wished to attract more experts, it would have to rely on its main force to raid more bosses. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing's status in the Crystal City of Secrets plummeted to that of an ordinary power. Have a look at them yourselves. Seeing everyone's eager looks, Shi Feng didn't try to hide too much and showed them 5 of the dropped items, excluding only the Medium World Fragment. Apart from the Medium World Fragment and Chaos Windblade, the Gorgon Queen also dropped 1 Rejuvenation Potion Recipe, 1 Secret Silver Flying Ship Design, 1 Tier 6 Magic Scroll, and 1 Fantasy Rank Secret Treasure. Among them, the Rejuvenation Potion Recipe was a Grandmaster Alchemist recipe. Isn't this Chaos Windblade a little ridiculous? It has an equipment requirement of 12,000 strength. Even Tier 6 players will have trouble meeting such a requirement. Crap! A Secret Silver Flying Ship Design. If we can mass-produce this thing, we can properly rule the fields of the Eternal Realm. A Fantasy Rank Secret Treasure. So, this is a Fantasy Secret Treasure? Gentle Snow and the others couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they finished studying the 5 items. Setting aside the astonishingly powerful Chaos Windblade, just the Secret Silver Flying Ship Design, Rejuvenation Potion Recipe, and Fantasy Rank Secret Treasure were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's status to that of an overlord in the Eternal Realm in the future. Rejuvenation Potion Recipe, Grandmaster Alchemist Recipe. When the Rejuvenation Potion is consumed, the user will be automatically resurrected once should they die in the next 12 hours. Death penalty will be halved. Players can only use the Rejuvenation Potion once every 24 hours. Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, Tier 1 Secret Treasure, Fantasy, attaches to leather leg guards. Once attached, it can increase the wearer's mana protection by 30% and the attached equipment's basic attributes by 25%. Additional talent, Divine Speed, increases the wearer's movement speed by 40% and reaction speed based on the wearer's agility. Silverwing, Flying Ship Design, can be used to construct a secret silver flying ship with a maximum capacity of 500 people, Tier 5 Advanced Armor, and Tier 5 Peak Combat Power. Flight speed rivals Tier 5 Advanced Extraordinary Flying Mounts. The Silverwing flying ship carries 30 special magic elven cannons, each possessing power at the entry-level Tier 6 standard. 10 floating destroyer cannons that can be used offensively and defensively. Each possesses power at the entry-level Tier 6 standard. 2 void magic cannons, main cannon, each possessing power at the Tier 6 basic standard. In the current Eternal Realm, where the majority of players could only rely on their own 2 feet and the various NPC cities' airports for travel, it would be a tremendous boon for a power to come into possession of a flying ship. After all, compared to flying mounts, flying ships had superior combat capabilities and carrying capacity. Flying ship would provide a qualitative improvement to any power's exploration of the Eternal Realm. As for the Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, any player who equipped it would immediately see a significant rise in their combat power. The improvement might even be enough to let 4th-floor experts fight evenly against 5th-floor experts, and if a 5th-floor expert were to equip the Wind Dragon Secret Treasure, they might even be able to match experts who had mastered gold combat techniques. If Zero Wing could gain such an expert, the overall strength of its main force would be elevated to the next level. All right, let's quickly loot the treasury. The Holy Race players are probably on their way already. Shi Feng did not find everyone's excited and shocked reactions strange. After all, the 5 items he shared with them were indeed astonishing. However, compared to the Medium World Fragment he had kept hidden, these 5 items were of little significance. When he first visited the Eternal Realm, he felt that he would be incredibly fortunate if he could get his hands on even a small world fragment. After all, in addition to being unique to the Western continent, world fragments were also incredibly rare and hard to obtain. However, he never imagined the Gorgon Queen would drop a medium world fragment. It should be known that a small world fragment was already precious enough for any power to regard it as one of their most prized possessions. After all, at the cost of just one god crystal. A small world fragment could let up to 10 players experience the operating principles of various basic world laws with great clarity for 12 hours. Moreover, if players used the small world fragment's ability when they were constructing their divine body, the ability could artificially increase their divine body's strength by 5%. In comparison, the medium world fragment in his possession could let up to 20 players experience the operating principles of both basic and advanced world laws with great clarity for 24 hours. When the medium world fragment's ability was used during a divine body's construction, it could also increase the divine body's strength by 10%. There was a massive difference in the law projections of players who had mastered only basic laws and players who had mastered advanced laws. Simply the suppression an advanced law projection had on a basic law projection was enough to weaken a Tier 6 player by a significant margin. Not to mention, world fragments could also artificially raise a divine body's strength during construction, thereby increasing players' success rate at completing their Tier 6 promotion. Due to the medium world fragment's astonishing effects, even though Shi Feng trusted the Zero Wing members present, he still felt it necessary to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if the medium world fragment's effects were to get exposed, it would bring about a catastrophe for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng finished speaking, he promptly entered the treasury that the Gorgon Queen previously guarded. TL Notes: Additional Talent. I think the author forgot that secret treasures at the extraordinary rank and above should come with special abilities, Chapter 568, which were supposed to be similar to talents. I guess we're going with talent now. I don't know how I'm supposed to fix this mix-up for Chapter 568, so I'll leave it as such. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with sentences such as, but now it became possible to obtain special abilities talent, which were closely similar to talents, through an extraordinary secret treasure. Chapter 3557, Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Chapter 3557, Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Chapter 3557, Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Chapter 631, King's Treasury. Following the Gorgon Queen's death, the nameless city's treasury became completely undefended, so Shi Feng and the others could freely enter it. Is this really a city's treasury? When everyone stepped past the entrance, they were immediately shocked by the dense eternal energy and mountains of treasures that filled the treasury. Even Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch battle group members, with their wealth of experience in the greater god's domain, couldn't help but be taken aback. Players capturing monster-infested cities was common in the greater god's domain. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that it happened daily. Meanwhile, once players captured a monster-infested city, they would naturally get their hands on its treasury. Because of this, information on city treasuries was readily available. It was especially so among the various powers. Normally, players could expect to find a large sum of currency, weapons, equipment, and rare materials in a city treasury. On average, the items found in a city treasury would be enough to supplement the needs of 10,000 players. This was why many powers in God's domain actively sought to raid monster cities. However, the nameless city's treasury completely shattered the understanding Azure Shadow and the others had regarding city treasuries. The average city treasury would only be the size of a football field. However, the nameless city's treasury was comparable to a sports stadium that could accommodate 100,000 people. Moreover, unlike the materials stored in the average city treasury, which were mainly at the epic rank, the nameless city's treasury's materials were mainly at the legendary rank, with some even at the inferior divine artifact rank. There was easily a tenfold difference in value. Don't just stand there and do nothing. We need to move these treasures away before the Holy Race players arrive, Shi Feng commanded, when he saw that his teammates were dazed by the treasury's treasures. Their fight with the Gorgon Queen had created a huge commotion. Although the fight didn't last very long, the Holy Race players on the surface should have noticed it already. The Holy Race players might be apprehensive about inspecting the situation underground while the fight was ongoing, but that would no longer be the case once the fight ended and the commotion ceased. There could only be two reasons why such a huge commotion would suddenly stop. The team raiding the Gorgon Queen had suffered annihilation, or the Gorgon Queen had been defeated. Regardless of the actual situation, the Holy Race players would send scouts to check in on the situation. After all, should the Gorgon Queen be killed, it would mean free access to unimaginable riches. There was no way the various Holy Race powers would let such an opportunity slip by. Currently, due to the battle with the Gorgon Queen, the overall combat power of their team had hit rock bottom. In Shi Feng's case, it was already taking his all to move his body normally. There was no way he could fight in such a state. So, they could only try to empty out the Nameless City's treasury before the Holy Race players arrived. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone snapped out of their dazes and hurriedly started to store the treasury's items in their bag space, none daring to dawdle for even a moment. On the Nameless City's surface, the commotion underground disappeared. The Gorgon Queen is definitely behind the commotion. The fight should have ended now that it gone quiet underground. Immediately have those nearby the underground entrance check on the underground plaza. Just like Shi Feng surmised, the Holy Race players on the surface had noticed the commotion happening underground. Meanwhile, as soon as the commotion ended, the various Holy Race powers exploring the Nameless City's core region promptly sent scouts to check on the underground plaza. Nameless City, City Lord's Mansion. A legion consisting of tens of thousands of Holy Race experts was methodically eliminating the regional bosses in the Nameless City's City Lord's Mansion. Shortly after the Holy Race's various powers had dispatched their scouts to inspect the underground plaza, the young woman commanding the legion retreated from the front lines and approached a young man at the rear. The battle underground seems to have concluded, Lord Royal Thunder. The various powers have already sent scouts to investigate. Should we send someone as well, Extreme Feather? Asked the young man before her, respectfully. The current Extreme Feather was completely different from when Shi Feng last encountered her in the underground plaza. Her life rating had already risen to match that of gods, completely transcending the average Holy Race player. That Gorgon Queen isn't an easy opponent. Even that existence will need some preparation to deal with her, Royal Thunder said with a pondering look. Then, with squinted eyes, he continued, "Although the chances are slim, we cannot afford to lose the treasury guarded by that Gorgon Queen. Immediately have the 3rd and 4th Legions hurry over there." Understood. Extreme Feather immediately nodded and left to carry out Royal Thunder's command. Underground Plaza, Nameless City's treasury. While many Holy Race players were quickly making their way to the treasury, Gentle Snow and the others were frantically collecting all of the treasures they could get their hands on. They also couldn't help but wish they could grow a few extra pairs of hands. However, even after Gentle Snow and the others had looted for several minutes straight, the number of items in the treasury had barely reduced. Seeing this, Gentle Snow and the others didn't know whether they should feel happy or sad. "My 6 epic bags are nearly full already, Guild Leader," Gentle Snow hurriedly told Shi Feng while looting. "But I don't think we've looted even 20% of the treasury yet." "I'm nearly full as well, Instructor Blackflame," Azure Shadow said in frustration. This was definitely the most exasperating situation he had encountered since he started playing God's Domain. In the past, he had always felt that the monsters in God's Domain dropped too few treasures and could never fill the epic bags he prepared. But now there were so many treasures before him that he couldn't even fit everything into the 6 epic bags in his possession. "Just carry whatever you can," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Gentle Snow and Azure Shadow. "It was never possible to clear out the treasury with so few of us here. What matters is we grab the most important items." There were so many items in the treasury that it would take at least several hundred players' worth of bag space to clear out completely in one trip. So, for their team of just 30-plus players, it was never possible for them to take everything. The only thing they could do was take the most valuable items. It was why Shi Feng had previously told Gentle Snow and the others to prioritize items radiating dense eternal energy. Many of these items were inferior, divine artifact rank materials, such as the divine water of life and soul essence. These materials were far more valuable than the average legendary rank material. As for Shi Feng himself, he prioritized collecting the treasures placed in the middle of the treasury. These central items were far more precious than the materials scattered throughout the treasury. Some examples include secret treasures, mana purification techniques, and large quantities of 7 luminaries crystals and eternal god crystals. Moreover, the secret treasures and mana purification techniques stored in the treasury were extraordinary. In the case of secret treasures, all of them came in sets and were at the combat rank or above. He even saw several extraordinary secret treasure sets in the current market. These extraordinary secret treasure sets were easily worth more than a fragmented divine artifact. If a titled expert were to equip the set, they could immediately match Golden Masters in combat. Fortunately, with his fragmented legendary spatial bag, Shi Feng had no trouble collecting all of the loot in the middle of the treasury. Meanwhile, he should have collected about 20 extraordinary secret treasure sets based on his rough estimates. This was an amount that could frighten the Eternal Realm's various powers. "I detect many Holy Race players approaching us," Instructor Black Flame, Azure Shadow, hurriedly reported when he sensed the presence of Holy Race players with his Tier 6 skill Sky Eye. They'll reach the treasury in about 20 seconds. There are more than 1,000 of them, and their numbers are quickly increasing. "It's time we take our leave, then. Everyone leave this place using a random teleportation scroll and log off to rest," Shi Feng said as he took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the remaining treasures reluctantly. However, they also understood they lacked the strength to defend the treasury, so they quickly activated their respective Tier 4 random teleportation scrolls. Meanwhile, less than 10 seconds after Shi Feng and the others left, a large group of Holy Race players arrived at the underground plaza, and they were immediately dumbfounded when they saw the Gorgon Queen's corpse. TL notes: King's Treasury. I don't know why this chapter is titled King's Treasury Wanjibaku. Chapter 3558, Chapter 632, Advanced Guild Residence. Chapter 3558, Chapter 632, Advanced Guild Residence. The Gorgon Queen's dead. She's dead? How? This is a Tier 6 primordial godkin we are talking about. What kind of power could possess the strength to raid her? The Holy Race players who arrived at the underground plaza gasped in disbelief when they saw the corpse in the middle of the plaza. They couldn't believe that the terrifying Gorgon Queen had fallen. "Quick, inform the commander. The treasury. The city treasury is open. Charge. There's no way they could have emptied the treasury in such a short time." After recovering from their shock, the Holy Race players promptly contacted their superiors before rushing into the treasury. "Damn it, were we too late?" Extreme Feather revealed an ugly expression as she gazed at the empty area in the middle of the treasury, while mountains of treasures still filled the nameless city's treasury. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the treasury's most precious items had already been taken. What remained probably didn't amount to even 1/10 of the value of the taken items. "What should we do now, Commander Feather? It's likely that item has already been taken," an elderly man radiating an aura rivaling Tier 6 gods asked as he looked at Extreme Feather. "How are we supposed to explain ourselves to that person?" "Though it's troublesome, we can only inform that person of the situation," Extreme Feather said. Then, revealing a rare sneer, she continued, "That item is something that person is determined to obtain. With that person's power, finding whoever took that item won't take long. At that time, we'll see how those people resist that existence. Inform everyone to secure the remaining treasures. Do not spare anyone who dares to compete against us. All of the treasures here are ours." Subsequently, a brutal struggle erupted within the nameless city's treasury. It was the fiercest battle between the Holy Race's various powers on the Western continent to date. The battle would go on to last more than 10 days and see over 100 Holy Race powers getting involved. By the end of the battle, over 1 million Holy Race players would have died, and several Holy Race powers would be thoroughly eliminated from the Eternal Realm. As for the treasury's wealth, several major powers would end up dividing it among themselves. While the Holy Race's various powers were fighting over the nameless city's treasury, Shi Feng and the others had logged out of God's domain after finding a safe location in the nameless city. After resting 3 hours in the real world, Shi Feng had Gentle Snow and the other Zero Wing members log back into the game before transporting everyone back to the Crystal City of Secrets with a world-breaking gate. Following this, Shi Feng logged out of the game to rest for an entire day before teleporting Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch battle group members back to the Crystal City as well. Eternal Continent, Crystal City of Secrets. When the morning sun covered the land with its rays, the players in Zero Wing's residence started a new day of activities. So this is Zero Wing? Looking out the window of the room, Azure Shadow and the other Night Watch battle group members couldn't help but be astonished by the strength of the Zero Wing members walking around in Zero Wing's residence. Although there were no more than 1,000 Zero Wing members in the residence, it was possible to see quite many fifth-floor experts mixed among them. It should be known that fifth-floor experts were rare, even in conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers. They were individuals who could be tasked to spearhead the defense of strategic locations. In upper-ranking hegemonic powers, fifth-floor experts would be automatically assigned an elder position, and there wouldn't be more than several dozen of them in the entire organization. Yet, just in Zero Wing's residence alone, Azure Shadow and the others had already counted over 50 fifth-floor experts. This was already more than what some upper-ranking hegemonic powers had, and they couldn't help but have difficulty believing that Zero Wing was only established not long ago. All of you have performed excellently this time. Based on your contributions, each of you will receive a copy of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. With it, I trust that you will have no problems with the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group test, Shi Feng said, smiling as he observed the stunned look on Azure Shadow and the others. Since there is still some time until the test, feel free to use the Guild Hall's combat rooms to spar with Zero Wing's members. It should give you a lot of inspiration. Can we invite the Guild's fifth-floor experts for a spar, Instructor Blackflame? Azure Shadow asked tentatively. Currently, some of their group had already reached the fifth-floor standard, while the rest were very close to reaching it. If they could spar with a large number of fifth-floor experts, it would definitely help them improve significantly. However, fifth-floor experts were incredibly rare existences in any realm, and so was the opportunity to spar with them. Moreover, fifth-floor experts were usually very busy, so they wouldn't usually waste their time sparring with others unless they stood to gain something. But after seeing so many fifth-floor experts gathered in one place, Azure Shadow and the others were reluctant to give up on the opportunity to spar with these experts so easily. Naturally, Shi Feng answered, chuckling, I can prepare a combat room for each of you. I believe many fifth-floor experts will be interested in sparring with you all when the time comes. I only hope that you don't find it too much trouble. Fifth-floor experts were indeed rare outside the Eternal Realm, but they were rather common in the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets. Rather than fifth-floor experts, what was rarer were Tier 6 experts like Azure Shadow and the others. Currently, there was not a single Tier 6 player in the Crystal City outside of Azure Shadow's group. Not to mention, Azure Shadow and the others had extraordinary mana. In the face of a Tier 6 god's mana, if players did not have a sufficiently strong grasp over world laws and precision control over mana, even releasing their mana out of their body would be a challenge. If players could fight in the presence of a Tier 6 god's mana for a long period, it would absolutely help them to improve in these two aspects, which would in turn help them with their Tier 6 promotion. For Zero Wing's fifth-floor experts, the opportunity to spar against Azure Shadow's group was definitely a fortuitous one. It was especially so since they had already met the level requirement to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Thank you, Instructor Blackflame. We won't disappoint you. When Azure Shadow and the others heard Shi Feng's reply, excited looks appeared on their faces. At the same time, their worship of him increased even further. Due to the high-status fifth-floor experts enjoyed in the Greater God's domain, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates would have trouble getting their fifth-floor experts to execute a command. It was especially so if the command involved a thankless task such as being a sparring partner. Subsequently, after receiving their copy of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique, Azure Shadow and the others promptly left the room to deposit their loot into Zero Wing's warehouse. Then they began wholeheartedly studying the purification technique in preparation for Shi Feng's sparring arrangement. As for Shi Feng, he paid a visit to the core room of Zero Wing's residence after scanning through the loot he obtained from the Nameless City's treasury. The Nameless City's treasury truly is something. I didn't think it would even have an advanced guild promotion order. With this, I won't have to worry about recruiting experts anymore, Shi Feng thought as he pulled out an ancient scroll from his bag space. System: Advanced Guild Promotion Order detected. Do you wish to upgrade your existing guild residence into an advanced guild residence? Upgrade it, Shi Feng decided without hesitation. Chapter 3559, Chapter 6330 Wings Warehouse, Chapter 3559, Chapter 6330 Wings Warehouse, Chapter 3559, Chapter 6330 Wings Warehouse, Chapter 6330 Wings Warehouse. System: Guild residents will finish upgrading in 30 minutes. System: Do you wish to spend 10,000 eternal gold coins to upgrade the existing guild hall into an advanced guild hall? Upgrade the guild hall? Shi Feng promptly chose to upgrade the guild hall as well. Shi Feng had previously had Hidden Soul return to the Crystal City in advance, and secretly sell the secret treasures they obtained in small batches. Meanwhile, the popularity of the secret treasures far exceeded his expectations. Zero Wing had earned a whopping 100,000 eternal gold in just one day, and it only came at the cost of a quarter of their secret treasure stockpile. If they sold all of the secret treasures they obtained, they could expect to earn about 400,000 eternal gold, after deducting the 60,000 eternal gold given to Billowing Water. Zero Wing still possessed a little more than 45,000 eternal gold, so an expenditure of 10,000 eternal gold wasn't anything significant for the current Zero Wing, not to mention the value of an advanced guild hall in the Eternal Realm easily exceeded 10,000 eternal gold. It was also one of the most valuable privileges afforded to an advanced guild residence. Basic guild halls had many private rooms where guild members could spend some guild contribution points to rest in. Not only could these private rooms help players recover their stamina and concentration at an accelerated rate, but they could also help in the removal of foreign energies, such as holy power. Meanwhile, advanced guild halls took things a step further. Not only did advanced guild halls have advanced private rooms, the enhanced version of the standard private room, but they also had guild quarters that offered long-term stays for guild members. Although guild quarters were more limited in number, going by the size of Zero Wing's residence, its advanced guild hall should have at least 1,000 guild quarters. These guild quarters were akin to a guild city's private houses. They could be equipped with teleportation arrays that players could teleport to. The only difference between the teleportation feature of a guild hall's guild quarters and a guild city's houses was that the former had a 36-hour cooldown, while the latter only had a 24-hour cooldown. Even so, the teleportation feature of guild quarters was invaluable in the Eternal Realm. With it, guild members could save their time on making return trips and start to explore more distant locations. Their leveling and resource acquisition efficiencies would be nearly double that of players who couldn't directly teleport back to a city. After initiating the guild residence and guild hall's upgrade, Shi Feng hurried to deposit his loot into the warehouse. They had acquired many treasures from the Nameless City's treasury. Just the items in Gentle Snow's and Azure Shadow's bags numbered over 200,000. Among them were over 30,000 bottles of Divine Water of Life, over 10,000 bottles of Soul Essence, and over 150,000 legendary materials of all kinds. The value of these items was enough to cause even an apex power to lose its mind. However, compared to the items Shi Feng obtained, the value of these materials paled significantly. In fact, merely the 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals he obtained were enough to surpass these materials in value. In the case of 7 Luminaries crystals, he had obtained over 5,000 7 Luminaries crystal treasure chests, each containing close to 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. All of the treasure chests combined contributed roughly 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Even the various apex powers wouldn't necessarily have such an amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. As for Eternal God crystals, he had looted over 10,000 of them. The several hundred Eternal God crystals the Holy Race players obtained from the Nameless City's core region looked like a pittance compared to the amount he obtained. Aside from 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals, he had also obtained 1,000 Behemoth sets, 50 Dragon's Fury sets, 3,000 copies of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique, 500 copies of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique, and 10 copies of the Silver Mana Purification Technique. The Behemoth set was a combat secret treasure set, while the Dragon's Fury set was an extraordinary secret treasure set. The combined value of all these items was even greater than the value of the 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals he obtained. Only, compared to all these items, what attracted Shi Feng's interest the most was a pulsating golden heart. However, no matter how Shi Feng tried to investigate and research the golden heart, he was only given answers such as unknown and cannot be appraised by the system. Even so, every time the golden heart pulsated, it would emit a liquid-like eternal energy. In fact, simply letting it out in an enclosed room would quickly turn the room's eternal energy into a mist-like state. Even if this item was used as nothing more than a decoration in a room, its value would easily rival complete divine artifacts. "Are you really going to let guild members freely exchange all these items, guild leader?" Hidden Soul asked, feeling very shocked when she learned that Shi Feng was going to make a bunch of combat secret treasure sets and common mana purification technique copies available for exchange. Currently, although many teams had already started to obtain combat secret treasures from the underground Crystal Palace, the actual number of combat secret treasures obtained was still pitiful compared to the Crystal City's player population. Hence, combat secret treasures remained an incredibly rare commodity. As for combat secret treasure sets, even pseudo-apex powers were unlikely to have more than a few sets. Yet, Shi Feng had decided to make 50 behemoth sets available for exchange in the guild warehouse. Not only did this allow all guild members to inspect the behemoth set, but internal members could also freely exchange it with GCPs. If the Crystal City's various powers were to learn of this, they would absolutely go crazy. Moreover, as if he wasn't satisfied with this result, Shi Feng took things a step further by making 50 copies of the common mana purification technique available for exchange. Currently, the common mana purification technique had only started to become popularized among the various pseudo-apex powers. As for everyone else, it remained exceedingly rare. Even the core members of upper-ranking hegemonic powers were not an exception. If it became known that Zero Wing's internal members could exchange for the technique, it would absolutely cause a huge uproar. These items might be precious, but fifth-floor experts and geniuses with great potential are more valuable, Shi Feng said, nodding. Moreover, this is only the first batch. Later on, I will make the bronze purification technique and extraordinary secret treasure sets available for exchange as well. Even the extraordinary secret treasure sets? Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in astonishment. It had only been a day since she had returned from the Western continent. Previously, Zero Wing didn't even own a single extraordinary secret treasure. Yet Shi Feng was now prepared to make extraordinary secret treasure sets available for exchange to internal members. This situation made her wonder what exactly she had missed by returning to the Eternal Continent ahead of everyone else. How did Zero Wing suddenly become so wealthy? By the way, I'll give this fantasy secret treasure to you on loan for now. As for the GCPs needed to exchange it, you can take your time repaying it, Shi Feng said as he handed Hidden Soul the Wind Dragon's secret treasure. Hidden Soul was one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, yet she was still a step away from becoming a fifth-floor expert. Now that Zero Wing already had many fifth-floor experts, if Hidden Soul's strength did not improve, she would have difficulty convincing others of her leadership. However, if Hidden Soul had the Wind Dragon's secret treasure's help, she should be close to matching even Golden Masters. Subsequently, time passed, and half an hour went by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a pillar of light enveloped the entirety of Zero Wing's residence, and all players inside the residence simultaneously received a system notification. System: Zero Wing's residence has been successfully upgraded into an advanced guild residence. Chapter 3560, Chapter 634, Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Chapter 3560, Chapter 634, Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Chapter 3560, Chapter 634, Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Chapter 634, Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Zero Wing's Residence Guild Hall. The Guild Hall's lobby was packed with Zero Wing members waiting in line in front of the Guild's commission counter, all looking to pick up guild quests. So many people were waiting in line that they filled half of the lobby. If players from other guilds could see this sight, they would most certainly be astonished. Normally, players in a guild would be reluctant to take on guild quests. It was especially so in the Eternal Realm. This was due to guild quests requiring players to leave the confines of NPC cities and enter the wilderness. Many Holy Race players currently roamed the Eternal Continent's wilderness. If players from the two races met, a battle was bound to ensue. And because the risk of death was very high during such events, few members of the various guilds were willing to challenge guild quests. However, the situation was completely different in Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members happily took on guild quests, their behavior making it seem as if they did not care about the high risk of dying to Holy Race players. As everyone waited for their turn to select a guild quest, a team of 20 players walked into the lobby. The team was of modest size, but nearly half of its members were fifth-floor experts. The leading middle-aged male berserker was even carrying a legendary spear and wore a legendary helmet, and his imposing presence was no different than that of Tier 6 players. Meanwhile, when the male berserker and his team appeared, they immediately drew the attention of everyone in the lobby. "Boss Samsara is back. Boss Samsara's aura is incredible," as expected of the man who led the annihilation of dozens of Holy Race teams. I can see why even the Holy Race's various powers have started to offer bounties for his head. With how strong Boss Samsara is, I think Boss Black Flame is the only person in the guild stronger than him. I heard many guilds have tried to poach him during this period, with some even offering permanent residency in a first-tier city. When the Zero Wing members in the lobby looked at the 20-man team's leader, feelings of awe and envy filled them. Fervent Samsara. Formerly the commander of the Samsara adventurer team, Fervent Samara had chosen to join Zero Wing with his adventurer team in order to obtain the secret crystal trading firm's advanced membership. Meanwhile, after joining Zero Wing, his performance in the guild impressed many Zero Wing members, especially in dangerous wilderness maps. He had even made Zero Wing's name known in the surrounding NPC cities. Now, even though Fervent Samsara wasn't an executive member of Zero Wing, his influence in the guild had surpassed even that of Zero Wing's several vice guild leaders. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fervent Samsara and his team approached the corner of the first-floor dining area. Seeing this, everyone in the lobby quieted down. Currently seated in the corner that Fervent Samsara approached was another team of players. The team was much larger than Fervent Samsara's team, consisting of 50 players. Moreover, one-third of the team's members were fifth-floor experts. Meanwhile, the leader of this larger team was Heavy Abyss, a female guardian knight clad in icy blue heavy armor. Although Heavy Abyss's helmet prevented others from seeing her face, going by the outline of her armor, she was definitely a stunning beauty. In fact, many guild members suspected that Heavy Abyss could probably rival the guild's several vice-guild leaders. However, compared to Heavy Abyss's appearance, everyone in Zero Wing was more curious about her strength. Heavy Abyss was originally a solo player operating in the Crystal City of Secrets. Like Fervent Samsara, she had joined Zero Wing to enjoy the secret crystal trading firm's advanced membership. However, unlike Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss had only started to form her team after joining Zero Wing and impressing the guild's other fifth-floor experts with her strength. As for how strong Heavy Abyss was exactly, it remained a mystery to everyone in Zero Wing. But based on her performance thus far, everyone knew she was in no way inferior to Golden Masters, combined with the fifth-floor experts who followed her. Her influence in Zero Wing was already comparable to Fervent Samsara, and everyone recognized her as one of Zero Wing's 3 overlords. Have those two ever gone out of their way to interact with each other? What's going on? Why are 2 of Zero Wing's 3 overlords suddenly having a meeting? Is something big going to happen soon? The Zero Wing members in the lobby were astonished when they saw Fervent Samsara's team taking a seat before Heavy Abyss's team. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were recognized as Zero Wing's 3 overlords. Each of them held great influence in Zero Wing. All 3 were also incredibly strong, and many experts were willing to become their followers. However, these 3 individuals had varying daily activities. Adding on Zero Wing's loose management over its normal members, these three individuals had almost never interacted with each other. Yet two of Zero Wing's three overlords have met up together now. In everyone's opinion, such a meeting definitely meant a major event was coming up for Zero Wing. "Greetings, Commander Abyss. This should be our first official meeting, right?" After taking his seat, Fervent Samsara greeted the heavily armored woman before him. Then, in a tone of amazement, he continued, "You are as powerful as the rumors say. In terms of concentration, I think you are already the undisputed #1. Unless his senses were playing a trick on him, he was certain that the concentration of the woman before him had already reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. For a Tier 5 Guardian Knight, this was an unbelievable achievement." "You are too kind, Commander Samsara," Heavy Abyss replied in a clear and ethereal voice. However, there was no hint of joy or delight in her tone. "You're not bad either. Now that you have fused in advanced law already, you can probably challenge your Tier 6 promotion any time and immediately become the Crystal City's strongest player." "You are indeed amazing, Commander Abyss," Fervent Samsara laughed heartily, unfazed at having his secret seen through. "In that case, let's get straight to the point. Are you here to talk about the Skylight Association's invitation?" Heavy Abyss asked. "That's right," Fervent Samsara nodded. "I'm sure you've already looked into it, but Skylight has been developing rapidly at the capital, and it is now looking to expand into the Crystal City. To do that, it needs local experts familiar with the city's situation. Skylight's representative has offered me 10 permanent residential slots in a first-tier city and a spot on their board of elders. They are also willing to help cover my contract penalties with Zero Wing. I trust that you have received a roughly similar offer. I also heard that you have been helping our several Vice Guild leaders train during this period. Do you have any suggestions?" "Suggestions?" Calmly smiling under her helmet, Heavy Abyss asked, "Are you suggesting that I suggest to the guild leader to further reduce the restrictions on outer members like us?" Fervent Samsara did not respond verbally and simply looked at Heavy Abyss in silence, obviously acknowledging Heavy Abyss's words. If Fervent Samsara had to be honest, he had nothing negative to say about his time with Zero Wing. The atmosphere among the guild's outer members was rather lax, with few restrictions, and Zero Wing remained the only guild that could guarantee players access to the secret crystal trading firm's membership. Even now, many independent players still sought to join Zero Wing for these reasons. However, after all was said and done, he was still more accustomed to being a completely free and independent player. In addition, the secret crystal trading firm's attractiveness was decreasing by the day. If possible, he would like to negotiate with Zero Wing to further reduce the restrictions imposed on players like himself and Heavy Abyss. "If I have to comment," after pondering in silence for a moment, Heavy Abyss said, "We'll definitely enjoy unimaginable wealth and status if we join the Skylight Association. But if we want to improve our skills and strength, becoming full-fledged members of Zero Wing may be the better choice." "Join Zero Wing to improve our skills and strength?" Fervent Samsara was surprised by Heavy Abyss's words. "How so?" At the same time as Fervent Samsara finished speaking, a regional announcement entered the ears of everyone in Zero Wing's residence. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for upgrading its guild residence into an advanced guild residence. Chapter 3561, Chapter 635, Whole City in an Uproar. Chapter 3561, Chapter 635, Whole City in an Uproar. Chapter 635, Whole City in an Uproar. The regional announcement was repeated 3 times, its arrival causing all players in Zero Wing's residence to fall silent for a moment. An advanced guild residence? What's going on? The Zero Wing members present couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they read the regional announcement in their notification window. It wasn't uncommon to see advanced guild residences outside the Eternal Realm. On the contrary, they were practically everywhere. However, for an advanced guild residence to appear in the Eternal Realm, and in the Crystal City of Secrets no less, it was an incredibly unbelievable situation. "Is this the reason?" Fervent Samsara asked, as he looked at Heavy Abyss in astonishment. And advanced guild residence might be of little significance to players outside the Eternal Realm, but it was a matter of great significance for players living in the Eternal Realm Guild quarters. This was one of the privileges available only to advanced guild residences and above. Guild quarters allowed guild members to have their own private residence within the guild residence. With it, no matter how far players traveled, so long as they remained in the Eternal Realm, they could immediately teleport back to their guild quarters on demand. Such a privilege was invaluable in the Eternal Realm. This, however, Heavy Abyss was similarly stunned by this situation. Her suggestion to Fervent Abyss was based entirely on the astounding growth rate of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the several Vice Guild leaders' growth in strength was unprecedented. Not to mention, Zero Wing was willing to go to great lengths to nurture its internal members, which could be seen by how it had arranged for fifth-floor experts other than herself to train its internal members. With how generous Zero Wing was toward its internal members, if she and Fervent Samsara became Zero Wing's internal members, they might just be able to further develop their skills and strength. But Zero Wing suddenly coming into possession of an advanced guild hall was definitely beyond her imagination. However, before anyone could react, everyone inside the guild hall was forcibly teleported to the residence's front plaza. At the same time, the guild hall started to rapidly transform before everyone's eyes. Then, after just 10 seconds, a 10-story guild hall took shape before the Zero Wing members in the plaza. Quick! Secure some guild quarters right away. Buying GCPs at a high price. Buying GCPs at a high price. Following the appearance of the new guild hall, the Zero Wing members promptly snapped out of their dazes and charged into the building, wanting to be the first to exchange a guild quarter. Meanwhile, after many Zero Wing members arrived at the guild's exchange point, they were once again shocked by the items made available for exchange using guild contribution points. Crazy! Zero Wing must be crazy! Oh my God, 50 combat-ranked secret treasure sets! Am I hallucinating? Mana purification technique? Wasn't this thing rumored to be available only to the various major guilds' core members? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the list of items that could be exchanged in the guild warehouse. Be it the Behemoth Combat Secret Treasure Set or the rumored mana purification technique, none of them were things ordinary players like themselves could come into contact with. In fact, even the various pseudo-Apex Powers executives wouldn't necessarily have access to these items, yet Zero Wing was now making these items available for exchange. Moreover, the only condition to exchange these items was to be an internal member. What should we do now, Boss Samsara? One of the fifth-floor experts from the Samsara Adventurer team asked, previously, even when faced with the Skylight Association's lucrative offer to recruit them, they had only felt a hint of temptation. After all, the conditions offered were merely nice-to-haves and not necessary in their opinions. However, it was a completely different story for Zero Wing's internal benefits. They would be blatantly lying if they said they didn't want them. No wonder our dear guild leader never paid much attention to the management of outer members, Fervent Samsara said, taking a deep breath after he finished looking through the warehouse's exchange list. It seems it's time we have a proper discussion with that guild leader of ours. When the Samsara Adventurer team joined Zero Wing, it had only done so on a superficial level. Nobody in the Adventurer team ever considered becoming a part of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's executives also didn't seem to care about this matter, choosing to let them free range in the guild. Of course, they were more than happy with such an arrangement. It was also why they didn't rush to join the Skylight Association. However, after seeing the benefits Zero Wing offered to its internal members, it had become very difficult for them to sit still. It was especially so when they saw the mana purification technique. This was something that they must have if they wished to progress further as Tier 6 players in the future. Let's go and negotiate with the guild leader as well, Commander Abyss. We can forge a much better divine body if we can exchange this mana purification technique. Similar to the Samsara Adventurer team, many of the fifth-floor experts in Heavy Abyss's team were also tempted by Zero Wing's internal benefits. At worst, we'll offer to sign a 10-year contract with Zero Wing. So long as we can get our hands on the mana purification technique, even serving Zero Wing for a decade wouldn't be a problem. Their desire for the mana purification technique was blazing hot. Meanwhile, their interest in joining the Skylight Association could be described as lukewarm. "Okay, I'll try to talk to him," Heavy Abyss said, sighing helplessly. Her original intention was to distance herself from Zero Wing's internal affairs as much as possible. She also didn't wish to get involved in the war between guilds that was bound to happen in the future. But she would be lying if she said the mana purification technique didn't tempt her. While two of Zero Wing's 3 overlords were making their move, news of Zero Wing's residence being upgraded quickly spread across the Crystal City of Secrets, causing many independent experts to grow restless. They could still resist Zero Wing's temptation if it was only a matter of secret treasures. But the privilege to teleport back to the city was something they could not resist. The Eternal Realm was massive. Even with the help of flying ships, it would take several hours to travel between neighboring NPC cities. Moreover, as players' levels increased, they would also need to travel farther and farther away from NPC cities to grind in suitable maps. As for the underground Crystal Palace, it simply couldn't be used as a reliable grinding spot due to the entrance cooldown, not to mention each time they re-entered the secret land, they would have to start from the first floor. Players under level 160 might be able to more or less rely on the underground Crystal Palace for EXP. But it was simply unrealistic to try to level up in the secret land past level 160. Ultimately, they would still have to go to the high-level maps in the fields. Meanwhile, when it came to grinding out in the fields, the ability to teleport back to a city would become extremely important. Not only would it allow players to cut their travel time in half, but they could also use this ability to escape from danger. Shortly after the upgrade of Zero Wing's residence, news of Zero Wing's internal benefits also started to spread across the city. Upon learning of the items Zero Wing's internal members could exchange for, many fifth-floor experts and adventurer teams that were previously against getting involved in the struggles between guilds promptly jumped out of their seats and contacted Zero Wing, of course, as these fifth-floor experts and adventurer teams were reluctant to abandon their freedom completely. They didn't outright choose to become Zero Wing's internal members. Instead, they offered to be in Zero Wing's service for anywhere from several years to over a decade. In return, they asked for the privilege to exchange for the mana purification technique. Over 200 fifth-floor experts have contacted me thus far, Guild Leader. Are you really not going to consider their suggestions? Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask Shi Feng when she saw the partnership conditions the various adventurer teams and solo experts had sent her. Also, Samsara and Heavy Abyss have asked to meet you. They should be wanting to discuss this matter as well. A force of more than 200 fifth-floor experts. Even if these experts didn't become internal members of Zero Wing, simply having them based in Star Lake City would bolster Zero Wing's strength significantly. The current situation was a good example. Even though most of the fifth-floor experts currently in Zero Wing weren't internal members, in the eyes of the various powers, Zero Wing's threat level in the Crystal City of Secrets was no less than that of pseudo-apex powers. Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, is it? Shi Feng, who was fiddling with the golden heart in his office, chuckled when he heard Hidden Soul's report. So they've finally started to grow restless. Very well. Have them come to my office? It just so happens I also want to meet them. Chapter 3562, Chapter 63.6, Primordial Chaos Body, Chapter 3562, Chapter 636, Primordial Chaos Body, Chapter 636, Primordial Chaos Body, Zero Wing's residence, Guild Hall, top floor, under Hidden Soul's lead. Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss arrived in front of the guild leader's office. At this time, though both of them wore solemn expressions, the calmness they previously wore in the lobby nowhere to be seen. The guild hall's top floor had always been off-limits to non-internal members of the guild, adding on the fact all of the guild hall's primary functions could be accessed from the first floor. Outer members of Zero Wing had never really cared whether they could access the guild hall's top floor. Not to mention, every guild had its own secrets, so it was understandable for Zero Wing to have some secrets that it might not want non-internal members to know on the top floor. However, after arriving at the guild hall's top floor, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss found that compared to the lower floors, this place was akin to a completely different world. Indeed. The top floor of Zero Wing's Guild Hall could only be described as a whole other world. After all, even though the Crystal City of Secrets had yet to see any players successfully getting promoted to Tier 6, they had seen at least a dozen Tier 6 players present on the top floor of Zero Wing's Guild Hall. Moreover, each of these Tier 6 players were akin to bona fide gods, and simply standing in the presence of these players' residual mana caused the two of them to suffocate. It should be known that the two of them were among the strongest experts operating in the Crystal City. Even though they were still at Tier 5, they were more than strong enough to fight Tier 6 players of the same level. Yet, every one of the Tier 6 experts loitering in the top floor's hallway instilled a sense of danger in them. When players reached the 5th floor standard, also known as the extrasensory realm, their 6th sense would become incredibly accurate. If their senses told them a player posed a threat to their lives, it meant that they would have trouble even escaping from said player, let alone match or defeat the other party in a fight. With such a frightening force at Zero Wing's disposal, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if all of the Crystal City's powers banded together, they still probably wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. Yet, despite Zero Wing having such a force, none of Zero Wing's outer members were privy to this information. At this time, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were already close to losing their confidence in negotiating better conditions for themselves. Meanwhile, after opening the doors to the guild leader's office, Hidden Soul said to Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, "Head on in, the guild leader is waiting inside." Although Hidden Soul did not personally involve herself in the guild's basic operations, she had still heard of Zero Wing's 3 overlords, particularly Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. In terms of influence over Zero Wing's outer members, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had exceeded even Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing's guild leader's office. When Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss stepped into the room, a dense wave of eternal energy washed over them, invigorating their mind and body. Immediately afterward, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Currently, inside the spacious office, a young man could be seen sitting behind the sole desk in the room, holding a pulsating golden heart in his hand. Despite being a Tier 5 player, the young man exuded an aura comparable to the Tier 6 experts in the hallway. Meanwhile, the golden heart the young man held released a dense cloud of eternal energy into its surroundings every time it pulsated. "What dense eternal energy!" Heavy Abyss mentally exclaimed when she felt the eternal energy surrounding her. "If I try to construct an epic divine body in such an environment, I can probably raise my success rate by a minimum of 30%. That's a primordial chaos body?" Unlike Heavy Abyss, Fervent Samsara's attention was focused on the pulsating golden heart in Shi Feng's hand. His reaction toward the heart was so intense that even his voice trembled when he spoke. "How is this possible? A primordial chaos body?" Shi Feng was a little taken aback by the words from Fervent Samsara's mouth. "Do you recognize this thing?" The reason Shi Feng was openly researching the golden heart in his office was to intimidate Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. Currently, Zero Wing was in urgent need of capable experts to accelerate its development. It was especially so now that Billowing Water had used her city-building order as collateral. If Zero Wing could establish a guild city on the western continent, the guild would need many 5th-floor experts to help defend its city. Meanwhile, during Shi Feng's previous life, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were incredibly strong and famous individuals. If he could get them to become Zero Wing's internal members and move into Star Lake City, many 5th-floor experts would also move with them. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have to worry about lacking experts to use. However, Shi Feng didn't expect someone to recognize the golden heart he had taken out for display. Shi Feng wasn't ignorant of the primordial chaos body. It was a kind of godly relic that came into existence along with the greater god's domain. According to rumors, primordial chaos bodies possessed unimaginable strength, and primordial gods had relied on them to construct their divine bodies. However, such godly relics had thoroughly disappeared from the greater god's domain during the mythical era. If any primordial chaos bodies still existed in the modern era, they could most likely be found in the ruins of primordial gods. This was why the various powers were fanatics when it came to exploring primordial god ruins. They were so desperate that they wouldn't let even clues pertaining to ancient god ruins slip past them. I was fortunate enough to see a primordial chaos body once in an ancient god's legacy, fervent Samsara said, taking on a respectful tone when he spoke to Shi Feng. The one I saw was a golden brain. Similar to the golden heart in your hand, the brain felt like a living object, and it naturally diffused liquid-like eternal energy into its surroundings. The ancient god in question used the primordial chaos body to create a divine body suitable for himself. As for the ancient god's name, many people have heard of it. In modern times, he is known as the god of 4 elements. No wonder. Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard fervent Samsara's explanation. The god of 4 elements might be vastly inferior to the goddess of space, but the 4 gods' secret art he developed was publicly acknowledged as a secret art capable of rivaling gold combat techniques, and players could use it to transcend tears. Moreover, the god of 4 elements was rumored to be an ancient god capable of rivaling primordial gods in strength. I have a presumptuous request, Guild Leader Black Flame. All of a sudden, fervent Samsara looked at Shi Feng with a serious gaze and solemnly said, "Can you let me experience the primordial chaos body once? I am willing to accept any conditions." "Are you crazy, Samsara?" Heavy Abyss couldn't help but look at fervent Samsara in astonishment. She didn't think the other party would dare make such a bold request. The primordial chaos body was so well known that even a solo player like herself had heard about it. She also knew how precious it was, should any power get its hands on a primordial chaos body. Apart from its core executives, there was no way it would let other players use it. Not to mention, according to rumors, it cost a mind-boggling 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal to use the primordial chaos body each time. This was a sum that could cause any conglomerate to wince in pain. Meanwhile, fervent Samsara was only an outer member of the guild. Moreover, did he not see the Tier 6 experts in the hallway outside? Even among Tier 6 players, the individuals in the hallway were far above the average. "Sure, I can agree to your request. Moreover, I can extend this offer to not just Samsara, but you as well, Abyss," Shi Feng said, a smile suddenly forming on his face. Chapter 3563, Chapter 637, Zero Wings Condition, Chapter 3563, Chapter 637, Zero Wings Condition. Chapter 637, Zero Wings Condition. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, silence befell the room. Even fervent Samsara, the person who had made the request to Shi Feng, was evidently surprised by Shi Feng's response. "Me too?" Although Heavy Abyss's face was hidden behind her helmet, her astonishment was apparent. "Of course," Shi Feng said, smiling. It was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise that fervent Samsara could recognize the Golden Heart as a primordial chaos body. As a thank you to fervent Samsara, Shi Feng didn't mind letting the other party experience the primordial chaos body's effects once. Not to mention, Shi Feng didn't really have a choice. The primordial chaos body's value was comparable to a book of eternity. In fact, it was even more valuable in certain aspects. With Zero Wing's current strength, it would be a disaster for the guild if news of the primordial chaos body got out. "Please state whatever conditions you have, Guild Leader Black Flame. I'll do my best to fulfill them all," fervent Samsara said without hesitation. Heavy Abyss also looked at Shi Feng with curiosity. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in the primordial chaos body. After all, it was one of the few items that could let players reach the realm of primordial gods in the greater god's domain. Moreover, unlike players who relied on divine artifacts, the strength they gained via the primordial chaos body would belong entirely to themselves. "My conditions are simple," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "In addition to becoming Zero Wing's internal members, you only need to use 1 billion GCPs or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal to exchange it." 1 billion GCPs or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Fervent Samsara nearly choked when he heard Shi Feng's condition. Of course, he wasn't surprised at the condition of needing to become an internal member. After all, no sane power would give away such a precious opportunity to an outsider. In fact, simply becoming an internal member could already be considered a lax condition. The only problem was the payment of 1 billion guild contribution points or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. He could afford neither of these two payment methods. It was especially so for the 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even conglomerates would have difficulty taking out such a large sum on short notice, let alone an individual player like himself. Shi Feng's condition similarly stumped Heavy Abyss. Even though there was an opportunity to experience a primordial chaos body's effect placed right before her, she lacked the money and resources to secure it. Of course, I'm aware neither of you can afford to make such a large payment right away, Shi Feng added when he noticed the awkward looks on Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. I can loan the two of you the necessary resources once you become internal members of Zero Wing. That way, you two can get promoted to Tier 6 quickly and avoid missing out on the Eternal Realm's many opportunities. I appreciate your understanding, Guild Leader, Fervent Samsara said, growing ecstatic when he heard Shi Feng's words. Can we experience the primordial chaos body immediately after signing our contract at the Guild's headquarters, Guild Leader? Heavy Abyss asked for further confirmation. Honestly, she found it hard to believe Shi Feng would offer them such loose conditions. If they were dealing with any other power, she wouldn't even be surprised if she was required to sell herself to secure this priceless opportunity. Yes. Once you arrive at Zero Wing's headquarters in the real world and sign your contract, you can log in and come to me straight away, Shi Feng said, nodding. The cost to use the primordial chaos body might be outside the means of most other powers, but it was still bearable for the current Zero Wing. After all, the Guild had just acquired 50 million units of 7 luminaries crystal from the Nameless City's treasury not long ago. Moreover, once Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss became Tier 6 players, Zero Wing's overall strength would increase drastically. After all, in terms of combat standards, the two of them were far above Azure Shadow and the others. Even in the Crystal City of Secrets, they could be considered top-ranking experts. Meanwhile, after receiving Shi Feng's assurance, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss promptly agreed to Shi Feng's conditions. Then, after contacting their subordinates, they logged out of the game and hurried over to Starlake City right away, not wanting to waste even a single second. Shi Feng wasn't surprised to see the two's behavior. If he wasn't worried he might waste a costly opportunity, he would have probably spent 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal right away to experience the rumored primordial chaos body. But now that he had obtained a medium world fragment, he naturally had to make proper use of it first. After Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss left, Shi Feng called out to Hidden Soul, who had been standing guard outside the room, and said, "Have the Guild's Grandmaster Magicians construct a mana-gathering array and a large-scale Grandmaster Magic Barrier in the Guild Hall's underground secret room. The sooner, the better." A medium-world fragment was extraordinary. If he tried to use it without sufficient precautions, it would most likely cause a huge commotion outside. Normally, players would only use a medium-world fragment inside a great Grandmaster Magic Barrier to ensure absolute secrecy. However, as he didn't have any great Grandmaster Magic Barriers on hand, he could only make do with a large Grandmaster Magic Barrier. "Okay, I'll get it done right away," Hidden Soul said, nodding. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng was done making arrangements, he logged out of the game as well to rest. The fight with the Gorgon Queen had greatly affected him mentally. Even though he had rested offline for some time already, he still hadn't made a full recovery. He was still in need of 1 or 2 days of rest. Starlake City, Zero Wing Training Center. Although Starlake City had only been promoted to a second-tier mobile city not long ago, its population had already increased by several million. Whether it was powers based in the neighboring towns or nearby third-tier mobile cities, all of them had sent many of their talents to Starlake City. More specifically, they had sent their talents to join Zero Wing. This, in turn, caused the Zero Wing Training Center to become incredibly popular. Even at night, the line outside the building stretched across several streets. "Have Silk Radish and Jade River come to my office, Angel. Have the Guild's recently contracted Grandmaster Forgers and Engineers come as well," Shi Feng said while drinking a bottle of life potion. Though, when he saw the tired look on Pace Angel's face, he couldn't help but feel a little apologetic toward the other party. In terms of management capabilities, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul were undoubtedly more skilled than Pace Angel. However, as they were currently busy with matters in the Eternal Realm, they couldn't afford to take care of the Zero Wing Training Center's matters. And as Fire Dance still wasn't familiar with Zero Wing's internal affairs, Pace Angel ultimately had to manage the entire training center by herself. "Okay, I'll contact them right away," Pace Angel said, nodding. Then she started contacting the forging and engineering departments. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng disconnected the call, he took a seat behind his desk and, through his quantum watch, pulled up an ancient design dropped by the Gorgon Queen, the Silver Wing flying ship design. Items such as the Medium World Fragment and Primordial Chaos Body might let Zero Wing produce top-tier experts, but the Silver Wing flying ship design was an item that could enable Zero Wing to compete against the Holy Race for hegemony over the Eternal Realm. Chapter 3564, Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents. Chapter 3564, Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents. Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents. Zero Wing Training Center, Guild Leader's Office. 24 young men and women were gathered in the office that was half the size of a basketball court. The oldest among these individuals was just nearing 25, while the youngest was just nearing 16. Apart from their youthfulness, these youths had another thing in common. They were all incredibly talented lifestyle players, placed in any upper-ranking hegemonic power. These youths would be put on a pedestal and receive full support in their development. Many powerful experts would also be willing to pay a high price to acquire customized tools and equipment from these youths. At this time, though, these youths all wore anxious expressions as they stood in the spacious office. It was true that they were top talents of their respective corporations or families. It was also true that should they join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, they would receive priority nurturing. However, their value as individuals remained insignificant when compared to the young man seated before them. Zero Wing's guild leader, Shi Feng. He was a legendary figure in the region of the continent they currently resided in. He had played a key role in elevating Star Lake City from a third-tier mobile city into a second-tier mobile city and made Zero Wing a highly sought-after partner for the various upper-ranking powers. In the future, he might even be able to help Zero Wing move into a first-tier mobile city. "Do you think we can be selected, Big Brother?" A 16-year-old girl anxiously asked the tall and robust young man beside her. "We only managed to come in 4th and 5th in forging success rates this time. I also heard that Jade River is receiving personal guidance from guild leader Shi Feng, now that she has been promoted into a Grandmaster Forger. If the guild leader is only looking for 4 forgers, we'll most likely get disqualified." The current Zero Wing was extraordinarily popular in the area. Many corporations and powerful families had sent their combat talents to Zero Wing. But because Zero Wing could only afford to recruit a limited number of players, competition for these limited slots was incredibly intense. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing was recruiting even fewer lifestyle players, competition among lifestyle players was even more intense. If the chances of a combat player getting selected were 1 in 1,000, the chances of a lifestyle player getting selected were 1 in 10,000. Moreover, even after making it into Zero Wing, one still couldn't relax. After all, more and more talents were bound to join Zero Wing in the future. Once Zero Wing filled up the residential slots it had in Star Lake City, it would have to start sending some of its members to third-tier cities to make room for more talented individuals. At this point, the only way Zero Wing members could guarantee themselves a place in Star Lake City was if they became an internal core member of the guild. Now that Shi Feng had suddenly gathered them here, it was their best opportunity to prove their worth. If they could get selected for whatever task Shi Feng had for them, it would make becoming a core member much easier for them in the future. "Don't worry. While our success rates aren't high, seeing as guild leader Shi Feng has gathered so many of us here, I'm sure we will be given a fair test. If we're lucky, it is still possible for us to be chosen," the tall young man going by the name of Huo Rong replied anxiously. In the family they came from, he and his little sister were considered the most talented forgers in their family's history, and they took pride in that fact. However, when they applied to join Zero Wing, they quickly understood that they weren't anything special. When they applied to join Zero Wing, over 1 million other forging geniuses had also done so. Among them, quite a few were already Grandmaster Forgers despite being under 20 years of age. It was only through sheer luck that they managed to stand out from the competition and get recruited. Had they formed even a little worse during the recruitment test, it wouldn't have been strange for them to get disqualified. At this time, the other lifestyle geniuses in the room similarly felt anxious. It was especially so for Silk Radish and Jade River, whom Shi Feng had specifically summoned. Unlike the other lifestyle grandmasters present, they didn't get into Zero Wing by surviving an intense competition. Instead, they had gotten in because of their connection with Aqua Rose. They had also only become lifestyle grandmasters recently because of all the resources Zero Wing had poured into them. So, if Shi Feng wanted them to compete against the other lifestyle grandmasters present, they highly doubted they could achieve a pleasant result. "No need to be nervous," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious faces before him. "I might have called you here for a project, but I don't need you to complete it if you can't. I just want to see how much you can accomplish." The Silverwing flying ship was a highly complicated work requiring multiple classes to complete. It possessed enough firepower to outgun even a Tier 6 player, and the difficulty of its construction easily exceeded even that of legendary equipment. The requirement for magicians was especially high, as even Grandmaster magicians would find it challenging to construct the required magic arrays. Not to mention, a secret silver flying ship simply wasn't something a few dozen players could complete within a reasonable amount of time. At the very least, several hundred players would be needed for the task. It simply wasn't something Zero Wing could attempt at manufacturing at present. As for why he had summoned Zero Wing's internal lifestyle members, it was to see how much of the Silverwing flying ship's crucial components they could complete. That way, he could prepare the necessary resources for these young geniuses to tackle the parts they couldn't manufacture. Meanwhile, everyone sighed in relief when they heard Shi Feng's explanation. Then they couldn't help but start to wonder what kind of project Shi Feng had for them, to only expect them to be able to complete a certain portion. "Come over and take a look. Afterward, tell me how much you can complete," Shi Feng said as he pointed at the component designs on his desk. However, these designs were limited to the Silverwing flying ship's core components. The Silverwing flying ship design consisted of several hundred components, of which 30-something were core. These core components were also the most challenging to overcome. Meanwhile, by sharing only the core components, he could conceal the Silverwing flying ship to a large extent, as it would be impossible to tell that these core components were for a flying ship just by looking at them. Following Shi Feng's instructions, everyone gathered around the desk and analyzed the various designs on display. Everyone did their analysis carefully, afraid they might miss minor details that could cause problems with the final product. After 8 hours, the 24 lifestyle grandmasters finished their analysis. Then, with the help of the office's God's Domain simulation cabins, they quickly performed a rudimentary simulation. Once everyone finished their respective simulations, Shi Feng said, "Well then, what are your completion rates?" "I can complete 50% of the forging designs. I can complete 60% of the engineering designs. I can complete 65% of the forging designs." Hearing everyone's report, Shi Feng couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Nobody reported a completion rate lower than 50%, and everyone's problems were concentrated on the power source's magic arrays. In that case, he would only need to collect materials for the power source and have everyone practice constructing it repeatedly. At this time, a tall young man suddenly stepped forward from the group. Then, while scratching his head, he anxiously said, "I can complete the forging designs at a 20% success rate." 20%? When Shi Feng first heard the percentage the tall young man reported, his first reaction was to ask why the young man could only complete so little of the forging designs. However, before he could voice his doubts, his attention was quickly drawn to two of the young man's words. Success rate? Completion rate and success rates were two entirely different concepts. If a lifestyle player reported that they only had a completion rate for a project, it meant that they could only manufacture a certain portion of the project. As for the remaining portion, they wouldn't be able to manufacture it no matter what. On the other hand, if a lifestyle player reported a success rate for a project, it meant that they could manufacture the entire project. Even if the success rate was only 20%, it was still infinitely better than nothing. "What is your name?" Shi Feng couldn't help but ask as he looked at the tall youth. Chapter 350-65, Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. Chapter 350-65, Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. A 20% success rate. Is that guy bluffing? I doubt even great Grandmaster Forgers can get a 40% success rate. He's only an advanced Grandmaster, and his forging success rate even ranked 4th among us previously, yet he's now claiming he can achieve a 20% success rate. He's probably trying to catch the guild leader's attention. Following the tall young man's answer, many of the other young geniuses in the room couldn't help but start a hushed discussion among themselves. Although nobody present knew that the designs Shi Feng shared were for a secret silver flying ship's core components as lifestyle grandmasters, they could still identify the complexity of these designs. Meanwhile, their knowledge told them that some of these designs were already beyond the means of lifestyle grandmasters to manufacture. So, when everyone heard the tall youth saying he could manufacture all of the forging designs, their immediate reaction was to doubt his claims. Of course, everyone could also understand why the young man would lie about his capabilities. The current Zero Wing was akin to the midday sun in Star Lake City. It was the power with the most residential slots for Star Lake City. As a result, many geniuses and paragons from the hundreds of nearby third-tier mobile cities and thousands of towns sought to join Zero Wing. Furthermore, the benefits Zero Wing offered to its core members were tempting even to the various corporations and powerful families. So long as one could become a core member of Zero Wing, one could spend guild contribution points to exchange for precious resources such as Stardew. It was even possible to exchange for the right to enter the Eternal Realm. The Eternal Realm was a realm that countless players sought to enter in the current Greater God's domain. The opportunities available in the Eternal Realm were beyond any other realm. There had even been rumors of ordinary lifestyle players becoming VIPs in conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers after learning a unique recipe or design in the Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, as there still wasn't a way for players to reach the Eternal Realm from the outside, lifestyle players outside the Eternal Realm could only look on in envy. So, now that Zero Wing was offering its members an opportunity to enter the Eternal Realm, how could they not be excited? Of course, they had only learned about these core member benefits after becoming internal members of Zero Wing and signing a God's Domain contract and a guild contract. This was also why they had worked so enthusiastically after joining Zero Wing. It was all so they could become core members as soon as possible. "Wo wrong," the tall young man answered anxiously. He could naturally hear the hushed discussions behind him, and he couldn't help but grow worried Shi Feng might come to the same conclusion as his peers. It was especially so after he had heard all of his peers reporting completion rates of about 50 to 60% only. Honestly, at this point, even he couldn't help but start to doubt his simulation results. However, it was a fact that he had ended up with a 20% success rate after conducting numerous simple simulations via the God's Domain simulation cabin. Hence, this result should be absolutely correct. After all, the God's Domain simulation cabin could perfectly simulate various matters from God's Domain. Even though the simulation cabin was incapable of replicating lifestyle procedures as well as it could combat, which could usually achieve over 90% uniformity, its simple simulations still shouldn't be too far off from the real deal. At the very least, instances where one could successfully manufacture an item via the simulation cabin but couldn't in God's Domain shouldn't exist. Whoa, wrong? Melting flame? Shi Feng's curiosity was piqued when he heard the young man's name. Do your forging success rates fluctuate significantly? For example, do you experience situations where you get only half the average success rate when you're unlucky, and 10 or 20% higher than the average when you're lucky? Mm-hmm. Huo Rong nodded in surprise. He didn't think Shi Feng would know of his forging circumstances. When I'm lucky, I can achieve success rates 10 or 20% higher than others. But if I'm unlucky, I'd be fortunate if I can even achieve a 10% success rate. Honestly, Huo Rong felt very distressed about his own unique situation. If he could stabilize his erratic forging success rates, he could have long joined a conglomerate with his younger sister and become internal members there. Okay, I understand. Shi Feng nodded and smiled. Since it's the simulation cabin's result, it should be correct. In that case, may I know if you're interested in becoming a core member of Zero Wing? A core member of Zero Wing? Me? Huo Rong was stunned. Originally, he had been worried Shi Feng would refuse to believe in his result and have him manufacture the items in God's domain. After all, he had only managed a 20% success rate in the simple simulations. In God's domain, having a 20% success rate didn't necessarily mean players could absolutely succeed in manufacturing an item every 1 out of 5 tries. Instead, the numbers were much more down to earth, and players would be fortunate to even succeed once or twice out of 30 tries. Meanwhile, the designs Shi Feng shared required materials so precious that even the various major powers would have difficulty obtaining them. At best, they could only take out a few sets on short notice, which should also be true for Zero Wing. In that case, even if Huo Rong could perfectly transfer his simulation success rate to God's domain, his chances of manufacturing the items were slim. At that time, not only would he make a fool of himself, but he would also be at risk of getting kicked out of Zero Wing. That's right. Shi Feng nodded. And it's not just you. Anyone who has achieved a 70% completion rate can also become a core member of Zero Wing. Huo Rong's name was known by all in Shi Feng's previous life. One could even say that his name was recorded in the annals of the Greater God's Domain's history. Only. By the time Huo Rong had risen to fame, he was already much older than he was now. Moreover, at the time, Huo Rong didn't belong to any of the various major powers. Instead, he was only a member of an ordinary hegemonic power. Meanwhile, Huo Rong's fame wasn't because he was unbelievably talented. Even at his peak, he had only managed to develop his forging skills to the basic Great Grandmaster standard. Craftsmen like Silent Wonder and Silk Radish would leave him in the dust if compared only in ranks. Instead, the reason for Huo Rong's fame was his ability to produce items sought after by even the various apex powers. Or, more specifically, he had manufactured items that were outside the abilities of even craftsman forgers' pseudo-divine artifacts, or, more specifically, replicas of bona fide divine artifacts. Moreover, the precision of these replicas was so high that they could reach the fragmented divine artifact rank. Compared to replicas that could only achieve ranks such as legendary and fragmented legendary, Huo Rong's divine artifact replicas were in a completely different realm. Hence, when the Greater God's Domain's various powers learned that a pseudo-divine artifact had come from the hands of a great Grandmaster Forger, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, even craftsman forgers could only manufacture legendary weapons and equipment at a very low success rate, let alone pseudo-divine artifacts. Yet, Huo Rong had accomplished this miraculous feat not just once, but 3 times, silencing everyone who thought he had only gotten lucky. As for the reason Huo Rong could produce pseudo-divine artifacts, it was because he possessed a divine craftsman talent that nobody else had. Even Huo Rong himself had only discovered this talent after getting promoted into a great Grandmaster Forger. Meanwhile, the talent's effects were simple. It granted Huo Rong a minimum success rate of 10 to 20% when he was manufacturing weapons and equipment above the epic rank, and reduced his success rate by 10% when he was manufacturing weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. If he was manufacturing items that weren't weapons or equipment, his success rate would increase or decrease depending on the rank of the materials used. The existence of this talent was why Huo Rong had been ignored for a long time. Grandmaster Forgers were very common for the Greater God's Domain's various powers. Meanwhile, these Grandmaster Forgers would be tasked with producing epic weapons and equipment most of the time, and very rarely would they have an opportunity to manufacture weapons and equipment above the epic rank. Even if such a project fell into the hands of Grandmaster Forgers, those selected would usually be advanced Grandmaster Forgers with a good track record. For someone like Huo Rong, who couldn't even produce epic weapons and equipment at a decent success rate, there was no way he would be given an opportunity to produce items above the epic rank. My little sister, Huo Ling, is also as talented as I am in forging guild leader. Although she didn't achieve a 70% completion rate, she is only one step short of becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. If she can become a great Grandmaster Magician, I believe she can fully complete the forging designs as well, Rong said as he pointed at a 16-year-old girl standing nearby. Only one step short of becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. Shi Feng's eyes brightened as he turned to look at the girl Rong was pointing at. Then he eagerly asked, "Is that true?" TL notes, Rong and Ling. Just a heads up, Rong, Hortnol, will be melting flame in the game. Ling will be flaming bell in the game. Chapter 3566, Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. Chapter 3566, Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. If you don't believe me, I can have my sister draw a magic array to prove herself right now, guild leader. Rong couldn't help but panic a little when he heard Shi Feng's sudden question, and he hurried to offer an explanation. Everyone else present was similarly surprised by Shi Feng's reaction, and they couldn't help but wonder why Shi Feng would express such great interest in a girl who was still one step short of becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. After all, he didn't even react in such a way when hearing about Rong's ability to fully manufacture the forging designs he provided. There was a vast difference between half-step great Grandmaster Magicians and true great Grandmaster Magicians. Over 99% of advanced Grandmaster Magicians in the Greater God's domain could never be able to take the final step. Hence, while great Grandmaster Magicians were incredibly rare in God's domain, advanced Grandmaster Magicians who were one step short of becoming great Grandmasters were not. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that such advanced Grandmaster Magicians were a dime a dozen. Take the current Zero Wing, for example. So long as Zero Wing gave the word, many such advanced Grandmaster Magicians would be ready at its service. No need. I believe you also. Very few people can become an advanced Grandmaster Magician at such a young age. So she is indeed qualified to become a core member of Zero Wing, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he swept his gaze across the other youths in the room and asked, "Is anyone else here an advanced Grandmaster Magician?" Following Shi Feng's question, the other youths in the room turned to look at each other, but none of them raised their hands. That's a shame. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the silent crowd. Half-step great Grandmaster Magicians were indeed common in the Greater God's domain, but half-step great Grandmaster Magicians who were also advanced Grandmaster Forgers were not. Such talent remained precious to the various powers, and it was especially so for the current Zero Wing. Since returning from the Nameless City, Shi Feng had desperately sought to materialize the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set. After all, the Eternal Magic Armor's forging process wasn't particularly complicated. Apart from needing sufficient knowledge of magic arrays to engrave the intricate Eternal Battle Array, the only other major challenge was procuring a large supply of Eternal God Crystals. So long as these two requirements were met, any Grandmaster Forger could produce the Eternal Magic Armor originally. Shi Feng had planned to produce the Eternal Magic Armor himself. But as the guild leader of Zero Wing, he had many things he needed to do, and he couldn't afford to spend too much time on manufacturing items. Ultimately, he would need other lifestyle players to manufacture the set. Only then could Zero Wing have a long-term supply of the Eternal Magic Armor. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng had not heard of Huo Ling's name in his previous life, the fact that she met the Eternal Magic Armor's manufacturing requirements would naturally catch his interest. Since there is no one else apart from Rong and Huo Ling, anyone who has achieved a completion rate of 70% or above can apply with Pace Angel to become a core member. Once you do so, Pace Angel will give you a set of coordinates in the Greater God's domain. Head to the coordinates at the designated time, and someone will bring you to the Eternal Realm. After saying so, Shi Feng got out of his seat and left his office. Meanwhile, the youths remaining in the office immediately exploded into an uproar. Crap! It was actually true. The Eternal Realm. I can't believe we get to go to the Eternal Realm. Damn it. I only managed to get a 65% completion rate this time. If only it was higher. Although they had long heard that core members could travel to the Eternal Realm, it wasn't until Shi Feng said it himself that they truly understood that the opportunity was real and that it wasn't just a slogan to motivate guild members. This situation caused those who failed to meet Shi Feng's requirements to feel envious and disappointed. "This is great, Radish. We are going to the Eternal Realm," Jade River said excitedly to the person beside her. Silk Radish nodded in response, though she still couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. Originally, with the appearance of a monster such as Huo Rong, Silk Radish felt their chances of becoming a core member of Zero Wing would fall to zero. However, she didn't expect those who achieved a 70% completion rate would get to become core members as well. Meanwhile, as luck would have it, both she and Jade River achieved a 70% completion rate in their simulations, securing them a spot among Zero Wing's core members and an opportunity to enter the Eternal Realm. Nowadays, there was nobody who didn't know about the Greater God's Domain's Eternal Realm. Everyone knew the Eternal Realm was a place of countless opportunities, and the growth players could achieve there was far superior to other realms. The speed at which players could earn money was also many times faster. Take the current market value of Eternal Coins, for example. Just one Eternal Gold coin was enough for a person to live extravagantly in Star Lake City. One could even stay in the God's Domain Association's high-end living quarters for a month. Ever since they moved into Star Lake City, their daily expenditure had increased significantly. It was especially so after Star Lake City became a second-tier city. But if they could develop in the Eternal Realm, not only could they earn enough money to cover their own living expenses, but they might also make enough to bring their families into Star Lake City. About a day later, a group of youths wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem appeared inside Zero Wing's residence in the Crystal City of Secrets. These youths looked astonished and curious as they took in their surroundings, their behavior making it seem as if this was their first time seeing the Eternal Realm. However, the appearance of these youths did not garner any attention from the players inside the residence. Ever since Zero Wing's residence got promoted into an advanced residence, many players have sought to join Zero Wing. In just one day, Zero Wing had gained an additional several tens of thousands of experts. Even the guild's fifth-floor experts had increased by more than 200. By now, Zero Wing had already become a first-class power in the Crystal City of Secrets. Meanwhile, after joining Zero Wing, these experts promptly got busy earning guild contribution points. So even if someone noticed these youths were new faces, nobody could be bothered to spare them a second glance. The guild has already prepared all the designs and materials you need in your designated special forging rooms and special engineering rooms. The rest is up to you now, Shi Feng said, smiling at the youths before him. For every component you successfully produce, the guild will reward you with 5,000 GCPs and 10 eternal gold coins. The gathered youths immediately gasped when they heard Shi Feng's words. The youths who were more knowledgeable about the Eternal Realm were especially astonished by Shi Feng's generosity. In the current Eternal Realm, a titled expert would be considered wealthy if they had 1 eternal gold in their possession. As for fifth-floor experts, most of them would only have several eternal gold in savings. Yet Zero Wing was now offering each of them 10 eternal gold for every component they produced. If they managed to produce several components, they could instantly become wealthy players in the Eternal Realm, and their expenses in Star Lake City would no longer be a concern. "All right, head off to your respective workshops. As for you, Flaming Bell, come with me," Shi Feng said before taking Flaming Bell, also known as Huo Ling, to one of the guild hall's underground secret rooms. Zero Wing's guild hall had become much bigger after being upgraded into an advanced guild hall. However, the place with the densest mana and eternal energy remained the rooms surrounding the core secret room, which housed the guild's core magic array. To take full advantage of this situation, Shi Feng turned 2 of these rooms into a special forging room and a special private room, and the environment found inside these rooms was far superior to the average special ranked room. When Flaming Bell stepped inside the special forging room, she was immediately stunned by the room's environment. Whether it was the room's mana or eternal energy, both were at least twice as dense as what could be found outside. Simply standing inside the special forging room made her feel as if she had ascended to a higher plane of existence. While Flaming Bell was immersed in the feeling of omniscience, Shi Feng took out a thick and heavy tome from his bag. Meanwhile, the tome was none other than the eternal magic armor equipment set design he had acquired from the Holy Race. "Take a look at this and see what kind of success rates you can achieve," Shi Feng said in a serious tone as he pointed at the tome on the forging table. Chapter 3567, Chapter 641, Skylight Association. Chapter 3567, Chapter 641, Skylight Association. Chapter 641, Skylight Association. This is a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. Flaming Bell was greatly shocked when she started studying the eternal magic armor's design. Although young, her knowledge of God's domain was comparable to that of executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Originally, she thought that with Zero Wing being a new guild, its foundation should be inferior to the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, and the guild would be amazing if it even owned an epic equipment set design. After all, mainstream players in the current Greater God's domain were only geared in a full suit of epic weapons and equipment, and only the elite members of the various powers would get to use epic equipment sets. As for fragmented legendary items, these were items reserved for only a small number of elites. There might be many titled experts in the Eternal Realm, but there still weren't many players with fragmented legendary items. Most titled experts could only dream of owning a fragmented legendary equipment set, let alone fragmented legendary equipment sets that came with battle arrays. Honestly, in the current Greater God's domain, if any upper-ranking hegemonic power could get its hands on 20 fragmented legendary equipment sets that could be used to form a small bronze battle array, they would immediately regard these equipment sets as one of their most prized possessions. What do you think? How likely are you to succeed in producing it? Shi Feng asked when he saw that Flaming Bell had finished studying the design. Shi Feng dared not act recklessly with the Eternal Magic Armor's production. After all, each production attempt cost 6 Eternal God Crystals. Even if he had over 10,000 Eternal God Crystals right now, he still couldn't afford to mess around. If Flaming Bell's production success rate was too low, he would rather delay the set's production. 50%. Flaming Bell answered tentatively after giving the matter some thought. "That is my current limit. But if I can work in this environment, I am confident I can become a great Grand Master Forger in 3 months. My success rate should reach 90% or more at that time. Whether it was the opportunity to produce the eternal magic armor or the opportunity to work in this special forging room, she did not wish to give up any of them. However, she dared not lie either, so she could only pray that Shi Feng gave her a little bit more time." "You can raise it to 90% in 3 months?" Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Flaming Bell in surprise. He didn't think the girl would be so talented, so much so that she would dare to promise she could get promoted into a great Grandmaster Forger in 3 months. It should be known that great Grandmaster Forgers were regarded as big shots, even in the Greater God's domain. Although their status was not as lofty as that of great Grandmaster Magicians, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers still sought to work with them. Not to mention, Flaming Bell's current production success rate had also exceeded his initial expectations by 10%. "Okay, I'll leave the Eternal Magic Armor's production to you. All of the materials have already been prepared. For every set you successfully produce, you will receive 1,000 GCPs and 2 Eternal Gold Coins. If you can complete 500 sets in 15 days, you will receive an additional 50,000 GCPs and 100 Eternal Gold Coins." "Thank you, Guild Leader." Flaming Bell grew ecstatic when she heard Shi Feng's words. "I won't let you down. I'll also make sure to produce 500 sets in 15 days. I won't take any payment if I fail to do it. Just make sure you study the design properly. It won't be easy to make 500 sets in 15 days, Shi Feng said, chuckling. In reality, he had only set the goal of making 500 sets in 15 days as a way to motivate Flaming Bell. He didn't really expect her to achieve it. After all, even he could only barely accomplish such a task. Seeing as Flaming Bell wasn't even a great Grandmaster Magician yet, she would definitely need more time to engrave the equipment set's magic array. Of course, if Flaming Bell could achieve the goal, it would greatly help Zero Wing. After all, 500 Eternal Magic Armor equipment sets were already enough to fully activate the Eternal Battle Array, letting 500 Tier 5 players to rival Tier 6 players. At that time, Zero Wing should no longer have any problems defending its city on the western continent. Shortly after Shi Feng concluded his conversation with Flaming Bell, he suddenly received a call. Big Sis Kilin brought a group of people to the residence guild leader. She says those people are from a guild called Skylight Association and that they wish to discuss something important with you, Gentle Snow said. Do you want to meet them? Ink Kilin brought someone here? Nodding, Shi Feng said. All right, take them to the lounge. Ink Kilin was a vice commander of Scarecrow Fox. Meanwhile, Scarecrow Fox had been working closely with Zero Wing in the underground Crystal Palace during this period. Out of respect for their partnership, it would only be reasonable for him to meet with Ink Killin's guests. Moreover, Shi Feng was relatively knowledgeable about the Skylight Association. It was a very famous yet mysterious power in the Eternal Realm during his previous life. Its rise in the Eternal Realm was very sudden, and on the surface it could even rival the 9 great pseudo-apex powers in strength. Its Templar Legion was especially famous. The Templar Legion consisted of 1,000 members. At its peak, every member was a Tier 6 titled Expert or above. Every one of them also wielded a special power that allowed them to exhibit strength rivaling Tier 6 gods temporarily. When the Templar Legion moved as one, it was virtually unstoppable in the Eternal Realm. Overall, the Skylight Association could be considered one of the Greater Gods Domain's latest overlords after the Eternal Realm's appearance. Zero Wing's residence, VIP Lounge. When Shi Feng arrived at the lounge, he saw Ink Kilin and River Light quietly seated on a magic stone sofa. Presently, they have reached level 169 and level 168, respectively. Meanwhile, seated across them was a gray-haired old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Compared to Ink Kilin and River Light, the old man was much higher in levels, reaching level 171 already. It was apparent that Ink Kilin and River Light felt great pressure when facing the old man, as both had beads of sweat covering their foreheads. There were also about a dozen middle-aged men and women standing behind the old man. Not only were they all at level 170, but they were also experts who had climbed to the realm of saints. Placed in any upper-ranking hegemonic power, these individuals would definitely be given the position of elder. Yet they now behaved like soldiers awaiting instructions as they stood behind the old man. Meanwhile, following Shi Feng's appearance, these soldier-like middle-aged players simultaneously turned to look at him, their gazes sharp as knives. No wonder Miss Kilin has pushed Zero Wing so strongly to paradise. When the old man heard Shi Feng entering the room, he opened his eyes and took a moment to scrutinize Shi Feng. Then he sighed and said, "Young people nowadays are truly amazing. You're only in your 30s, yet not only have you mastered gold combat techniques already, but your current strength even rivals true Tier 6 players. You're even more terrifying than Paradise when he was young." "You jest, Elder Sword. I am still far behind the Divine Spear," Shi Feng said, immediately recognizing the gray-haired old man as 19th Sword, one of the Greater Gods Domain's current 10 great swordsmen. In addition, the old man was also one of the few solo experts who had managed to be awarded a position among the 10 great swordsmen. As for the Paradise mentioned by the old man, he was the holder of the title Divine Spear, and he currently ranked among the top 10 of the Divine Glory list. "May I know what you have come to discuss on behalf of the Skylight Association, Elder Sword?" "Something good," 19th Sword said, chuckling. "Zero Wing's growth in the Eternal Realm is obvious to all, so the Skylight Association has sent me to invite Zero Wing to become a part of the Skylight Association." Chapter 3568, Chapter 642, Mythical Race. Chapter 3568, Chapter 642, Mythical Race. Chapter 642, Mythical Race. Become a part of the Skylight Association. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to hear 19th Sword's words. Instead, he asked out of curiosity, "May I know what price the Skylight Association is willing to offer?" Many up-and-coming powers in the Greater Gods Domain would receive invitations from the various major powers, or more specifically, The various major powers saw potential in these up-and-coming powers and wished to make them into their subordinate powers. This was also one of the more common methods the Skylight Association had used to expand its influence in the Eternal Realm during his previous life. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's growth in the Crystal City of Secrets was clear for all to see. The Guild's current influence in the city was completely different from before. So it was only natural for some powers to be interested in making Zero Wing their subordinate. Only, what caught Shi Feng by surprise was 19th Sword's appearance. 19th Sword was known for being a lone wolf in the Greater God's domain, going so far as to turn down invitations from apex powers. Yet, now, not only did 19th Sword enter the Eternal Realm, but he had even joined the Skylight Association. This was something that did not happen during Shi Feng's previous life. Capital injection will naturally be essential, 19th Sword calmly said. For starters, Skylight will invest 200 billion star coins and 1,000 drops of Stardew in Zero Wing. Then, it will progressively invest an additional 1 trillion star coins and 2,000 drops of Stardew to help Zero Wing expand rapidly in the Crystal City of Secrets. Of course, these are only the basic investments. The real benefit for experts such as yourself will be an opportunity to convert into a mythical race. The Skylight Association can offer Zero Wing 100 of such conversion slots. In return, the Skylight Association seeks only 51% of Zero Wing's shares. I doubt you will need me to tell you how valuable the mythical races are, right? When 19th Sword finished speaking, the eyes of Ink, Keelan, and Riverlight immediately brightened. It was especially so when they heard the words mythical races. The existence of mythical races was akin to legends. The various races in the current Greater God's domain had only appeared after the mythical era. Or more specifically, they were the descendants of the mythical era's races, and humans were no exception. Meanwhile, compared to the mythical era's races, even the Elven and Demon Dragon races, which were considered the most gifted among modern races, would be considered below average. For example, according to the Grand Library's records, the mythical era's elves were easily 10 times better at manipulating the various magic elements than modern elves due to the purity of their bloodline. They didn't even need to focus their minds to perceive the magic elements around them. Instead, they could see the various magic elements with their naked eyes. Another example would be the subdivisions of the human race, such as the Brave Ones and the Divine Eye race. Brave Ones possessed bodies that were nearly as tough as that of dragons, making them natural-born warriors. Meanwhile, members of the Divine Eye race possessed dynamic vision several times superior to normal humans, making them natural-born hunters. If they could convert to any of these mythical races, they could definitely achieve a qualitative improvement. They might also match or possibly even surpass Golden Masters in combat standards. Are you perhaps talking about Holy Ring City's mythical races, Elder Sword? Shi Feng asked. The Greater God's domain's mythical races had long gone extinct, so it shouldn't be possible for anyone to convert to a mythical race. Even if it could be done, these methods should involve legacies left behind by ancient gods or primordial gods. Meanwhile, out of all possible avenues Shi Feng could think of, the only way the Skylight Association could obtain 100 mythical race conversion slots currently would be through Holy Ring City, a neutral city situated in the Eternal Realm. It would also be one of the cities where all powers in the Greater God's domain sought to occupy. However, only a small number of powers could truly ever move into Holy Ring City. This was because human players weren't the only ones who could enter Holy Ring City. Holy Race players could similarly do so. But as Holy Ring City could only accommodate a limited number of players, only the guilds that managed to secure one of the city's 16 guild residence slots could let a fixed number of their members enter the city freely. As for everyone else, they would need to obtain an entry slot via the World Arc. The World Arc was a super large level 170 to level 200 world mode regional dungeon. It was situated incredibly far from any NPC city, and all players and powers could go there to compete for the opportunity to enter Holy Ring City. It wasn't something the Skylight Association could monopolize. It seems you are very well informed, Guild Leader Black Flame, 19th Sword said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he confidently continued, Indeed, I'm referring to Holy Ring City's mythical races. Many pseudo-apex powers have already set their sights on Holy Ring City. Many holy race powers will also be participating in the competition. So, ordinary powers shouldn't even consider participating in the competition, let alone exchange for the right to convert to a mythical race. If Zero Wing wants any conversion slots, joining the Skylight Association will be essential. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's current strength, even stepping into the World Ark will not be possible. If that's all the Skylight Association has to offer, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Sword, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at 19th Sword's confident look. Skylight's offer is a little too low for Zero Wing to accept. Low. When 19th Sword saw Shi Feng's nonchalant expression, he smiled and asked, "Young man, do you know how intense the competition at the World Ark is? Not even the Crystal City's various pseudo-apex powers can guarantee they can secure 10 conversion slots, let alone 100. If you refuse this offer today, you will definitely come to regret your decision in the future." "Regret?" Chuckling, Shi Feng said, "It's just 100 conversion slots. That's not enough for me to feel regretful." Holy Ring City's mythical race conversion slots were indeed precious, but they were insignificant compared to the resources he currently had on hand. Not to mention, his aim wasn't merely the mythical race conversion slots, but also Holy Ring City itself. Meanwhile, silence enveloped the lounge following Shi Feng's statement. His words especially shocked Ink Killen and River Light. Madness. Absolute madness. By now, they had already more or less heard about the situation at the World Ark. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a place only pseudo-apex powers and above could set foot into. While Zero Wing might be a dominant force in the Crystal City of Secrets, it remained insignificant compared to the powers vying for Holy Ring City. Now that Shi Feng had turned down 19th Sword's invitation, Zero Wing might not even be able to enter the World Ark, let alone Holy Ring City. After all, 19th Sword was responsible for overseeing the Skylight Association's affairs at the World Ark. So long as 19th Sword gave the word, any Zero Wing member would be killed on sight if they set foot into the regional dungeon. Most importantly, to prevent the various holy race powers from monopolizing the World Ark's resurrection camps, the various human powers had agreed to join forces and wrestle control over these camps when they activated in 4 days. Zero Wing couldn't get a share of these resurrection camps. Its members would face significantly greater difficulty exploring the World Ark. Good. Youngsters nowadays are much bolder than my time. Standing up, 19th Sword took one last look at Shi Feng and said, "I hope Zero Wing can still be so tough 4 days later." After saying so, 19th Sword left with his entourage, showing no intention of staying any longer. Chapter 3569, Chapter 643, Activating the Medium World Fragment, Chapter 3569, Chapter 643, Activating the Medium World Fragment, Chapter 643, Activating the Medium World Fragment. "You really shouldn't have reacted so impulsively, Guild Leader Black Flame," Ink Killen said worriedly to Shi Feng after seeing 19th Sword leave. "The Skylight Association is very powerful in the Eternal Realm. Even the various pseudo-apex powers are wary of it. Not to mention, Elder Sword is known for his arrogance. Now that Zero Wing has rejected his buyout offer, he is bound to target Zero Wing at the World Ark. 19th Sword had rejected all of the invitations he had received from the various apex powers thus far, so it was a huge deal for him to join a non-apex power like the Skylight Association. Yet when he came in person to make Zero Wing a buyout offer on the Skylight Association's behalf, he had faced such an outright rejection. With his prideful personality, there was no way he would let this slight go. Not to mention, the World Ark was a high-level world mode regional dungeon that was bound to be the focus of the various players and powers in the future. At that time, there wouldn't be just one city's worth of players and powers competing over the map, but many cities instead. There were also the Holy Race's various players and powers. Although Zero Wing currently already had over 100,000 members and over 200 fifth-floor experts, such numbers were nothing in the competition over the World Ark. If Zero Wing wanted to thrive in the regional dungeon, the wisest choice would be to partner with the Skylight Association.
Don't worry, Vice Commander Keelan, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The current Zero Wing is no longer the same as before. The Skylight Association is not worthy of Zero Wing's fear. The Skylight Association indeed grew to an extraordinary extent during his previous life. But the current Zero Wing similarly shouldn't be underestimated either. Not to mention, even with the limited resources he had during his previous life, he still managed to fight Demon's Gate, an apex power, to a standstill. So why should he be afraid of a non-apex power like the Skylight Association? If you feel that the mana purification technique is sufficient as a trump card, I advise you to reconsider, Guild Leader Black Flame, Ink Killin said, wryly smiling when she heard Shi Feng's nonchalant response. I don't know how, but the Skylight Association has also managed to secure many copies of the mana purification technique for its elites. This is also how the Skylight Association has thrived at the World Arc. Skylight has also acquired many copies. Shi Feng was a little surprised to hear this. He found it hard to believe that an up-and-coming power like the Skylight Association could get its hands on many copies of the mana purification technique. In the current Eternal Realm, only the various apex powers should be able to get their hands on a considerable amount. As for Zero Wing, it had only gotten lucky and secured a large number from the Nameless City. In short, be careful of Skylight, Guild Leader Black Flame, Ink Keelan said cautiously. There is no way Skylight is an ordinary existence, despite the various apex powers offering various resources to recruit him. Elder Sword still turned down all of their offers, yet Skylight has somehow managed to convince him to join. Moreover, it isn't just Elder Sword. According to Scarecrow Fox's intelligence, many of the Greater Gods domain's top adventurer teams and famous individuals have also joined Skylight. Skylight's forces have also killed several of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers legions at the World Arc already, and these were legions led by Vice Guild leader individuals we are talking about. Nobody knows exactly how powerful the Skylight Association is right now. Thank you for your reminder, Vice Commander Keelan, Shi Feng said gratefully. I will take note of this. Okay. I still have to take care of the Great Commander's mission, so I'll be taking my leave as well, Ink Keelan said, nodding before leaving Zero Wing's residence with River Light. Meanwhile, a moment after Ink Keelan and River Light left, Gentle Snow stepped into the lounge. Should we head to the World Arc with Azure Shadow's group in 4 days, Guild Leader? Gentle Snow suggested. The 9 great pseudo-apex powers were second to only the various apex powers. Meanwhile, their legions, led by Vice Guild leader-level individuals, were so strong they could survive against even Divine Glory experts. Yet the Skylight Association had managed to kill multiple such legions. No need. Let them focus on preparing for their test, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If we want to stand out in the Eternal Realm, it is best if we rely on ourselves. How's the secret room's renovation coming along? The barrier has been set up as you requested. Not even Tier 6 experts should think of breaking it in a short time, Gentle Snow answered with a look of curiosity. She couldn't understand why Shi Feng would ask to erect such a powerful barrier for a single room. The barrier was already strong enough to protect the average city. It's done already. Shi Feng smiled when he heard Gentle Snow's answer. In that case, have Soul's group gather there in an hour. The same goes for you. Why are we gathering there? I don't think it will be necessary if we're gathering for a sparring session, Gentle Snow asked in confusion. After learning the advanced bronze purification technique, everyone is busy trying to master world laws. Many of them are also very close to mastering a law already. Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Gentle Snow's concerns. Then he said, naturally, it is to help you all master more laws. Of course, I won't object if you all decide you don't want this opportunity. I can always enjoy it by myself. Master more laws? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Really? World laws played a vital role in determining a divine body's completion rate and strength. The more world laws a player mastered, the higher their divine body's completion rate and strength would be. In reality, many of Zero Wing's executive members could already get promoted to Tier 6. But they all had great ambitions.
so they wished to make more progress in world laws before creating their divine body and getting promoted to Tier 6. But mastering world laws was not an easy task. Apart from gaining assistance from various legacies, they could only rely on themselves to comprehend and experiment. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shi Feng said, chuckling. Hurry up and notify the others. Okay, I'll go and inform them right away, Gentle Snow said hurriedly. Also, you're not allowed to monopolize this opportunity, guild leader. While Gentle Snow left to contact Hidden Soul and Zero Wing's other executives, Shi Feng made his way to the secret room protected by a large Grandmaster magic barrier. The secret room was the size of a football field, and it was more than enough to accommodate the activities of over 100 players. It's all up to you now. After arriving in the secret room, Shi Feng took out the medium world fragment from his bag. Then he injected a god crystal into the fist-sized void fragment. Chapter 3570, Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. Chapter 3570, Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. When the god crystal merged with the medium world fragment, wisps of silver-gray mist emanated from the fist-sized void fragment and spread across the room like ripples across a pond. In only a few moments, dense mist filled the entire room, darkening the room. Meanwhile, standing amidst the darkness, Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished by the unprecedented experience he was currently experiencing. More specifically, he could currently see everything in his surroundings with incredible clarity, particularly the magic elements around him. In God's domain, players' perception of the various magic elements would increase and decrease with the mana density. Yet, even though the room's mana density remained the same as before, his perception of magic elements had undergone a qualitative transformation. Are these the effects of a medium world fragment? Shi Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at the countless magic elements moving around him. The level of his mana affinity already ranked at the top of the greater god's domain, but even then, it only allowed him to vaguely see the movements of the magic elements around him. In comparison, after activating the medium world fragment, not only could he see the surrounding magic elements with great clarity, but even their movements had seemingly slowed down by a lot. The magic elements in God's domain moved at great speeds. Even with level 6 mana affinity, he could normally only catch glimpses of a magic element's movement. Observing a magic element move was no different than observing a shooting star for him. So, one could just imagine how challenging it would be to analyze a world law that was weaved by countless magic elements. This was also why, despite there being countless experts in the greater god's domain, saint-ranked experts remained exceedingly rare. But at this time, Shi Feng found the movements of the magic elements around him had slowed down by more than half. This made it many times easier to observe and analyze the world laws they weaved. While Shi Feng marveled at the medium world fragment's amazing effects, over a dozen Zero Wing members entered the secret room. Apart from Gentle Snow, there was Hidden Soul, Su Qianliu, Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Rampant Blade, Wu Xiao Xiao, Midsummer, Fire Dance, Jun Luosha, Firecloud, Happy Snow, Lin Yao Yu, Zhuo Yalin, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Ru. Lin Yao Yu, Zhuo Yalin, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Ru were originally members of Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace. But ever since Zero Wing became the miniature ancient world's overlord and brought many of the Asura Mercenary Alliance's executives into the Eternal Realm, many of the Mercenary Alliance's guilds had chosen to merge into Zero Wing. Among them were Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace. Shi Feng naturally welcomed the addition of the two first-rate guilds. It was especially so for the individuals Lin Yao Yue, Zhuo Yalin, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Ru. All four of them possessed exceptional talent, and it was especially so for Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru. During Shi Feng's previous life, Cleansed Ru's fame was on par with Gentle Snow, being one of their god's domain's 4 goddesses. After entering the greater god's domain, she even became a saint-ranked expert who had mastered 3 basic laws. She was only short of merging the 3 basic laws into an advanced law. Unfortunately, due to 100 Flower Palace's lacking foundations, Cleansed Ru ended up having her potential restricted. Had Hundred Flower Palace been as strong as an upper-ranking hegemonic power and provided Cleansed Rue with a full set of legendary equipment, she could have rivaled Tier 6 gods in strength. As for Crimson Heart, Hundred Flower Palace's first Vice Guild leader, her achievements were even more extraordinary than Cleansed Rue. Firstly, she managed to develop an exclusive absolute technique that rivaled gold combat techniques. Secondly, with a full set of legendary items, she managed to force a Tier 6 god into retreating after fighting for an entire day, which in turn allowed Hundred Flower Palace to occupy an ancient ruin in the Void Sea. Originally, Shi Feng thought Hundred Flower Palace would remain only as Zero Wing's ally-like in his previous life. He never thought that Crimson Heart would somehow manage to persuade Shadowflower, Hundred Flower Palace's mysterious guild leader, to incorporate Hundred Flower Palace into Zero Wing. Mysterious Moon's decision to merge into Zero Wing did not surprise Shi Feng at all. After all, Mysterious Moon was just your average first-rate guild. On the other hand, while Hundred Flower Palace might be a first-rate guild on the surface, whether in quantity or quality, its experts could already rival super first-rate guilds. So long as Hundred Flower Palace waited for their God's Domain's world passage to fully open and enter the greater God's Domain, it would be akin to an aquarium shark returning to the ocean. It would quickly grow into an ordinary hegemonic power in the greater God's Domain, and it might even have hopes of rivaling upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the future. Hence, Shi Feng was very much surprised by Hundred Flower Palace's addition to Zero Wing. But since Hundred Flower Palace had already merged into Zero Wing, he naturally had to make full use of Crimson Heart's and Cleansed Rue's potential. What is this place? I can actually perceive the movements of magic elements here, Cleansed Rue exclaimed as soon as she stepped into the secret room. Cleansed Rue had been repeatedly shocked by Zero Wing's strength since Hundred Flower Palace's merger into Zero Wing. In addition to having the ability to bring its guild members into the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing also had a frightening number of fifth-floor experts in the Eternal Realm. Compared to Zero Wing, the so-called 5 great super guilds of their God's Domain were nothing but jokes. Moreover, after joining Zero Wing, they also got to spar with the guild's fifth-floor experts daily, achieving rapid growth. Take Crimson Heart, for example. Right now, Crimson Heart was already a pseudo-fifth-floor expert, and it shouldn't be long before she became a bona fide fifth-floor expert. As for Cleansed Rue, she was a titled expert already, and she also shouldn't have any trouble achieving the fifth-floor standard in the future. Originally, Cleansed Rue thought she had already seen everything Zero Wing had to offer, and that nothing else could shock her. But after entering this secret room, she realized that Zero Wing still had more shocking secrets she had yet to discover. Currently, getting promoted to Tier 6 was no longer a problem for her. The only problem was whether she could construct a divine body at the gold rank or above, which required her to master at least one basic world law. However, mastering a basic world law was easier said than done. To accomplish such a feat, not only did players need to have sufficient legacy guidances, but they also needed to fully familiarize themselves with the movements of the various magic elements. If there was even a slight error in their analysis and manipulation, they would never succeed at mastering a world law. Meanwhile, players in God's Domain could normally only rely on their senses to perceive the movement of magic elements. It was impossible to do so with the naked eye. Yet not only was it possible to see magic elements moving in this secret room, but the movement of the room's magic elements was also much slower than normal. This secret room was essentially a paradise for mastering world laws. At this time, Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one in shock. Gentle Snow, Hidden Snow, and everyone else was similarly stunned. They never thought they would get to observe world laws under such circumstances. The benefits of the environment here are self-explanatory. However, I can only keep it active for a limited time, so make use of it while it lasts. Shi Feng suddenly said as he swept his gaze across the dazed individuals before him. The guild has also prepared sufficient 7 Luminaries crystals for all of you. If you decide you are ready to get promoted to Tier 6, you can retrieve your share from the guild warehouse at any time. After saying so, Shi Feng distributed some eternal god crystals to everyone before leaving them to their own devices. As for how much they could achieve in this secret room, it was all up to their individual potential. While everyone was busy analyzing world laws, Shi Feng made his way to a corner of the room and took out a golden heart from his bag. Let's hope I can get something out of this. After making a silent prayer, Shi Feng injected 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal into the primordial chaos body. TL notes: Lin Yao Yu equals clear sky. Zhou Yalin equals nightingale. Chapter 3571, Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Chapter 3571, Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Starlight Continent, first-tier mobile city, Galaxy City. A plane measuring over 10,000 meters in length was currently parked above the city's airport, dwarfing the many supersonic passenger planes traveling to and away from the city. Needless to say, the gigantic plane attracted the attention and shock of many in the airport. The greater world was composed of numerous continents. For the average person, they would usually never leave the city they resided in, let alone travel to a different continent. But for those looking to travel to other continents, supersonic passenger planes were no longer sufficient. Instead, FTL, faster-than-light passenger planes, would be required. However, FTL passenger planes were incredibly costly, and only the various conglomerates could afford to own such planes. Even then, they would be limited to owning only a few, and they would normally only use these planes for their own development purposes. Outsiders shouldn't think of hitching a ride on a conglomerate's FTL plane, yet the group of people that had just alighted from the FTL plane clearly weren't here on official business. Judging by their varying casual attires, they were evidently tourists who had come to visit the Starlight Continent. It also didn't seem like they had flown here using their own organization's exclusive FTL plane. This was a level of extravagance that even the Galaxy conglomerate had never done before, so how could Galaxy City's inhabitants not react in shock? Meanwhile, walking among the tourists were about a dozen or so young men and women. These youths were akin to well-trained warriors, each giving off an astonishing presence. After arriving at Galaxy City, these youths promptly started to scrutinize the city around them, gathering as much information as they could with their eyes. When these youths walked along the streets of Galaxy City, many passers-by subconsciously turned to look at them. After all, not only did these youths possess sharp temperaments, but every one of them was also a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. Even in a first-tier city like Galaxy City, experts of such caliber remained incredibly rare. Not to mention, walking in the lead of these youths was a middle-aged man whose mere presence suffocated even nearby mental strength grandmasters. This is such a backwater place. Whether it is in development or energy density levels, this city can't even compete with our continent's second-tier cities, a tall young woman said, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the city around her. Are we really going to develop in that so-called Star Lake City from now on, Big Brother Samsara? Their group operated a mercenary unit in the real world under Fervent Samsara's leadership. Even among the Greater God's Domain's 12 sanctuaries, their mercenary unit was rather well known, and many conglomerates would usually hire them to fight against other powers. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their mercenary unit thrived in the 12 sanctuaries. Although they recently had to put their mercenary activities on hold because Fervent Samsara got dragged into the Eternal Realm by chance, they could promptly resume their activities once the Eternal Realm's coordinates were found. Yet, even though the Eternal Realm's coordinates had yet to be discovered, Fervent Samsara had suddenly gathered them together and insisted they move to a backwater place like the Starlight Continent to develop. On top of that, they wouldn't even be operating from one of the Starlight Continent's first-tier cities. Instead, they would be setting up base in a newly promoted second-tier city. No matter how they racked their minds, they simply couldn't understand why Fervent Samsara would make such a decision. I already told you that I won't force you if you don't want to come. Since you're here already, stop asking questions. Fervent Samsara sternly said as he glanced at the youths behind him. I still can't tell you why I'm moving into Star Lake City. But if you join Zero Wing later, I will ask the guild leader if I can share this information with you. The Primordial Chaos Body. This was an item primordial gods used to construct their divine bodies, Although Shi Feng never explicitly mentioned it, fervent Samsara knew he must never share this secret with a third party, even if it was someone he deeply trusted. After all, even the slightest information leak could bring about disaster to them. "I didn't mean to question your decision, big brother Samsara," the young woman hurriedly said when she saw fervent Samsara suddenly becoming stern. "But we all have families that rely on us for money and resources. We're just worried we can't continue to provide for our families if we suddenly join Zero Wing." The other youths in the group agreed with the young woman's words. Every member of their mercenary unit came from a small family. Their families had to go through great effort to nurture them to their current states, so it was only natural that they repaid their debt now that they had become capable experts. But it cost a lot of money and resources to let their family members live in first-tier cities. If joining Zero Wing negatively affected their income, they might lose the ability to support their families. Not to mention, they had gone through a lot of trouble to develop their mercenary unit to its current prosperous state. For them to join an up-and-coming guild, which they had never even heard about until recently, would be no different than having them start all over again. The hardships they had experienced in the past really weren't something they wished to go through another time. "Don't worry, when have I mistreated you all?" fervent Samsara said, chuckling when he saw everyone's worried looks. "If you join Zero Wing with me, I guarantee you'll be better off than you are now." The current Zero Wing might seem like it was still an upstart power with an uncertain future, but fervent Samsara was certain Zero Wing would eventually become a major player in the greater god's domain. It might even become a pseudo-apex power in the future. Meanwhile, the best time to join Zero Wing would naturally be when the guild was still starving for manpower. Of course, he couldn't just join Zero Wing by himself. If he wished to step into Zero Wing's core circle and hold influence in the guild, he would need more people to help him. Crystal City of Secrets, Zero Wing's residence, underground secret room. After Shi Feng injected 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal into the primordial chaos body, divine patterns lit up all over the golden heart. Immediately afterwards, segments of information flooded his mind, making him feel as if his brain was about to explode. After this situation continued for nearly half an hour, the primordial chaos body finally stopped transmitting information. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's face was pale and sweated profusely. Yet, despite looking clearly exhausted, excitement filled his eyes. "Incredible! I didn't think the primordial chaos body would hold such a legacy. No wonder the primordial gods would create their divine bodies with the help of primordial chaos bodies," Shi Feng mentally exclaimed as he watched the Golden Heart's divine patterns fade out of existence. In God's domain, all players seeking to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to construct a divine body suited to them. Meanwhile, players could construct 2 types of divine bodies: ordinary divine bodies and superior divine bodies. However, this was a secret most players weren't privy to, and it was something Shi Feng had only come across by luck during his previous life. In the current god's domain, whether it was players or gods, the divine bodies they created were only divine bodies. Only primordial gods and a small number of ancient gods had constructed a superior divine body for themselves. This was also why there was such a huge difference in strength between the two groups. During his previous life, Shi Feng had only gotten the opportunity to construct a superior divine body because of a primordial god legacy he obtained. Different from ordinary divine bodies, superior divine bodies could not be constructed without the guidance of a legacy. Even if he had experience constructing a superior divine body, he couldn't construct one without the necessary legacy. Originally, he thought he would not get to construct a superior divine body in this life, and the most he could achieve was construct an ordinary divine body that was at the legendary rank. After all, the opportunity he had come across in his previous life was not something that could be actively sought after. But now, he actually had another chance to construct a superior divine body.